Chapter 1. Chapter 001. Dragon Ball World, Earth. On a devastated land, a figure stood dazedly. This is a young man in his 20s. He is wearing an orange short-sleeved vest and a dark blue tortoise pie uniform. He wears white gloves on his hands and white combat boots on his feet. He has black hair standing upside down, and 2 strands of bangs are left on his forehead. Wearing a pair of padala earrings on her ears, her eyes shone with wisdom and calmness. His name is Vegito. So, what the hell is the situation now? Vegito's face was filled with sorrow. Real. He is just a very ordinary traverser, and he is certainly happy to be able to cross the Dragon Ball world. But what the hell is Vegito? Indeed, Vegito is the perfect super fighter. But the timing is wrong, and the identity is embarrassing. Is there anything wrong with it? The plot development here is different from the original, the process and ending are very ghostly. After Son Goku and Vegito merged, he slammed Majin Buu, accidentally using too much force, Buu GG. So that's it. Vegito didn't enter Majin Buu, and he couldn't break the union. In this way, Dragon Ball Z ushered in the finale. Without his crossing, the plot behind can be completely speculated. All those who died in this war will be resurrected by Shenron. Then Vegito was curiously watched by everyone, and Bulma and Shishi reached a consensus after a while. The 2 women serve the one husband together, and Gohan, Goten and Trunks are called fathers together. Later, Bulma gave him a daughter named Sunbula, a family of 7 happily living together. I go. A good anime with fierce blood and fierce battles has created a sense of sight of a family ethics soap opera. Damn. I don't want to be Vegito, don't be a catcher. Vegito wailed painfully, clutching his head. That. Not far behind him, was the god Dende, who was desperately protected by everyone. Dende stepped forward and hesitated and said, Mr. Goku, oh no, Mr. Vegito, it's not right, anyway. Everyone can be resurrected by Dragon Ball, you don't have to be so sad. Vegito turned around and looked at Dende with strange eyes. Sad? Non-existent. He just can't hold it a bit. So, do you want to kill Dende? When the Dragon Ball is gone, Gohan and the others can't be resurrected, so they don't have to worry about it. Dende was shocked by Vegito's weird gaze, swallowed, and took 2 steps back unconsciously. Ah, just call me Vegito. Vegito didn't turn into a devil in the end. After all, he is also a good young man in the 21st century, and it is impossible to be so unreasonable. Yes, Mr. Vegito. Dende quickly responded, and then asked, so, shall we return to the Temple of Heaven now? The Dragon Ball is still there. Vegito was completely uninterested, and bowed his head and waved his hand, go by yourself, anyway, the earth is not dangerous now, you can handle it alone. Dende was stunned for a moment, then nodded, all right, then I'll leave first. Although Dende is very familiar with Son Goku and Vegito, Vegito is a completely independent person and feels completely different to him. So when Dende faced Vegito, he was still a little dazed, and when he left, he was very fast. Vegito didn't care about him either, but groaned and sighed to himself. It took a long time before he patted his cheek, forcibly cheering up. Forget it, you will be at ease if you come. The big deal is going back to grab the time machine or the time ring, and then go to another time and space to play. Since Vegito here has not been released from the state of integration, it means that this is not the main world, and it is fine to go to the main world to pretend to be a beep. Then, let's get used to the strength of this body first. Even if he inherited all the memories and abilities of Son Goku and Vegito, he is not the real Vegito after all, and it takes time to adapt. He first did a set of basic training, the movements were quite quick, and he could easily complete thousands of push-ups in 1 minute. With just one punch, it has the power to split mountains and seas. Any kick can kick the earth flying. Vegito only controlled these forces little by little during this training process, and mastered them well. Next is to gather chi, explode, and Soul Li kills the duck shadow, Super Saiyan. What? With a loud shout, an extremely powerful breath erupted from Vegito. The white arrogance rose up. There was some irregularity at the beginning, but as the fit of the body got higher and higher, the arrogance became more and more stable. Soon, his eyes turned from black to light green, rumbling sounds, flashing electric lights, his hair and eyebrows turned golden, and a golden flame ignited all over his body. Boom! The golden arrogance expanded sharply, and then changed from a flame shape to a jet shape, with blue arcs flickering from time to time. At this time, Vegito's eyes became sharper. What? Vegito clenched his fists, and the whole land vibrated violently in the roar. The hair that was originally erected quickly stretched out and spread to the waist. The golden eyebrows disappeared, the eyebrow bones were also lowered, and the whole face was full of fortitude, like a knife. In the single light green eyes, dark blue pupils appeared. The golden arrogance of the whole body turned into golden light and was fixed, and the blue arc that had flickered from time to time became denser. Chapter 2. Chapter 002 Beerus is coming to Earth. What? This breath is too strong. Isn't Majin Buu dead yet? The god Jebet, who had just arrived on Earth through instant transmission, was staggered backwards by an outrageous aura and sat down on the ground. Right. This is the anger of Son Goku and Vegeta. Soon he reacted, as expected of a fit fighter. The intensity of this chi is so amazing, it's no wonder that Majin Buu can be easily dealt with. When he said this, he subconsciously ignored that he was also a fit fighter. Before demonstrating the ability of Padala earrings to Son Goku, Dong Supreme Kai merged with his entourage Jebet. It is a pity that the two of them have poor foundations and limited growth in strength. They can be regarded as failed and inferior combined fighters. Fortunately, the rushing weather only exploded for a moment, and it quickly converged. Otherwise, don't say that God Jebet can't hold it, I'm afraid the earth will explode on the spot. Jebite looked fascinated at the place where the breath came, and just saw Vegito, who had turned into Super Saiyan 3, punching and kicking in the ruins. What is he doing? Jebite was stunned. Vegito, is this a hypothetical attack? How else would you chase the air? In the previous battle, he was watching through the crystal ball all the way, and he knew that Majin Buu was killed, and then he came to Earth with instant transmission. But now, looking at Vegito's appearance, he subconsciously thought that the battle was not over yet. But soon he realized that it was because the power was too strong to control as he pleased, and Vegito was trying to adapt. Impressive. I haven't gotten used to the power brought by the fit, I even solved Majin Buu. With such strength, who else is his opponent in the universe? God Jebite was shocked, and couldn't help but utter admiration. No, there is someone better than him. At this time, a voice appeared in his mind. Jebai was stunned for a moment, and immediately knew who the owner of the voice was, and asked, "Old ancestor, isn't Vegito the strongest? I can't imagine what kind of power can be stronger than him. You will know right away, because he is heading towards the earth now." The old Supreme Kai's voice was full of horror. What? Jebai was shocked. Without knowing the details, he thought it was an evil existence, and suddenly panicked and said, "What should I do? Or I will immediately take Vegeta to the Supreme Kai realm for refuge, and wait until he becomes more powerful in his cultivation." Idiot! The old Supreme Kai yelled, "Are you trying to bring gods of destruction Beerus here? With his god, how could he not find the Supreme Kai world? Broke in. Gods of destruction. Gods Jupiter beeped again. Only then did the old Supreme Kai react and said with a dry cough, "Because I was sealed in the Excalibur a long time ago, so you may not know some things. Simply put, gods of destruction corresponds to our Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai is responsible for the creation, gods of destruction is responsible for the destruction, and together maintain the balance of the universe." Because sometimes there are some very powerful existences that need to be destroyed, gods of destruction has always been the strongest in the universe, and can be better qualified for this job. God Jebet took a deep breath, and his whole body relaxed. So, I thought it was an evil existence like Majin Bu. If it's a god. Stupid. The old Supreme Kai yelled again, Beerus is a very bad character. He does everything based on his likes and dislikes. As long as he gets angry, he doesn't care about anything else. He spoils him first. I think back then, I angered him, but because Supreme Kai has a symbiotic relationship with gods of destruction, once Supreme Kai dies, gods of destruction will die, so he sealed me in the Excalibur. Speaking of this, the old Supreme Kai realized that he had leaked his mouth and hurriedly coughed, and then said, anyway, no matter what Beerus is doing on Earth, don't care about him. If you meet, you must be respectful, otherwise he may at any time the Earth is destroyed. After all, they have just experienced the Majin Bu incident. They are in the same camp as the Earth Warriors. Naturally, they don't want to see the Earth destroyed by Beerus. Is that true? God Jebet didn't seem to hear the following words at all. He thought to himself, if Supreme Kai is dead, gods of destruction will also die? Fortunately, I didn't die in the hands of Majin Bu, otherwise I would. Something happened. Moreover, the ancestors were sealed by gods of destruction. This is really... God Jebet was still chattering, the old Supreme Kai couldn't help but roared, you idiot. Don't clarify the matter to Vegito quickly, telling him not to provoke Beerus, otherwise it will be true. It's a big deal. Ah. Yes, I'm going now. God Jebet reacted, a drop of cold sweat slipped on his face, and he immediately crawled and ran in the direction of Vegito. Beget, wait a minute, I have something to tell you. Gods of destruction Beerus come to Earth. After listening to the description of God Jebet, Vegito couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Isn't it years before Beerus wakes up? Why is it ahead of schedule? Come here now, what will Super Saiyan God do? He really isn't necessarily his opponent. Asterisk. Chapter 3. Chapter 003 The battle is about to start. This is the Earth. In other words, the person below is Saiyan who woke me up. When Vegito was talking to God Jebet, a voice suddenly came from the sky. Vegito looked up, his face suddenly changed. Speaking of CAO arrived. At high altitude, a cat? A blue-skinned weirdo? This is clearly gods of destruction Beerus and his servant Whis. Listening to the meaning of Beerus's words, he woke up early. Was he woken up by Vegito? The first thing that Vegito thought of was that the aura that he had just become Super 3-hour burst was too strong, and it spread far away through the universe, making Beerus in his sleep sense. Is it just this level that can awaken Beerus? In any case, he has indeed come. Beerus took Whis down from the sky and landed in front of Vegito. He looked up and down, yawned for lack of interest, and then stretched out his fingers to flick the tears from the corners of his eyes. Whis, you can't be mistaken. It doesn't seem surprising. At this level, I can die with a finger. How can I predict the gods in my dreams? Whis corrected, Super Saiyan God. Yes. What a super god. Beerus casually said, and then waved his hand, forget it, if that's the case, I will destroy the Earth, so as not to make a trip in vain. After speaking, he reached out his right hand, and a purple ball of light condensed in his palm. Wait a minute. God Jebet quickly jumped out, with cold sweat on his forehead, and said in his heart, as the ancestor said, his personality is really bad. What? Do you have an opinion? Beerus tilted his head, but the destructive ball of light in his palm did not dissipate. Although Beerus's face was calm, his attitude of observing everything was obvious. When I thought that the other party turned out to be the strongest gods of destruction in the universe, God Jebit was so nervous that he couldn't say anything when he came to his lips. Fortunately, Whis reminded from the back, Master Beerus, this should be Supreme Kai, are you sure you want to destroy it with him? What? Beerus was shocked, and quickly eliminated the destructive light ball in his hand, staring at God Jebite with wide open eyes. You are a Supreme Kai, what are you doing here on Earth? The huge contrast between the front and the back made Jebit God a little dazed. But he soon reacted. It seems that the ancestors did not lie to him, Supreme Kai and gods of destruction are symbiotic, otherwise Beerus would not be so nervous. Thinking of this, God Jebite couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, remembering the words of his ancestors in his heart, and respectfully saying to Beerus, Master Beerus, it's actually because of Majin Buu. He talked about Majin Buu, including Son Goku and Vegeta using earrings, and finally killed Majin Buu. Beerus actually didn't care much about these things, he just asked casually, how could he have thought that God Jebit would be so true? But Whis said, speaking of it, Beerus-sama is dereliction of duty. This should have been gods of destruction's job. And let Supreme Kai face the danger, if something goes wrong. Also, if Lord Zeno knows about it. After Whis reminded, Beerus fell into cold sweat instantly. As for the idea of destroying the earth, it has long been thrown to the country of Java. By the way, this is Scion Veget who defeated Majin Buu. Beerus gave an awkward smile and turned to look at Veget who was silent behind him. Whis covered his mouth and smirked, Master Beerus, your way of changing the subject like this is very low level. Wow! Beerus couldn't help but growl, then asked Veget, since you are the last Scion, do you know about Super Scion God? Veget sighed inwardly, did he finally notice himself? He didn't speak because he didn't want to get Beerus' attention. After all, he has just crossed over, and the power of this body has not been completely controlled. Once the fight started, he was no opponent at all. What's more, Vegeta is strong, but after all, it is still in the human category, which has a level gap with Beerus. But now that the topic has brought him to himself, Veget will not keep a low profile. Facing Beerus' question, his expression remained unchanged, and he calmly replied, I know. You know. Beerus' eyes lit up for an instant, tell me, where is he? He just asked casually, but he didn't expect that there was a clue. Although Beerus is arrogant and self-willed, he still respects the strong and hopes to fight the strong. In his foreknowledge dream, Super Scion God is an existence that can confront him, and the two sides fought an unprecedented battle. Therefore, after being awakened by the breath of Vegeta's transformation into a Super 3, he did not find the source of the breath for the first time, instead he found Super Scion God, and now he just met together. Why should I tell you? Veget didn't hate Beerus, but he hated his superior attitude. It's just that as soon as these words came out, Beerus's expression sank instantly, are you looking for death? Vegeta took a deep breath and turned into Super Saiyan with a bang, if you beat me, I'll tell you. Now that you have taken this step, let's do everything and polish yourself with the power of Beerus. After Veget finished speaking, his muscles tightened instantly and his vigilance was raised to the limit. Asterisk. Chapter 4. Chapter 004 Vegeta vs Beerus. Beget. Jebite's expression changed drastically, but it was too late for him to stop it. Yet. Whis showed interest. This is Super Saiyan, right? But if it's only this level, you can't compete with Lord Beerus. What a joke, he wants to contend with me. Beerus thought he was being provoked, and became very annoyed. He snarled, since you are looking for death by yourself, don't blame me for being impolite. Beerus's body flashed suddenly, and immediately disappeared in place. When he appeared again, he had already reached Super 1 Vegeta, his fingers bent and flicked on Vegeta's forehead. So fast! Vegeta was surprised, is this the strength of gods of destruction? Although he had raised his vigilance to the limit, he still couldn't react, and it was too late when he wanted to evade. Regardless of just a small finger, there is no obvious energy fluctuation, but this finger pops out, and Vegito feels like a heavy blow, and his body burst out like a cannonball. Rumble. Vegito's body leaped several hundred kilometers, crashing a large mountain in the distance, and his entire body was directly buried alive. If it is before the crossing, this kind of scene can only be seen on the screen, and it is simply unimaginable if you experience it in person. With the flesh and blood of a human being, how does it feel to crash a mountain directly? Pain. This is the only feeling. The whole body seemed to fall apart, and the whole person was dizzy, and the sky was spinning. Fortunately, he transformed right from the beginning, and under this impact, he didn't suffer too much damage. After the relaxation came over, the breath was released, and the smashed gravel around his body was blasted with a bang, and it flew again. If it is normal to be attacked like that, I am afraid I can't get up now, right? Chei's increase is stronger than imagined. But since the gap between Super 1 is too big and you can't keep up with his speed at all, let's try Super 2. Boom! The golden arrogance expanded sharply, and then changed from a flame shape to a jet shape, with blue arcs flickering from time to time. At this time, Vegito's eyes became sharper. He looked at Beerus with full of fighting spirit, and then suddenly exploded, rushing to Beerus at the limit speed, and punched with all his strength. It's not that he seeks abuse by himself, knowing that he can't beat him, he has to start from the very beginning step by step. Because the body is not his own, the fusion of the soul is not perfect, and the power cannot be fully controlled. If you go straight to the top 3, it's okay to say that if it goes well, if it doesn't go well, you may lose control of your strength first. The best way is to make progress gradually and increase combat effectiveness little by little. This is the same as playing games like Fruit Ninja. If you improve from slow to fast, you may be able to pass the level. However, if you start the game, you will go straight to the fastest speed, and you may go directly to game over at the beginning. Oh? Didn't you get hurt? Beerus raised his brows, and said in surprise. He turned again. It seems not as weak as I thought. But even so, it's still not my opponent. Facing Vegito's ferocious and full blow, Beerus Yundanfan gently raised a finger and easily blocked it. On this point, Vegito was not surprised at all. Therefore, his attack did not stop. And based on the way Son Goku and Vegito battled in his memory, he instantly hit a set of combo punches. Beerus was very big, with one hand behind his back, and he kept resisting Vegito's attack with only one finger. No matter how many punches Vegito hits, they were completely blocked by him. Okay, so awesome. God Jebit was staring dumbfounded not far away. Vegito's strength has surpassed Majin Buu many times. After all, he was able to compete with Buu under normal circumstances at the time. Now he has become a super second. But even so, Beerus actually blocked it with just one finger, and the aftermath of power did not spread. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, God Jebit would definitely not believe that there would be such a thing in the world. Only then did he finally understand how strong the existence of the universe is the most powerful. However, what he didn't know was that Beerus's expression began to grow serious at this time. Because Vegito's punches are getting faster and heavier, and in a short moment, the intensity has increased to more than 10 times the initial strength, and Beerus gradually can't stop it with a single finger. Annoying flies. Beerus couldn't be as calm as he did at the beginning, suddenly became a little bit angry, and immediately slapped it. I saw it. Vegito's eyes lit up, and his body avoided the palm when he couldn't let it go, and kicked it up, just kicking it in the face of Beerus. It's a pity that I didn't kick. Beerus was like Optimus Prime, standing there steadily, without even swaying his neck or blinking his eyelids. It was just this kick that made Beerus' face instantly black as the bottom of a pot, and there was a tendency for a volcano to erupt. Oh haha, Lord Beerus is going to run away. Whis chuckled lightly. He has followed Beerus for many years, and naturally he knows the character of the latter. This is an extremely arrogant, extremely good-face guy. Is it better to be kicked in the face by Vegito now? Sure enough, the next moment. I'll kill you! Beerus roared angrily. Chapter 5. Chapter 005, Super 3 Vegito's Terror. I killed you! Amid the roar, Beerus suddenly threw a punch. This punch was completely different from the mentality he had just holding on to play, and it almost contained a full blow from him. Of course, it is a full blow without energy. But even if there is no energy, with Beerus's strength, it is still not something Super Vegito can resist. Not good. Vegito didn't expect Beerus to run away as soon as he said. After all, fighting. Either you hit me or I hit you. With that kick out, he was still lamenting the power of Beerus, but he didn't even shake it at all. But who would have thought that Beerus would erupt directly in the next moment? Fortunately, after the combo punches just now, his control over this body's power has improved a lot. Although he still couldn't compete head-on with Beerus, he should be able to barely do it if he just resisted this full blow with no energy. Kamehameha Wave. At the very moment, Vegito hit a ki blast at a very fast speed and slammed into Beerus's fist. This ki blast was played hurriedly, and the power was not great, but it just made him use this momentum to directly retreat quickly. Too naive. Beerus didn't let any of Vegito's intentions go. Seeing Vegito avoiding, he immediately drew after him, still making a full blow. Seriously, Beerus is terrifying. Vegito didn't know how far he could fight Beerus if he completely controlled his strength. But at least in his current state, it's still too far away. Therefore, when he realized that he was too late to evade and fight back, even if the fight back might not be effective, he could only protect his arms in front of him and endure the punch of Beerus frontally. Boom! Vegito was beaten again. This time he flew farther than before, and hit more mountains, and his whole body fell to pieces. Wow! When he stopped, he couldn't help but spout a mouthful of blood. Injured. This time he has turned into a Super 2, and his power control has been much stronger, and he has also taken precautions in advance, but he is still injured. Damn it, is there such a big gap? Vegito felt a little heavy. Looking at Beerus's appearance, even though he has become serious, in the end he just used his physical power, and he couldn't bear it anymore. What if he has full firepower? I'm afraid that I can't stop even one move, so I'll be turned into a scum by the second, right? Sure enough, the difference between humans and gods is not the amount of combat power, but the level of difference. Son Goku entered the Super League God and Super Blue after Super 3. Although he was also slammed by Beerus, the gap was obviously not to the point of being smashed by a spike. Even the full power of Ultra Blue is infinitely close to the strength of Beerus. Vegito's normality is similar to that of Son Goku's Super 3. If only increases in combat power, Super 1 can be compared with Son Goku's Super Race God. Super 2 is comparable to Super Blue. Then Super 3 is equivalent to Ultra Instinct. He did think so before, but the reality gave the answer, not. So even if Vegito transforms into a Super 3 and fully controls his own strength, there is no possibility of defeating Beerus, or even the Super Blue Son Goku. What? Give up now? Beerus put his hands on his chest and said with a sneer, if this is the case, please tell me the news of Super Saiyan God. Maybe I am happy. Maybe I don't care about your previous rudeness. Maybe. Not to mention his use of such uncertain vocabulary, even if he really didn't care about it, Vegito hadn't even thought of surrendering. These words of you, wait until you really beat me. Vegito's aura has been adjusted to the same level, and Super 2's power is also controlled 7 or 88, immediately condensing a greater aura, and entering the Super 3 transformation state. Hey! He clenched his fists, and the whole land was shaking violently in the roar. The hair that was originally erected quickly stretched out and spread to the waist. The golden eyebrows disappeared, the eyebrow bones were also lowered, and the whole face was full of fortitude, like a knife. In the single light green eyes, dark blue pupils appeared. The golden arrogance of the whole body turned into golden light and was fixed, and the blue arc that had flickered from time to time became denser. Super Scion 3, the transformation process is relatively slow, but the breath that erupts is extremely terrifying, directly spreading from the earth to the universe. This breath. There was a look on Beerus's face. Yes, it's you. I remember it clearly. It was this breath that suddenly broke out and woke me up from my sleep. Okay, so horrible. God Jebet shivered. Whis waved the scepter in his hand, originally because of Vegito's sudden explosion, which caused the earth to enter an unstable state, but at this time it calmed down. Oh haha, this is interesting. Whis chuckled lightly, squinted his eyes and said, although it is not at the level of a god, but the strength of this aura. If Lord Beerus is not careful, he may capsize in the gutter. Of course Beerus heard what Whis said, and he knew it as well. But he wasn't worried at all, because only at the level of gods could he understand the meaning of Whis' words. But a pity, Vegito is not a god. Human beings cannot understand exactly what kind of existence a god is, and naturally there is no way for Beerus to capsize the gutter. At least, Beerus himself thought so. It's just that he didn't expect that in the end he almost suffered a big loss because of this. Chapter 6. Chapter 006 Fierce Battle. Super 3's Full Burst. Let's go up and fight. Beerus pointed to the sky. Although he didn't worry about losing to Vegito, he had to get serious in the face of Vegito's unparalleled horror, and it was better to let go of his hands and feet at high altitudes. It's just what I want. A wicked smile spread out from the corner of Vegito's mouth. In the Super 3 state, he seems to become quite cold. Oh, how could things become like this? God Jebet looked at the two flying high, and couldn't help holding his head and wailing. He wanted to ask his ancestors, but since Beerus came to the earth, the old Supreme Kai unilaterally disconnected him. If you want to talk to the old Supreme Kai, you can only go back to the Supreme Kai world. God Jebite quietly glanced at Angel Whis next to him, and found that the latter had been smiling and didn't know what he was thinking. It seems a bit laborious. Whis glanced up into the sky, and then swiped the scepter in his hand, and a three-dimensional light curtain appeared on which it was Vegito and Beerus. It's easier to look at this way. Whis smiled happily, looking like Heartless, not worried about the outcome of the battle at all. God Jebet looked a little speechless. This person felt a little bit irrelevant, and looked like he was hanging up high. But anyway, God Jebet is the weakest here and has no right to speak, so he can only be anxious beside him. It's all right here. At a high altitude, Beerus put his arms around his chest, with a look of gaze. After Vegito turned into a Super 3, strength continued to flow out, but with it was huge consumption. He knows very well that if he exerts his full strength in the Super 3 state, he may not last long. And at this time, the fighting spirit was strong, and Beerus's voice just fell. He immediately flashed, and suddenly launched an offensive. Compared with the previous battles, this time it was obviously a real move. Regardless of the aura or the attacks launched by Vegito, they were countless times stronger than before. You're too anxious. Beerus was a little cautious, but his mouth was beeping lightly, raising his arm to stop Vegito's attack, and immediately returned a punch. It can be seen from here that he is not as relaxed as it seems on the surface. At least when facing Super 2, he stood upright in place, just like Optimus Prime. But now facing the Super 3, he moved immediately, almost his fist moved his whole body, and there was still energy condensing faintly. Vegito didn't dare to be careless, and instead of head-to-head with Beerus, he chose to change his tricks to resist. Boom! The two people just collided with their arms, and there was a loud crash. At high altitudes, a powerful wave of air spread out in all directions centered on the two of them. The atmosphere on the Earth's surface was instantly swept away by this air wave, and a large vacuum appeared. Fortunately, the earth has been strengthened by Wis's divine power. Otherwise, under this wave of air, I am afraid that the mountains and the ground will burst and cause a big tsunami. Nice power. Beerus curled up at the corner of his mouth and raised his eyebrows. Although there is still a big gap with Super Saiyan God, it has already made me a little interested. Not to mention, let me show some strength. Var. He could say that, which meant that he had begun to take Vegeta into his eyes. You know, with Beerus's character and status, people who can put him in the eyes can definitely be proud. Unfortunately, Vegeta doesn't need these. He just wanted to use Beerus to polish himself, speed up and master the strength of this body. So he couldn't thank Beerus, but sneered, just show some strength? If you are too careless, don't cry if you are defeated by me in a while. Joke. I, Beerus, will lose to you? Are you dreaming? Beerus retorted. He wasn't even angry, which is really rare. When the two talked, the movements of their hands didn't stop, but the more they fought, the more intense they were. Every time they collide with each other, an invisible wave of air will spread outward. As the battle became more intense, the wave of air became stronger and stronger. Except for the Earth blessed by Whis, the entire solar system is oscillating and tends to spread far away. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. The two of them moved faster and faster, and their strength became stronger and stronger, causing the entire starry sky to vibrate. This extremely fierce picture made Jebite, who was watching the game, tremble, and at the same time he was uneasy. He doesn't know what the consequences of such destruction by Beerus and Vegeta will be. But he knew that when the two of them finished fighting, he must be the one who cleaned up the mess, which was really depressing. Whis just glanced at him with a faint smile, didn't say anything, and then watched the high-altitude battle with interest. Get out of here! At a high altitude, Beerus, who became more and more restrained, suddenly roared, his body burst into purple light, and the rich majesty of the gods swept across the sky. Because the breath of God cannot be perceived, the strength can only be judged by the aura. Vegeta, who had become more and more happier, instantly stunned and stabilized again. At the same time, he also exploded all his anger. With a bang, golden glow burst out all over the body. This breath is actually stronger than it was at the beginning. Asterisk. Chapter 7. Chapter 007 Solar Flare one after another. Beerus, I want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid it will take a long time to reach the current level. Vegeta felt the powerful force finally fully controlled in his body and laughed from the bottom of his heart. Although he didn't quite understand the meaning of Vegeta's words, Beerus felt that he was underestimated and was immediately annoyed. Don't underestimate me, UBD. With purple energy in his fist, he hit Vegeta fiercely. However, Vegeta, who had never dared to collide with him head-on, returned with a punch. Boom! The two fists touched together, exploding with shocking power. Bang 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 bang! As a substantive wave of air swept outwards, the stars in the distance were finally overwhelmed, exploding one after another, turning into universe dust. Beerus looked at Vegeta in shock. This was a heavy blow from his rage, far more than any previous attack. However, Vegeta was blocked from the front, without any reluctance on his face. Powerful enemy. Vegeta grinned again, this feeling is simply so cool. From this moment on, he was the real Vegeta, the most perfect super fighter, and no longer the pseudo-Vegeta with an empty body. Call. Beerus let out a suffocating breath and suddenly relaxed all over his body. Although your performance is indeed beyond my expectations, it is a pity that you are not a god after all. After finishing speaking, purple light appeared on him again, but this time the feeling was completely different from before. Although Beerus just floated there and didn't make any movements, the pressure on Vegeta was so great that it made him feel awe-inspiring. Finally use the power of gods of destruction. Vegeta knew very well that with his current strength, he could indeed fight Beerus in his normal state. But once Beerus used the power of gods of destruction, he didn't have a chance. After all, Beerus was right, no matter how strong he was not a god after all, and he couldn't understand what God's energy was. The unknown is the most dangerous. Then now, it's time to start the second round. Beerus raised his mouth slightly, and climbed onto his face again confidently and calmly. Vegito took a deep breath and moved away from the defensive stance. I'm going to FK. The smile on Beerus's mouth was thicker, his figure disappeared in a flash, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Vegito. There was no fancy punch, the action was exactly the same as it was at the beginning. It simply shot Vegito's forehead, but changed from a flick of a finger to a fist with terrifying energy. So fast. Vegito's pupils shrank slightly. He has completely controlled the Super 3's strength, and the current situation is no different from the previous Super 1, and he can't react at all. Boom! Still unable to avoid it, Beerus' fist was hitting Vegito's head, causing his body to explode in an instant. But this time, Beerus didn't stop, the purple light on his body exploded, and he quickly caught up with the speed like light. Fortunately, Super 3 Vegito's body strength far exceeds Super 1. So even if he was beaten up front, he still quickly recovered, except that his head was slightly dizzy, which did not affect his continued fighting. Is this the power of gods of destruction? It's terrifying, and totally irresistible. Vegito quickly made a judgment. But wanted to avoid Beerus's next attack, which was basically difficult. So he did not hesitate to spread his hands, palms toward himself. Solar flare. A strong light burst out suddenly, and Beerus, who was chasing him, caught off guard and was immediately stunned. Ah! What damn trick is this? Beerus let out a scream, the attack paused, his hands tightly covering his eyes. Vegito breathed a sigh of relief, and took this opportunity to directly launch a counterattack. Bang bang bang! The fierce encounter began again. Even if the eyes were temporarily blind, Beerus was still able to defend through the sense of breath, without giving Vegito the slightest chance. However, Beerus was suppressed after all, unable to fight back effectively. That's what Vegito wanted. While carrying out a fierce attack, he carefully experienced the energy released by Beerus, looking for a way to crack it. The energy of God can only be easier with the energy of God to resist. Chi is too low level after all, an attack of the same intensity, if used for blessing, will consume countless times more. Simply put, Chi is like water, and the energy of God is more like ice. Water is used to deal with ice, unless the quantity far exceeds that of ice, it can be assimilated by raising its temperature. So even if Vegito's gas is very large, far surpassing Beerus, it is far worse in terms of quality. In that case, can I compress the Chi like the fairy tale man, so that the density can be greatly increased? At that time, even if it can't match the energy of the gods, at least the situation will be much better than it is now. Vegito had an idea in his mind, and when Beerus had just recovered his sight, he used Solar Flare again. Solar Flare! Beerus didn't expect this guy to be so shameless, and he was hit again. Ah! Damn BD, you wait for me! Beerus furious instantly. Over and over again, did you use this gods of destruction as a clown? He decided to break out directly, even if his eyes couldn't see, he would fight to be attacked by Vegito, and severely teach him a lesson. It's a pity that Vegito didn't give him a chance at all. Taking advantage of this moment, he just opened the distance and tried to compress the energy. Asterisk. Chapter 8. Chapter 008. Turtle, Pi, Chi, Gong. The white light condensed in the palm of the hand, quickly turned into a huge ball of light, and then began to shrink again. Vegito didn't compress energy in his body, and it was only the first attempt. In case of a technical error, he would explode in minutes. So he used the energy compression method on Kamehameha, and the process was fairly smooth. Only when Vegito compressed it nearly 10 times, he couldn't go any further. At this level, Beerus could not be hurt at all. Isn't it? Vegito suddenly remembered something, and murmured dejectedly, "This is 10 times Kamehameha, used by Son Goku in the GT version." Because it is still the timeline of Dragon Ball Z, the memory of Son Goku in Vegeta's mind does not have this trick. But when the show came, he felt the power, and he understood it. But depressed turned depressed, the tricks have been used, and he can't be wasted, he can only use it against Beerus. Let's see the effect first. Wave, dash dash. The Kamehameha wave, which contained 10 times the compressed energy, hit it just when Beerus recovered his eyesight. Kamehameha swelled instantly after leaving Vegeta's palm, and a blazing white light radiated everywhere. I was not prepared just now, but do you want to use the same trick a third time? What do you think of me, Beerus? Beerus had just regained his eyesight, and there was a white light in front of him. He thought that Vegito had used solar flare for the third time, and he was furious with anger. A translucent gas mask appeared around Beerus' body, covering his whole body completely, even the light could not penetrate through it. But what makes him beep is that this is not a solar flare at all, but a 10 times more powerful Kamehameha. This translucent gas shield was only used by Beerus to block light, and had no defense at all, so it was easily breached by Kamehameha 10 times, and all the energy exploded on Beerus. Rumble. The earth-shattering explosion appeared, and a huge mushroom cloud rose on the spot. Vegeta, who saw this scene in the distance, was also a little dumbfounded. 10 times Kamehameha is indeed powerful, but Beerus's strength can be easily followed, and the energy will not burst at all. But the scene before him was beyond his expectation. It was blown up frontally. I'm afraid that even Beerus wouldn't feel good, right? Sure enough, after the aftermath of the explosion, Beerus' figure gradually appeared. At this time, he no longer had the calmness he had just started, and his figure was full of embarrassment. Although it was not injured, many places were bombed out. The most important thing is that his costume, which symbolizes the identity of gods of destruction, has become tattered. The big thing is not good. Whis, who saw this picture through the light curtain, said on the earth. It's just that the expression is still smiling, as if everything is insignificant. God Jebet couldn't see any major issues that were bad, and he was full of admiration for Vegeta's performance at this time. Obviously the difference in strength is so big, the result can still be labeled like this. It's no wonder that Sion is a natural warrior, and Vegito is the combination of two of the best Sion warriors, and there is nothing more talented than him. If Vegito knew his thoughts, he would tell him seriously and seriously, in fact, this is the result of a mismatch. But anyway, the atmosphere at high altitude is full of depression at this time. Beerus lowered his head slightly, trembling all over. This is definitely not frozen. Kill you. I must kill you. Beerus clenched his fists and raised his head for a moment, his eyes glowing with terrible fierce light. At the same time, a layer of purple light slowly rose from his body, causing the surrounding space to begin to twist. This is... Vegeta's pupils shrank instantly. This should be a manifestation of energy compression to the extreme, from the original gaseous state to the liquid state, which is more amazing than the energy of the gods displayed before. At this time, the purple light around Beerus was like the mist formed by water vapor, but it was more solid, far from the light effect that bloomed after the explosion. It's really bad this time. Vegeta smiled secretly. He didn't know that Beerus was so glass-hearted, and he was completely frenzied when he was bombed. Under such a prestige, once an attack is launched, Vegeta may not even be left with scum. No. You must help yourself. Vegeta finally took control of this strength, before he had time to pretend to be Beep. How could he die here like this? Extreme compression? Spelled it. Vegeta only tried Kamehameha's compressed state just now. Now that he wants to survive the attack of Beerus, he can only try to compress the energy in his body. Not to mention contending with Beerus in this state, at least to block his offensive. However, Beerus didn't give him much time at all. With the palm facing the direction of Vegito, the purple surging, gradually condensed towards the palm. He slowly spit out 2 words, destruction. The destruction of the light sphere condenses and forms, and the energy contained in it makes the corners of Vegito's mouth twitch. This is so worthy of myself. This level, from the perspective of the appearance, you know that it is much better than the original display. This guy Beerus is really murderous. Asterisk. Chapter 9. Chapter 009 Sudden Change. Compress me. Seeing the destructive light sphere getting closer and closer to him, Vegito seemed to be locked in the spirit. He couldn't avoid it at all. He could only desperately compress the energy in his body in order to survive under the destructive light sphere. Beerus is not a reasonable person at all. At this time, everything is futile. He can only choose to save himself. As for the idea of Whis rescue at the critical moment of prayer, Vegito hadn't thought about it at all. He and Whis are not relatives, they have no friendship, nor are they bound by the food in the original book. Pinning hopes on Whis is foolishness. However, as the destructive light sphere approached, Vegito felt that his soul was about to melt away, and his heart suddenly became awe-inspiring. On the one hand, it speeds up the process of energy compression, on the other hand, the brain is spinning rapidly, thinking about the methods that can be used at the moment. That's it. A dead horse is a living horse, doctor. I hope it works, or I will go back to the stove and recreate it. In the end, Vegito chose one of these abilities, and displayed it with the most compressed energy at the moment of destroying the light ball. Gas mask. Also called energy shield. In the original book, Vegito uses this trick to enter Majin Buu's body without being absorbed. In this time and space, Vegito used it for the first time. He didn't know if he could block the destructive light ball with this, but other than this, any ability was futile. Because the destructive sphere can destroy everything and dissolve everything. Shit. There was no strong explosion, only a muffled sound. When the wrecking ball came in contact with Vegito's gas mask, the energy burst out instantly, engulfing the entire gas mask directly. Chi 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 chi. As if sulfuric acid corroded, the wrecking ball continued to dissolve the energy on the gas hood, and did not damage Vegito in the first place. However, even if the wrecking ball was blocked, Vegito did not see the slightest smile on his face, only full of sternness. He needs to replenish the energy of the gas shield all the time to be able to offset the destruction of the wrecking ball. He did bet right just now. The compressed energy can indeed be improved to a certain extent, and the gas shield that uses this compressed energy is also sufficient to temporarily block the destructive light sphere. But this consumption is too great for him. Originally, because of compression, the energy in his body suddenly dropped by a large amount. Unfortunately, in terms of quality, it is still far inferior to destructive energy. Therefore, for every unit of destruction energy consumed, it needs to be filled with dozens of units of compression energy. How much energy is this destroying the photosphere in front of you? Vegito didn't know, but he was certain that even if he ran out of all his energy, he would not be able to polish the destructive ball of light. He must find another way, otherwise he can only wait to die. If that's the case, don't do it or stop. After Vegito judged the situation, he gritted his teeth and decided to break the boat. Kijin. Exerting an energy sword with compressed energy, it smashed directly into the destructive light ball. Since the gas shield can withstand a moment, maybe the gas sword can also split this wrecking ball. Shit. It is still the sound of sulfuric acid corrosion. The air swords did not split the wrecking ball apart as Vegito imagined, but at the moment of contact, they rolled and melted into each other. Although the effect is more prominent than the pure defense of the gas shield, Vegito's consumption is still huge. If there is a stalemate for a while, I am afraid his energy will bottom out. Drive me. Vegito shouted loudly and slashed with all his strength. As long as he can split the wrecking ball in half, he may be saved. At that time, with Beerus's character, he should not go after him. Oh haha, this scion named Vegito is quite powerful, and he can even block the damage of Lord Beerus's full energy form. On the ground, Whis smiled and looked at the light curtain. The three-dimensional light curtain projected by him with the scepter can be reflected even if it is destroying the Vegito inside the light sphere. God Jebet opened his mouth several times, and swallowed it back every time. His face was full of worries about Vegito, but he was light-hearted. Even if he started to intercede at this time, it would be useless, right? In that case, it is better to turn around and let the gods of the earth use Dragon Ball to bring Vegito back to life. Before today, God Jebite had not even heard of the name Beerus. Naturally, I don't know that the destroyed people cannot be resurrected through Shenron unless they find the Super Dragon Ball. Whiz. At this time, Beerus had already landed from a high altitude. After hitting the destruction of the full energy form, he had already anticipated the end, and naturally there was no need to wait. It's just that when he saw the image mapped on the Whis scepter, he couldn't help but his expression was moved. I'm still alive. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis smiled and said, he can even think of a way to compress energy. If he is allowed to practice for a while, I'm afraid Lord Beerus will not be his opponent. Hey! Beerus uttered a little, and after a moment of silence, he said, Whis, save him. Hey! Whis seemed a little surprised, then smiled and nodded, okay, Lord Beerus. After all, after having been with Beerus for many years, it was easy to understand. Beerus just broke out of a full energy state of wrecking ball just for a moment of mental impulse. He didn't really intend to kill Vegito. After all, Vegito can be called the strongest in the 7th universe under Beerus. With Beerus's importance to the strong, he will naturally cherish his talents. Most importantly, he hasn't heard about Super Saiyan God from Vegito yet. Not good. However, just when Whis was about to start his hands, his face changed abruptly. Boom! At high altitude, the wrecking ball burst out instantly, powerful energy swept the world, and a layer of purple-red light suddenly spread over the earth. Thanks to Linhai's Hizun, Yunhuachin So VIP Crown, Sandwood for the rewards, thank you for your support. Asterisk. Chapter 10. Chapter 010, Vegito disappeared. The explosion of the wrecking ball is something they did not expect. After all, the wrecking ball is not the kind of ability to show its power by exploding. Once the wrecking ball is cast, everything will be destroyed, melted, and disappear silently. But this scene is really unexpected. The most important thing is that the destructive ball bursts open, and a thick layer of destructive energy is spread over the earth. Once it takes too long, the entire earth will be melted away. Damn it, what the hell did he do? How could this happen? Blue veins jumped on Beerus' forehead. He regretted calling Whis to save someone. After all, Vegito is almost equal to cracking his wrecking ball and hitting him in the face. In the end, he was going to save people? How can this face-saving Beerus stand it? But the words have already been spoken, and it will be even more embarrassing to take them back, so he will be furious with anger. I don't know, it has disappeared. Whis, who had been smiling all the time, frowned at this time. Beerus froze for a moment. What? What does it mean to disappear? Watch it for yourself. Whis waved the scepter, and the projection light curtain immediately mapped the entire earth. Except for the whole piece of destructive energy, there is no living creature there. Isn't it already destroyed? Beerus couldn't help but murmured. It's just that, even he didn't believe it. After all, Vegito was still in a stalemate with his wrecking ball just a second ago. Although it seemed dangerous, he could still resist it for a while. I didn't see any changes in the middle, How could it be suddenly destroyed? Beerus stretched out his hands, and the high-altitude purple light was suddenly sucked into the palm of his hand like a long whale. Soon the sky returned to its former brightness. However, Vegito was still not seen. Whis, turn back time. Beerus looked at Whis. Whis was a little surprised. He didn't expect Beerus to do this for Vegito. However, he nodded and waved the scepter in his hand, and the time flow was immediately displayed. Except for him and Beerus, as well as the Jebel god beside him, all the remaining space rewinded for 3 minutes, returning to before the wrecking ball exploded. However, after time went back, Beerus was just beeping. How is it possible? Beerus' eyes widened. No. The wrecking ball is still there, but the figure that is deadlocked with the wrecking ball is missing. Therefore, after the wrecking ball crossed the sky, it did not find the target and dissipated on its own. Whis, what's going on? Where did Vegito go? Beerus looked at Whis dumbfounded. Whis looked up at the sky with a thoughtful look, the scepter waved, and the projection light curtain appeared again. This time the mapping is no longer a certain position, but a fragment of the stalemate between Vegito and the wrecking ball before time goes back. That paragraph has been memorized by his scepter, and it is now being replayed. On the light curtain, as seen before, Vegito first used the gas shield to protect his body. After feeling that it was too exhausted, he broke the cauldron and used the gas sword. A sword splits, the consumption of destroying the light ball is intensified, and there is also a tendency to be split by a sword. It's just that when Vegito's breath exploded to the top, the wrecking ball exploded without warning. Yes. It exploded without warning, and it wasn't Vegito who did it at all. Because at the time, Vegito didn't react, and he was still doing the slashing action. As a result, after less than 1.1 second, Vegito's figure disappeared suddenly, without warning. After watching these pictures, Beerus was even more confused. This is beyond his understanding. Could it be, something is messing up? A suffocated anger rose from Beerus. Apart from this possibility, he couldn't think of anything else. No. Whis shook his head and waved his scepter again. Look here. It is still a replay, but this time the screen is partially enlarged. When the air sword used by Vegito collided with the wrecking ball, a dark lightning flashed suddenly, and then the wrecking ball exploded and Vegito disappeared. This is... A look of horror appeared on Beerus's face. Whis sighed, it looks right, this is a crack in time and space. The air sword violently collided with the wrecking ball, and the energy was intertwined, causing an unpredictable anomaly, leading to cracks in time and space. It was this time-space crack that catalyzed the energy variation of the wrecking ball, and it exploded directly. As for Vegito, if he had expected it well, he should have fallen into the rift in time and space. If it's just a space crack, time backflow can still take effect, but it can't be done when it comes to time. In the cracks of time and space, it is likely to be tens of thousands of years. Whis retreats in this mere 3 minutes, which is basically useless. Don't talk about Whis now, even if you call the Grand Priest or Zeno, you can't find the whereabouts of Vegito, and you can't even infer whether Vegito is dead or alive. Then there is no way. Beerus also understood, shrugging, and no longer entangled. Whis, let's go back. I can only be that there is no such person as Vegito in this world, otherwise what else? Whis was also helpless. If he intervened a second earlier, he might be able to save it. It was too late to say anything now. The two left the earth directly, but the god Jebite who stayed in place was dumbfounded. What should he do in this situation? How would he explain to Gohan and others? Thank you for the rewards of Yunhu Achinso VIP crown and choke. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation votes. Asterisk. Chapter 11. Chapter 011 Perfect Control of Soul and Body. Drive me. In the burst of shout, Vegito held the chi sword in his hand and smashed it as hard as he could, only to cut a hole. There was no more terrifying orb of destruction in front of me, only a colorful glow. The feeling of using the wrong force made him extremely uncomfortable. Boom! The force that smashed out did not know what it encountered, and instantly rebounded. Not good. Vegito is still amazed by the big changes in the surrounding environment. How can he react? An instant countershock, a big mouthful of blood spewed out. Mom! Vegito cursed secretly, his body plummeted because of his serious injury, and he quickly withdrew from the Super 3 state and returned to normal. He didn't feel it when he was in Super 3, but he returned to normal, and suddenly felt the endless pressure around him, almost crushing his body. No, I can't hold it. Vegito gritted his teeth, blood dripping from between his teeth. He hurriedly turned his head and looked around, and there was nothing else in front of him except the colorful glow. These entanglements are not fixed, but continue to pass back and forth, at a very fast speed. The entire space looks a bit like a kaleidoscope, but with a lot of pattern changes missing. He doesn't know where this is, but if he continues to stay, he is afraid that he will belch directly after being seriously injured. He didn't die under Beerus's wrecking ball, but was buried in such an inexplicable place. It would be a joke if it was so. Absolutely not. I haven't pretended to beep yet. How could he die in such embarrassment? With a roar of fire, the chi sword in his hand that was about to dissipate suddenly swept towards those colorful entanglements. With a light sneer, he actually cut a gap, revealing a black crack. And that chi sword finally dissipated after he returned to normal, because of the loss of energy support. Without waiting for Vegito's reaction, it was like air sucking back, and a huge suction from the black crack instantly sucked him in. No matter how bad the situation is over there, it won't be worse than here, right? Vegito, who was ready to resist subconsciously, thought of the current situation, and gave up resisting again, letting the suction draw him in. The sky turned around, and Vegito didn't know what he had gone through until... Thump! The sound of falling into the water sounded, and the icy feeling spread throughout the body. Fell into the water from the kaleidoscope space. God knows how many egg-picking incidents Vegito has experienced after crossing over, one after another endlessly. The freezing cold was not because the water temperature was too low, but because he was seriously injured, and it was undoubtedly worse for him to fall into the water. Even if he knows the water, in this case it is easy to drown directly because of cramps. Are there any traversers more unlucky than me in this world? Vegito wanted to cry without tears. But what can be done? You can only cheer up and help yourself. Fortunately, his current realm of strength is the first person in the 7th universe. As for gods of destruction and angel, can they be considered human? Therefore, the pain is a bit more painful, and the effort is a bit more effort. After all, he climbed ashore. Call. After getting to the shore and seeing the surrounding environment clearly, he finally exhaled. There are shades of green trees, insects, and birds sing, and the place where he climbed up is also a very beautiful natural lake, and the whole environment is quite peaceful. Maybe I can catch my breath. Only then did he realize that the injuries inside his body were quite serious. Originally, after the battle with Beerus, his energy was consumed 7 or 88, and he suffered a series of changes, and he was seriously injured in that piece of kaleidoscope space. The injury of the body is second. The main reason is that there are several kinds of energies in the body that are intertwined with each other and are in an extremely unstable state. After careful identification, he found that these energies included Beerus's destructive energy, his own compressed energy, and the colorful energy of the kaleidoscope space. In addition, there was a black lightning that was imperceptible and only noticed after careful gaze. The ghost knows what this is. Did you come to a fake Dragon Ball world? This is the fantasy version of Xiangxia, right? There were full question marks on Vegito's head. Forget it, come back and deal with it. A series of changes made him just want to take a good rest. So he got up and turned back to the lake, intending to drink some water. As a result, I saw the reflection in the water for another stunned circle. Is this me? Vegito. The image in the reflection is not the Vegito seen in the original work. How should I say, there is indeed a shadow of Vegito, but it is based on the appearance of his previous life. Simply put, it is to use his appearance as a template, incorporate elements of Son Goku and Vegito, and then optimize it, and finally become more handsome and attractive. Of course, what Vegito saw was not this, he was thinking about the truth behind this incident. To be sure, when I first crossed over, it was definitely not like this, but it was like in the original book. But why is it like this now? Finally he thought of a possibility, the soul is in control. Before that, he fought Beerus for power control and perfect performance. After all, he is a foreign soul after all, and the fit with this body can't reach 100%. But now, without knowing why, he has achieved perfect control in the soul. It was originally considered as crossing over to Vegito, but now it is reversed, which is equivalent to Vegito being broken down into materials to strengthen him. So from now on, this body is his own, and has nothing to do with Son Goku and Vegito. Thanks for Yunhu Achinso VIP crown for another reward. Asterisk. Chapter 12. Chapter 012 Shuttle Time and Space, Raditz strikes. After resting for a while by the lake, Vegito's strength gradually recovered. Because there are several kinds of energies in his body that are intertwined and mixed together, it is difficult for him to recover from his injuries, and he can't even use his strength, and Vegito feels weaker than ever. This place should still be on the earth. Go to the Temple of Heaven to find Dende for treatment first. Vegito checked the direction and flew barely. No matter how fictitious it is, flying technique can still be used, and it should probably be able to exert tens of thousands of combat power like this. Several people are fighting in the ruins. At this time the battle was almost over, and the scene was in a mess. Don't hurt my dad, oh. A 4 or 5-year-old child suddenly burst into a strong breath and slammed into the long-haired man not far away. WH. What? He, fighting power, 1307. As soon as the long-haired man showed a shocked expression, he was hit hard by the child in his chest. If Vegito was here, he would be surprised. This is clearly the chapter of Sion, the picture of Raditz just descending on the earth. This brat. Raditz clutched his chest and stood up, gritted his teeth and said, his current combat effectiveness is only 1. As his feelings change, his combat effectiveness is also changing. Raditz casually beat Son Gohan, who was still a child, but Son Goku took the opportunity to hug him tightly from behind. Piccolo, make a move. Son Goku intends to die with Raditz. No matter how much Raditz begs for mercy, it's useless. Raditz has lied to him once, and he has no better way to subdue Raditz except to die. Son Goku, I'm going to make a move. Piccolo gathered his energy and grinned evilly and said, it is great for me to eliminate you together. Snort. But your companion will use Dragon Ball to revive you. He added silently in his heart. Let go of me, I swear never to come to this planet again, I was wrong. Raditz struggled in vain and could only plead with Son Goku. Son Goku is innocent but not a fool. How could he be fooled twice in a row? Let you wait a long time. Are you ready? At this time Piccolo was finally about to make a move. Hurry up, do it. Son Goku yelled with his eyes closed. Don't. Raditz was horrified. Mei Kangguang kills the cannon. Piccolo stretched out 2 fingers. With the barrage of Kato Takano's finger in the manga, the 2 images are connected together and it is instantly evil. Haha, I didn't find this until I researched the comics when I wrote this plot. It was so pure before. Also, Friends who don't understand don't ask me to explain, haha. However, at this time, a ki blast came first, and exploded directly among the three people. By the way, it also swallowed Piccolo's magic light-killing cannon. Boom! Piccolo, Son Goku, and Raditz fluttered at the same time, each falling to the side. How? A look of shock appeared on Piccolo's face. The strength of this ki blast far surpassed the three of them, and even just sensing the strength of the breath made him lose the courage to resist. Who? Son Goku was a little desperate. He was ready to die, but the accident happened again. In this case, his family and his friends will be killed. Thinking of this, he subconsciously looked at the position of Son Gohan. Fortunately, he fainted after being hit by Raditz just now. It was far away and was not affected. Ha! I survived again. Raditz thanked his luck for the first time. The three people reacted in three different ways, but they were all injured by the ki blast burst, so they all lay on the ground and couldn't get up for a while. Click! There was the sound of footsteps landing, and the three of them turned their heads and looked around at the same time. It was a handsome young man, but his face was slightly pale and he felt very vacant. However, none of the three of them was an appearance association. What shocked them most was that behind this man, he also raised a tail. Yes, the same tail as Raditz. You? Scion too? Are you with Raditz? Son Goku was even more desperate. This person is obviously much better than Raditz, and he and Piccolo can't handle it at all. However, Raditz is also full of doubts. In his impression, there is no other person in the only remaining Scion. Don't worry, I'm not malicious to you, I should have saved your life just now, right? The young man took a few steps forward and came to them. By the way, my name is Vegito, and I also grew up on the earth. Yes, it was Vegito who came here. Even he himself didn't expect to see such an interesting picture on the way to the Temple of Heaven. In this way, the previous kaleidoscope space should be the legendary time tunnel. As for the tail, when Son Goku and Vegeta merged, there was no tail, so Vegeta did not have it after the merge. But just now, on the way here, the tail behind Vegeta grew out without warning. Well, will I tell you this is a foreshadowing? I will tell you that this is preparing to transform into Super 4. According to his guess, it should be after the soul and body have reached perfect control, Scion's bloodline was reactivated, and then the tail grew. Now his body, which can be called a brand new individual, is tantamount to having been rebuilt. Well, in short, it's similar to a newborn baby, it has nothing to do with before. Is that so? Then I'm relieved, thank you just now. Son Goku exhaled after hearing Vegeta's words, and his whole body relaxed. Asterisk. Chapter 13. Chapter 013. Who is the stupid? It wasn't that Son Goku was so simple that he believed it with just a word from Vegito, but he knew that with Vegeta's strength, there was no need to lie at all. The most important thing is that Raditz's breath is full of evil, but Vegeta's breath is very pure. It is impossible for the two of them to be the same. It's impossible. The Scion on Earth back then was Kakarot. Raditz didn't believe it at all, and shouted, "Moreover, there is no one like you in Scion, who are you?" Vegeta just glanced at him indifferently, and then asked Son Goku, "What should I do with him? Kill it?" Of course Piccolo hopes to kill Raditz directly, but he also knows Son Goku's character. If there is a peaceful solution, I am afraid he will not kill people easily. Sure enough, Son Goku hesitated and said, "If you can control him and don't let him do bad things, then let him go." Control it? Vegeta thought for a while. It should be possible. Hey? Really? Son Goku's eyes lit up. As long as you can temporarily suppress Raditz. After all, it was his own brother, and if it weren't for it, he wouldn't want to kill Raditz. Vegeta did not explain, and went straight to Raditz. "What do you want to do?" I won't let you succeed. Raditz' instinct was not good. He forced his injured body, yelled a few key blasts, and exploded on Veget one after another. In an instant, the smoke and dust covered Veget's entire body. Beget. Son Goku and Piccolo's complexion changed drastically, and the former wanted to rush to save others. It's a pity that when he was fighting Raditz just now, he consumed too much energy, and he was powerless. Ha ha ha, you actually pin your hopes on such an idiot. Raditz didn't expect that Veget would not hide. After a moment of stunned, he burst into laughter. However, as soon as his laughter fell, the smoke cleared, revealing Veget's undamaged figure. How is it possible? Raditz's eyes widened for an instant, and then his face was full of horror. Key blast like the one just now, even a person who is several times stronger than him, would be seriously injured without precautions. But looking at Vegeta's appearance, even his clothes were not stained with dust, which shows the horror of his strength. Fortunately, Son Goku exhaled. If Veget is injured because of helping him, he will be overwhelmed. Who is the idiot, should you know now? Veget said lightly, and then stretched out his palm, facing Raditz. Don't. I beg for mercy. Don't kill me, I promise I will never do bad things again. The unscrupulous Raditz directly threw to his knees. It's just that Veget didn't even want to kill him, because it was Son Goku's request. His body was originally formed by the combination of Son Goku and Vegeta. It is considered that he owes the favor of the two of them, so he must find a chance to pay it back. An energy bomb condensed in Veget's hand and hit Raditz directly. Raditz couldn't react at all. He was still begging for mercy and his body suddenly stiffened, standing still. Son Goku thought that Vegeta had killed him, and opened his mouth to say something, only to sigh in the end. This is all Raditz's own fault, even if Vegeta kills him, it is normal. Okay, don't pretend to be dead. Veget gave Raditz a light kick. Raditz recovered from his stiffness, and said in a daze, I'm not dead. What? You wish I had killed you? Actually, I don't mind. Beget said with a smile. Don't. Raditz immediately took 2 steps back, then sensed the situation in his body, and his expression changed greatly. What did you do to my body? It's just a piece of energy, Veget said lightly. This energy will have no effect on you, but as long as I think about it, it will explode in your body. What? Raditz's face suddenly became very ugly. In this way, his life would be in Veget's hands at any time. Now he finally understands what Veget said about control just now. But what can he do? It's at least much better than just dying. After Son Goku listened, he showed a happy expression. It's great, so he won't dare to do bad things casually. Thank you, Vegeta. By the way, my name is Son Goku, and there is Piccolo. Hey! Piccolo snorted very proudly. I know you. Veget nodded with a smile. Hey! Son Goku was taken aback, apparently he didn't expect Vegeta to know him. However, given his personality, he didn't think much, and he quickly diverted his attention. By the way, your strength is so strong. I couldn't beat Raditz with Piccolo. You can subdue him so easily. Son Goku's eyes released a strong sense of war. If it wasn't for the body to allow it, I'm afraid he would have to challenge it. Piccolo there actually has the same idea, but it is more subtle than Son Goku. The two of them are already the most cutting-edge combat power on the earth, and apart from each other, there is no opponent. Unexpectedly, encountering 2 strong men who surpassed them one after another today also opened their horizons. It is foreseeable that after today, their strength that has not grown much for several years will grow by leaps and bounds. Asterisk. Chapter 14. Chapter 014 Making a High-Spec Detector. Someone is coming. Veget did not respond to Son Goku's words. It's fine to save his life. If he accepts his challenge, he will be entangled for a lifetime. Following Vegeta's gaze, a plane flew in the sky rapidly in the distance. "It's Bulma and them." Son Goku waved to the sky. Soon, the plane landed and 3 people came down from it. "Bulma, Klin, Master Roshi." "Goku. What's happening here?" In the end, what happened? They couldn't help being surprised when they saw the situation on the spot. Because Raditz stood honestly far away, even though they were scared, they slowly approached. Son Goku gave an overview of the situation, focusing on Vegeta. "Hey? Are you Scion too?" Klin circled Vegeta curiously. Master Roshi nodded. "Sure enough, you have the same tail as Goku when he was a kid. Will you become a great ape too? So handsome." Bulma held her hands in front of her chest, with an idiotic look on her face. Vegeta has the memory of Son Goku, and he has an inexplicable familiarity and intimacy with these people, so he is not impatient, and simply deals with it. "Have you brought fairy beans?" Vegeta asked. He was about to find Dende's plan to treat internal injuries to no avail. It's a pity that these people don't value fairy beans, and they don't reserve them at all. They only look for them when they need it. This makes Vegeta speechless. "Well, everyone is hurt." Bulma helped Gohan in a coma, and said, "In this case, let me take you to Kailan Tabi plane." She took out a small passenger plane from the convenience capsule, enough to seat a dozen people. It is indeed Bulma, carrying various types of tools with him. "Piccolo, come with you too." Vegeta beckoned to Piccolo. Everyone found out that Piccolo hadn't followed, and was squinting quietly to get away. He wasn't evil by nature, but after all he was in the demon's camp, and Son Goku killed his father again. So Piccolo was very tangled in his heart at the beginning, and his face was arrogant. Before Piccolo refused, Vegeta added, "If you want to improve your strength." Just this sentence, Piccolo left without saying a word. He didn't doubt what Vegeta said, because Vegeta was indeed much better than him, and he was able to instruct him. Today against Raditz, not only Son Goku was hit, but Piccolo was also hit hard. Both of them are eager to improve their strength. Everyone boarded the plane one after another, driven by Bulma. Raditz followed honestly, without saying a word, not knowing whether he had accepted his fate or was making other ideas. Vegeta didn't care. He reached out to Raditz. "Give me your detector and turn off the communication by the way." "How would you know?" Raditz subconsciously refused. The key blast when Vegeta first appeared, knocked out his detector, so Vegeta's combat power value was not detected. At this moment, he was about to detect it secretly, but Vegeta was robbed by him. "What is this?" Son Goku looked over curiously. Piccolo looked like a wise general. He should have detected our position and strength through this thing. So this thing can still communicate? It seems that his 2 companions already know what happened before. Raditz snorted coldly, "I'll give you a piece of advice, you'd better let me go, or wait for them to arrive, it will be your death date. Their strength is far above me, even if Vegeta is not an opponent. Don't wait until then. Say it's you, all people on Earth must die." "What?" Except for Vegeta, everyone else was taken aback. Bulma shook his hands while driving and almost crashed. "Be honest." With a flick of a finger, Vegeta directly gave Raditz a brain collapse, making him almost fainted. "Don't worry." Vegeta glanced at the nervous people and said, "They are still far away from the Earth, and it will take a year at the earliest. You still have time to practice." 1 year. Son Goku clenched his fists, his eyes bursting into battle. He never wanted to try such a defeat today. Therefore, he must practice hard this year, and then personally defeat the 2 Scions. Piccolo had the same idea, but he wanted more guidance from Vegeta, who got him on the plane after all. "Hey, naive." Raditz was disdainful of their performance. "Can't even beat him, still want to challenge King Vegeta? This is simply a joke." "Bulma, I'll leave this to you." Vegeta handed the detector to Bulma and said, A lot of people in the universe are using this kind of detector. If a batch can be manufactured, it will be much more convenient in the future. The other thing is that the specifications in your hand are relatively low. Once the person being detected is stronger and exceeds the upper limit of the detector, it will explode directly. Small, wrap it on me. Bulma is also interested in this high-tech product. It's just that she is a little strange in her heart. Many people know her identity, and Vegeta knows that she knows technology, which is not difficult to understand. But why is your tone so casual when you ask her for help? This gave her the illusion that the two sides are very familiar with each other. How did she know that Vegeta had memories of Vegeta in Vegeta's mind, but the two gave birth to Trunks? Can they be unfamiliar? Sometimes Vegeta is also very distressed, although he is still him, but those memories will often affect his judgment. The most obvious is the senses of the people around him. It was the first time to meet each other, but like an old friend for many years, it was very casual. But it's not a bad thing, asterisk. Chapter 15. Chapter 015. Immortal Karin refuses to give fairy beans. In a faraway place in the universe, Raditz was defeated. It's embarrassing to be almost killed on a planet with low combat effectiveness. What to do? Shall we go to Earth? I care more about the scion named Vegeta. Well, let's go. Do you want to save Raditz? Just kidding. What do you do to save that kind of waste? I just think that the strength of the person named Vegeta is not weak, maybe he is stronger than you. If he can join our team, it will be easier to perform tasks in the future. That said, I really want to try it with him. Then you don't want to make a move, let me deal with him. Nappa, if you are not careful, you might be killed. Hey, if he has that ability. But then again, would he be your brother? The name is very similar to yours, Vegeta. Yes, it is Vegeta and Nappa who are talking here. Vegeta curled his lips and said, impossible. Although I do have a younger brother who was assigned to the edge of the universe, his name is Tabor. This Vegeta doesn't know where it came from. Planet Vegeta has not recorded it. Is it possible that it is the offspring of some scion who has been distributed? Nappa guessed. Just ask him. Vegeta thought too lazily. The two each boarded a spacecraft, set the coordinates of the Earth as the destination, and started flying automatically. By the way, the fighting power of Kakarot's son seems to far exceed that of ordinary scion's children. Vegeta suddenly remembered this, and his voice came from the communicator to Nappa's ears. Nappa wondered, is it a mistake? That's right. Vegeta said affirmatively. Raditz only hit the little devil, and his energy was greatly reduced. It seems that the hybrid born of Scion and the Earthlings has superpower. Can you be called Super Scion? Nappa pretended to be humorous and laughed, and then said, if there are more and more mixed races like this, then it is no longer a dream for Scion to control the universe again. Don't be bullshit. Vegeta said, such a person will grow up stronger. Isn't our situation very dangerous? Yes. Nappa realized this. Anyway, eliminate all the people on Earth. Vegeta turned off the communication after speaking. The spacecraft flew rapidly, and both of them went into a year-long dormancy. This time their goal is not Dragon Ball, but Vegeta. I am afraid that even Vegeta can't even think of it, right? Earth, Kalen Tat. Oh, it seems to be seriously injured. It seems that you have also gone through a fierce fight this time. Immortal Kalen was a little surprised when he saw Goku's half-dead appearance. He felt it when Raditz came, but he didn't expect that Son Goku and Piccolo would team up and lose so badly. Later, he took out 3 fairy beans, one for each of Son Goku and Son Gohan, and Piccolo also gave it. In any case, Piccolo is also a comrade in arms this time. Although a little arrogant, fools can see the incompatibility. It was because of Piccolo Daimau's deterrence that everyone was still a little scared of him. No way, Raditz is really strong, if it weren't for Vegeta, I might be dead now. Son Goku did not shy away from his failure. After the three of them ate the fairy beans, their injuries healed and their physical strength recovered. Even Son Gohan, who was in a coma, woke up intact. Upon seeing this, Raditz couldn't help showing surprise in his eyes. Staring at the fairy Karen's eyes flickering. Maybe he was thinking about using force to snatch some fairy beans over. But when he saw Vegeta, he became honest again in an instant. At this time, Vegeta said, "Thank you, Immortal Kallen, please give me one too." Are you hungry?" Son Goku was the one who spoke. He didn't see other people's faces, and he still said to himself, even though fairy beans can last 10 days without being hungry, they have no taste and are not tasty at all. "Let's go to Bulma's house to eat later, she's very good at home. The big one has everything." "Stupid!" Bulma yelled, "Have I ever said I would invite you? You just said it yourself. It's not a bit of politeness. Also, who would think about eating like you every day? Fairy beans are mainly used to heal injuries and restore physical strength. You don't need to be so angry." Son Goku muttered, completely wondering why Bulma was angry. Then he looked at Vegeta and said, "But how I look at it, Vegeta doesn't seem to be injured." "I'm indeed injured, and it's still very serious." Vegeta said indifferently, "If you don't get cured quickly, you won't be able to show your strength at all." "What the hell?" Everyone's eyes widened in shock. "Can't show your strength?" As a result, he slammed Raditz easily. "If this can exert its strength, how strong is it?" Klin whispered in Master Roshi's ear. I saw his face pale, and thought it was a kidney deficiency. It turned out to be injured. I didn't expect this to beat Goku's brother. It was terribly strong. Master Roshi nodded in agreement. I thought he was a fellow man. Although the two of them lowered their voices, Vegeta was able to hear clearly, and his face was suddenly covered with black lines. "These two wretched guys really owe you a beating." But at this time Immortal Karlin had already spoken, but he didn't give Vegeta the fairy beans, shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't help you." Chapter 16. Chapter 016 The Power of Rules Involving God Realm. "Kallen Fairy, don't be so stingy." Son Goku wrapped around and said coquettishly, "Besides, Vegeta just saved me, please, Kallen Fairy." Vegeta was actually a little strange. He didn't remember that the Karin Immortal would be a stingy person. "I'm afraid there are other reasons for this." Sure enough, Immortal Karlin shook his head and said, "Sendu is to treat physical injuries, but Vegeta has a problem with energy. To be honest, Immortal Bean can't help you. But if you want to try it, I can also give it to you." "You won. So it's like this." Son Goku scratched his head awkwardly. I thought Immortal Karlin had a misunderstanding of Vegeta. But then again, Vegeta, you are too strong, you are so strong after being injured. What kind of strength is the person who can hurt you? Not to mention Son Goku, others are also very curious. However, Vegeta obviously didn't mean to explain. He said to the Immortal Kallen, "I still want to try it." Immortal Karin didn't say much, and directly gave him a fairy bean. It is a pity that, as the fairy Karin said, after the fairy beans were eaten, Vegeta only recovered his physical strength and his physical injuries were healed, but the energy aspect was not resolved. "Ah, what kind of injury did you get? How come you can't even cure the fairy beans? What should I do now?" Son Goku looked more anxious than Vegeta. Part of the reason is indeed out of worry, but more is to see the full strength of Vegeta. Vegeta didn't worry about it himself, the fairy beans had no effect, and he could still go to Shenron for help. Although at the level of Shenron, it may not be possible to cure him directly, but if it asks about the treatment method, it should be able to know a little bit. Maybe, you can go to the gods." At this time, Immortal Kallen said, "Because some rules are involved, I don't really understand it. If it's a god, he should know some rule." Vegeta's heart moved. Could it be said that the destructive energy left by Beerus actually contains a kind of energy for breaking the rules? In other words, the energy of God is actually the ultimate compression plus the power of rules? There were a lot of questions that I didn't understand, because the words of Immortal Callan were immediately explained. Just a simple vocabulary almost opened the door to a new world for Vegeta. Thank you very much, Immortal Karan. Then, I will go to the gods. Everyone originally came here for fairy beans. Now Son Goku, they have recovered, and Vegeta got the answer he wanted. Naturally, there is no need to stay. Bulma took Master Roshi back to the turtle house first. She was going to study the detector of radiance, and the rest went to the Temple of Heaven. Only Son Goku has been here. Klin, who came here for the first time, was full of curiosity. Raditz dismissed it, and Piccolo had a complicated face. The gods and Piccolo Daimao were originally one, and Piccolo inherited the memory of the great demon. Now that he is about to see the gods, he must be very complicated in his heart. I'm telling you that the god has a servant named Bobo, who looks dark and interesting. Son Goku talked about it beside him, showing his knowledge of this place. Hi. Hello. At this time, Black Bobo appeared. Son Goku was embarrassed in an instant, scratching his head and grinning. Bobo, I'm introducing you to them. And I definitely didn't say anything bad about you. Bobo doesn't mind. Bobo always has a calm expression, making it impossible to see what his emotions are. He looked at the crowd and said, the gods already know everything. He also knows that two very powerful scions will come in a year. Although they don't know their specific purpose yet, for the sake of safety, the gods allow you to be here. Practice here. In addition, the gods have asked Yakilobe to inform Yamcha, Tien Shinyan, and Dumplings, and they will all be here soon, and you can practice together at that time. Really? That's great. Klin almost jumped up with joy. In the past, Son Goku and Tien Shinyan had similar strengths, but after practicing in the temple, Tien Shinyan can be slammed easily. Klin, Tien Shinyan, and Yamcha are very envious of Son Goku's fortune, but they didn't expect that they would have this opportunity now. Piccolo, the gods said, you can stay here too. Bobo turned his head and looked at Piccolo. It's a pity that Piccolo doesn't give him face at all. Don't open his head and make a squeak sound. He was here only because of Veget, and had nothing to do with other people. So, does the god have time to see me? There are some things I want to ask him. Veget's attitude is still very good. After all, he is a person with higher education in the 21st century. Even if he has mastered extraordinary power, he will not forget his original intention and insist on being a modest, polite, principled, and bottom-line person. It will never be like Long Aotian's day-by-day heir, who is high above everyone, scornfully dragging everyone, but when facing a woman, he bows to his knees and allows him to bully. To be honest, that kind of person is something that everyone hates in reality. Everyone can't wait to step on him when they see him. Popo nodded and said, you are Veget, right? The gods have told Bobo that he can see you, but there are some things that can only be said alone. The gods said that he is waiting for you inside. Beget nodded silently. The power of rules involves the realm of gods, and it is best not to let Son Goku and others get involved. At this point, he understood that he would naturally not think that the gods were showing off. Asterisk. Chapter 17. Chapter 017. Hello, God. Veget came to the temple, and soon saw the gods standing inside. The gods did not show up, and stood not far from the door, and Veget saw him as soon as he walked in. What Veget didn't expect was that when the gods spoke, he was shocked. Hello, the strong from different time and space. Different time and space? Is he talking about? The god knew he was an outsider, and Veget was not surprised at all. After all, the other party is the Earth God, and his divine mind can perceive everything on the earth. When Vegeta arrives, there must be some fluctuations that will attract his attention. However, Vegeta had always thought that he was just passing through time, but he did not expect it to be time and space. In other words, this place is not the same as his original world at all. Vegeta's heart moved. Could it be that he has come to the main world of Dragon Ball? I have already understood your purpose. Although I don't know how you were injured, your ability to survive such a strong rule force really shocked me. Shock did indeed appear on the face of the gods. The color. Perhaps this is also the reason why he used a respectable name for Veget. Regarding the question of time and space, there is no need to think about it for the time being. Veget calmed his mind and asked, "So, can you tell me about the power of rules?" "Don't worry, although I am not a person in this time and space, if something goes wrong here, I will help." "Yes. After all, in my time and space, I am also an Earthling." "That's it, you can say that. I'm finally relieved." The gods didn't doubt Veget's words. As Son Goku thought, with Veget's strength, they could be threatened by force, and there was no need to lie. "Although I would like to explain it to you in detail, I am only an Earth god and don't know much. I will tell you about the power of the rules that I understand." Perhaps he wanted to leave a good impression on Vegeta so that he could help the Earth more in the future, so the gods basically didn't hide anything, and said everything they knew. In fact, the gods do not have a deep understanding of the power of rules. Many things are half knowledgeable, and it is quite difficult to explain, so many words are unclear and confusing, which makes people sound difficult. Fortunately, Veget himself has his own understanding, plus he has a cognition of transcending the world, and finally figured it out. To put it simply, a martial artist who cultivates chi is to cultivate his own physical power. The so-called chi is extracted from cells. The power of rules is an intangible rule in the universe, which is essentially the same as the laws of the prehistoric world. The difference is that the rules of the Dragon Ball world, as long as you can feel it, you can borrow them and turn them into your own use. As for how much can be borrowed, it depends on the individual's ability. In fact, the so-called magic and superpowers in this world are all borrowing the power of rules. Although these abilities are not common, there are actually quite a few people who can. Just like the control of dumplings, the transformation of oolong and puer are all exercises of the power of rules. It's just that they are too low level, they know what they are and don't know why, and although they can be used, they don't understand the principle at all. Like the gods, the grades are much higher. And they can be manipulated at will, and even taught to others. However, this is still the most basic application. Just as Vegeta guessed at the beginning, the true God's energy is to integrate the power of rules into its own energy, so that the energy can be sublimated. In this way, the chi of a mortal will become the energy of God. When the whole body's breath is completely transformed, it is considered to be a god. Of course the gods can't do this, so he just possesses the priesthood, not the protoss. The energy in your body should be left by the protoss. The strength of the energy of the gods is many times stronger than the chi, and it cannot be resolved by your own strength, because the levels are so different. Speaking of this, the god suddenly sighed, "If it were me, even if it was only a little bit, the body would immediately collapse. But such a huge god's energy in your body only limited your strength. To be honest, I really can't imagine it, it's intact. How strong will you be in your state? Don't sigh." Vegeta said a little speechlessly, "Although I roughly understand the situation, I still don't know how to deal with it. Can you say a constructive method?" "There is one way." The god hesitated for a while and said hesitatingly, "It's just whether it's useful or not, I can't guarantee it, and the process will be very painful. Let's talk about it first." Vegeta didn't respond immediately. After all, he didn't have a tendency to be abused, he knew it would be very painful, and he didn't hesitate to catch up. But if there is no other way in the end, then this solution can only be enabled. "Super God Water," said the gods, there is a treasure in the heavens called Super God Water, which can trigger the potential of the body, but at the same time it is also a kind of highly poisonous. It can only survive painful toxicity and drink it. It will work. I know Super Shen Shui, but what does it have to do with my situation? When Vegito heard Super Shen Shui, he was actually relieved in his heart. In my memory, there was a situation where Son Goku drank super divine water. It was really painful at the time, but for him now with the most powerful strength, the physical torture is nothing at all. Asterisk. Chapter 18. Chapter 018. The whole temple trembles. The energy of the gods in your body has not occurred, and you can still use part of your own power, indicating that these gods' energies have been suppressed. At this time, if your strength is increased, you may be able to completely suppress those gods' energies. Speaking of this, the deity added something uncertainly, I think so. As for the end result, you can only test it yourself. All right. Although this reason was simple and rude, Vegito really couldn't find a reason to refute it. Try it. Vegito took a deep breath. It is not how powerful Vegito himself is to restrain the energy of those gods, but that he has compressed the energy in his body to more than 10 times at the beginning, and the intensity has naturally increased 10 times. However, if only relying on this 10 times compressed energy, it is still far inferior to the energy of the gods, and it will definitely not be able to suppress it. It's just that he fell into the space-time tunnel and gained colorful energy inside. Instead of launching an offensive against him, this energy neutralized the energies of gods of destruction and Vegito himself. So that's it. Now the 3 kingdoms in his body are standing together, kneading together, and repelling each other, reaching a delicate balance. Of course, if you fully follow what the gods said, you can improve your energy to completely suppress the gods of destruction energy. This obviously won't work. Who knows whether that group of colorful energy will feel threatened after his energy is increased, and finally unite with gods of destruction energy. But he might have other ideas to try. Of course, the premise is to use the power of Super God Water. Have you really decided? The god said, it's not that I don't believe you. It's just that many people who drink Super God Water can't survive, and finally die. Among the human beings who can persist, up to now so far, only Son Goku is alone. Vegito couldn't help rolling his eyes. It was time, and he said such morale-damaging remarks. If you really want to be so considerate of him, just don't mention the Super God Water at first. The corner of Vegito's mouth rose slightly and said, don't worry, no matter how talented or persevering, Son Goku can't compare with me. Since you have this confidence, then I won't say anything. The god put a glass of super divine water in front of Vegito. That's right. Vegito suddenly remembered, since you let Klin and Tian Xinyan practice in the temple, why not let them try Super Shen Shui too? I think they should be able to survive. They are much better than Son Goku who drank Super God Water back then, and they have a supporting role halo. As long as they follow the path Son Goku has walked, they basically have no failure. Actually, this was originally in the training plan. Tenjin explained, it's just that with their current physical conditions, the possibility of failure will be high, so I plan to let them practice for a while before talking. Furthermore, I will ask Bobo to explain the specific situation of Super Shen Shui to them at that time, and it is up to them to decide whether to drink it or not. Right. When Vegito thinks about it, he understands. No wonder that in the original work, Son Goku has been practicing in the temple for 3 years, and his combat power has only increased from more than 200 to more than 300. However, Klin and Tian Xinyan only practiced for 1 year, and for half a year they practiced alone. In their last lives, they increased their combat power from more than 200 to more than 1000 to nearly 2000. Judging from the data alone, Son Goku is directly exploded. Now that he heard the explanation from the gods, Vegito suddenly came over. But these didn't have much to do with him, he just mentioned it smoothly. As long as he has not left this time and space, nothing will happen to the earth. Soon, after a cup of super-spirited water, the imaginary pain did not come, but gave Vegito a kind of refreshing feeling like the nectar of a long drought. How is this going? Vegito was a little dazed, but in his memory, he had the deep feeling of Son Goku drinking supernatural water, and he couldn't be wrong. However, before he could even think about it, the super divine water turned into a refreshing cool and spread all over his body, and all the cells in his body became active wherever he went. The chi of the martial arts school is extracted from cells, but because the body has an automatic protection function, only a small part of the chi can be extracted. If you want to extract more chi, you must strengthen your body exercise. And Super Shen Shui, it is to maximize the part of chi that cannot be extracted. In fact, the potential development of the Elder Namek and Supreme Kai is actually borrowing the power of rules to extract the hidden chi in the cells, which is similar to the effect of Super Shen Shui. It's just triggered by the power of rules, there are no side effects, and the effect is stronger. At this time, Vegito could clearly sense that after the cells in his body were activated, the power contained in it was continuously emerging. After the strength had accumulated to a certain level, without using the strength of the body, Vegito could no longer be suppressed, and the aura burst out instantly. Boom! The entire temple shuddered under this aura. This level, although far unable to compare with Vegito's peak period, is obviously much stronger than he can only play tens of thousands of combat power now, and its strength is likely to exceed 100,000. Okay, so strong. Sensing Vegito's sudden eruption of power, the god was instantly paralyzed with fright. What happened? This breath is Vegito's. The Son Goku and others outside were also shocked by this anger, and their expressions were horrified. Thank you for the reward of Super Saiyan Super 10, thank you all for your monthly pass, flowers, and evaluation tickets. *********************** Chapter 19. Chapter 019 Raditz singles out a group of Earth warriors. It's not that Vegito's potential can only stimulate 100,000 combat power, but he was suppressed by his life, and only stimulated the potential at the surface level, so as not to affect the tenfold compression energy. This extra energy, Vegito did not choose to incorporate 10 times the compressed energy, but turned into another independent energy, which exists as the fourth energy. Oh no, it is the fifth energy in the body. The first strand is 10 times the compression energy of the body, the second strand is Gods of Destruction energy, and the third strand is colorful energy, which is also transformed by the rules of time and space, which can be regarded as space-time energy. There was also a fourth strand, a black lightning, which Vegito hadn't figured out yet. It has been free from the first three energies, has not touched anything, and has not affected Vegito's body in the slightest. So, don't worry about it for the time being, let's solve the three entangled energies first. Think of them as the three powerhouses fighting each other, and the surplus power that spreads out alone is enough to wipe out the newly stimulated energy of 100,000 combat power. Vegito naturally couldn't let it join the battlefield, so he chose to compress it while quietly absorbing the remaining power of the three powerhouses, and then it was enough to grow slowly. This is what he had thought of before drinking the super god water. Perhaps by this method, he can cultivate a divine energy that contains both the power of destruction and time and space at the same time. Whether he can succeed or not, just wait for him to absorb all the three energies to know. Although the speed is a bit slow and requires water-milling effort, as long as he succeeds, he will be super god. Far beyond the gods of destruction, Beerus. After all, this is just an energy basis. When he becomes a god in the future, his starting point will be higher than Beerus. The energy of 100,000 combat power was quickly compressed to the extreme, and the intensity this time was as high as 20 times. I don't know if the upper limit has been raised, or if I have had one experience, the result after being proficient. But after reaching 20 times, it can no longer be compressed. But after he sensed the energy of gods of destruction, he was still a little depressed, and the intensity was still not as strong as the energy of gods of destruction. By comparison, he found that the intensity of gods of destruction energy is about 50 times stronger than ordinary chi. In other words, the energy of gods of destruction is equal to 50 times the compression plus the destruction rule. Really hammered. Although the gap is still a bit big, Vegito is overjoyed after he understands this, because he already knows how to work hard in the future. God, give me some super divine water. Seeing hope, Vegito couldn't wait to digest the 3 energy immediately and become a god directly. Maybe super divine water can speed up this process. Did those have no effect just now? The celestial god just came back to his senses. He was shocked by the momentum just now. But the breath only exploded for a short while, and soon Vegito converged it into his body and compressed it. It's just that Vegito didn't show pain after drinking the super god water. And the gods thought that Vegito just broke out of his original strength. No, it worked well, so I want to try again. Vegito drank another glass of super magical water. The only thing that made him depressed was that the second cup had no effect. The god said, if there is an effect just now, it will be useless to drink it again, because the super god water can only be drunk once. That's it, it's okay. Vegito sighed, it seemed that he thought things too well. By the way, you didn't seem to have been affected by the poison just now. Tian Shen didn't know if there were some secrets that couldn't be told, but he couldn't help being curious. Yes. Beiji said with a special head, maybe my physique is relatively special, and I have a relatively strong immunity to poison. Just kidding, he is the perfect fighter, how could he be stumped by toxins? He had already thought of this just now. His new body is not afraid of poison at all. That's it. The god satisfied his curiosity, so he didn't ask carefully. The two of them went outside the temple together, Son Goku, and they fought with Raditz again. Vegito took a look and understood. It must be that Son Goku couldn't help but challenged Raditz again, and then the others joined in. This battle lacked a lot of gunpowder, and focused on fighting. Raditz singled out a group of earth fighters. Yamcha and Tien Shinyan are already here, and with Son Goku, together with Piccolo, they are still easily beaten by Raditz. After all, the difference in strength lies there, and it cannot be won by the number of people. However, Son Goku's combat effectiveness has surpassed everyone by a lot, although it is still not better than Raditz, but it is already a lot stronger than Piccolo. After Sion is healed from his injury, has his strength risen? Vegito murmured secretly. Before coming to the temple, Son Goku had just been beaten to a half by Raditz. After eating the fairy beans, it is normal for his strength to improve. But Piccolo didn't know the reason. Seeing that Son Goku suddenly became so much stronger, he was unwilling to reconcile and turned all into the driving force of the battle. He chased Raditz fiercely and fought extremely fiercely. Why don't you go together? Vegito walked to the side of Son Gohan, who was worried about being an audience. I can't. Son Gohan was immediately nervous when he heard it. He has been instilled by Shishi with the idea of being a scholar when he grows up since he was a child. He has never practiced. How dare he get involved in this kind of battle? Thanks for the reward of first place Zyapus Street. Asterisk. Chapter 20. Chapter 020 Son Gohan's Explosive Potential. Humph, a bunch of small miscellaneous hairs, do you think that joining forces is my opponent? So naive. Raditz was too uncomfortable to be suppressed by Vegito before, and now he finally recovered his sense of superiority from these earth warriors. Faced with a group of goods with a combat power of only 1 or 200, even 100 more would not be his opponent. Only after Son Goku's strength has risen can cause him a little trouble, but it is only trouble. When Raditz said so, Everyone was very angry, but unfortunately there was too much difference in strength, even if it was too weak to refute. Is it an opponent? Only after you have fought it will you know it. Look at the move. Son Goku didn't care so much, he screamed and rushed up, but it was a pity that he was kicked out by Raditz within a few rounds. Goku! Klin exclaimed. But instead of chasing Son Goku, he put his hands on his waist and placed them in a calyx shape, and then condensed a blue ball of light and hit Raditz. Kamehameha Wave! The blue ball of light swept across the air with a beam of light, avoiding the other Dragon Ball fighters, and hit Raditz from the side. Humph! Raditz didn't even turn his head, and hit the Kamehameha back with a flick of his hand. Not good. Klin's expression changed, and Ki Blast was flying towards the kicked Son Goku. Fortunately, at this time, Son Goku had regained his footing, and he was able to take it down with both hands. Hey, it's risky. Son Goku looked scared. In fact, with Klin's strength, as long as it is not in the case of a sneak attack, it will not hurt him at all. What? This is... At this moment, Raditz's body suddenly stiffened and became uncontrollable. This is the superpower of dumplings controlling objects, which can have the effect of holding the body on human beings. It's a pity that there is a huge gap between the strengths of the two sides. Raditz just stiffened for a short while, and he recovered immediately. But just like this, the situation has changed. Good chance. The nearest Tien Shinyan, Yamcha, and Piccolo launched the offensive almost simultaneously. With the three of them working together, the offensive was dizzying, even if Raditz was a little hurried for a while. Of course, even if these attacks were allowed to fall on him, he would not get hurt, at most it would be a little bit painful. But being attacked by a group of small miscellaneous hairs in his eyes is a great shame for him. How can they make Tien Shinyan what they want? Get out of here! Raditz yelled, and a powerful breath burst out of his body. To bear the brunt of this, Tien Shinyan, Yamcha and Dumplings were immediately swept away by this momentum. Piccolo clenched his teeth and persevered, then suddenly burst out with all his strength and fought Raditz together with Son Goku, who had caught up again. Annoying fly! Raditz's face went dark. Had it not been for the energy that Vegito had left in his body, he would have killed this group of people a long time ago, and how could he be beaten like he is now? In fact, he didn't want to play at the beginning. What's so fun about this kind of game that can't be played hard? It's a pity that Son Goku did it directly, and also attracted a large number of people. What can he do? He is also desperate. When Vegito came out of the temple, he saw such a chaotic scene. But he just smiled and did not interfere. Raditz's existence was originally redundant, and now it can be used as a sparring partner for these Earth warriors. Gohan, come here. Vegito beckoned to Son Gohan. What's the matter, Uncle Vegito? Son Gohan walked over obediently. After Kalen Ta woke up after eating the fairy beans, he listened to Klin's introduction and knew that Vegito saved him and Son Goku, so he was grateful to Vegito. I'll check it for you. Vegito reached out and put his hand on Son Gohan's head, and energy poured into the opponent's body following his hand and heart. Does Uncle Beget still no medicine? But my body is fine. Son Gohan obviously misunderstood, but he still obediently did not move. Of course, Vegito does not know how to heal, nor does he treat him, he is just curious about Son Gohan. From the very beginning, everyone felt that his potential in his body was amazing. If he develops it well, his strength will surpass Son Goku. The fact is true. Whenever he is emotional, his strength will explode. In the Majin Buu chapter, after he was exploited by the old Supreme Kai, he exploded directly and opened the legendary Mysterious Mode, once surpassing Son Goku's Super Saiyan 3. Also the descendant of Super Saiyan, Son Goten and Trunks are indeed not weak, but they are far behind Son Gohan. Besides, when Son Gohan was born, Son Goku was not a Super Saiyan, and his combat power was only more than 300. Can you give birth to a child with explosive potential in this way? So, Son Gohan's abnormal situation is definitely a special case, and it may be different from ordinary people. Sure enough, after Vegito's inspection, some differences were found. There was a thoughtful expression on his face, and then the energy in his hand surged gently. Boom! A powerful breath broke out in Son Gohan's body, and its intensity even surpassed Raditz. Son Goku, Raditz, and others in the original melee were all stagnant. They turned their heads subconsciously and found that the person who broke out was Gohan, all showing shocked expressions. Even if Raditz can't perceive chi, the aura and coercion brought by the strong are still very obvious, how could he not notice it? How can this be? Everyone was afraid to breathe, including the gods who paid attention to Vegito's movements all the way. Asterisk. Chapter 21. Chapter 021 Experimental Mouse Klin. Son Gohan's burst of chi has reached the height of nearly 2000 combat effectiveness, completely surpassing Raditz. Of course, this breath is nothing to Vegito, but it is incredibly strong to Son Goku and others. It's a pity that before everyone was shocked, Son Gohan's anger quickly faded like ice and snow melted. Then he rolled his eyes and entered a weak state. Hawkswind did not faint directly. What's going on? How did Gohan suddenly become so strong just now? What did you do, Vegito? Son Goku jumped over. Just looking at the expression on his face, he was more curious than worried about Son Gohan's situation. After all, Son Gohan is just letting go. As long as his physical strength recovers, there is no danger. Yet, the anger just now was so terrifying, it's far stronger than all of us combined. Klin also leaned over. In fact, everyone else looked curious. Vegito smiled slightly, it was clear in his heart, but there were still some uncertainties. I'll talk about this later, Goku, let me see your situation. Vegito beckoned to Son Goku. Okay. Son Goku's eyes lit up, and he asked eagerly, can I be like Gohan, too? They could all tell that because Son Gohan had never practiced before, no matter how strong the chi burst out, he couldn't keep it. They could only let it burst out. But it's different when it's replaced by someone else. As long as the air is locked in the body, the combat effectiveness is increased several times. How could they not expect this kind of thing? I don't know yet, I want to see it. Vegito did not give an accurate answer. But soon, he frowned. Can't it? Son Goku's face was inevitably disappointed. Vegito said, your body is not the same as Gohan, Klin, let me take a look at yours. Hey? Can I? Klin was a little surprised. Even Son Goku can't meet the requirements, he doesn't have this confidence. Vegito didn't explain, he pulled Klin to check, his face showed a thoughtful expression again. No? Can Klin do it? Son Goku felt unbalanced when he saw Vegito's expression. Perhaps because of the blood of the people on Earth. Vegito guessed, and then said to Klin with a slight seriousness, I want to do an experiment, the process will be a bit dangerous, but if it succeeds, you can just like Gohan just like that. The sun exploded with great power. What about failure? Klin shrank his head and said nervously, will you die? I'm not sure about this. Vegito jokingly said, if you die, I will let them ask Shenron to help you resurrect. Klin staggered, and his heart began to retreat. Or it's me, I'm also an Earthling. Yamcha stepped up and said, Klin has already died once, Shenron can't help him resurrect him a second time, it doesn't matter if it's me. Vegito glanced at him somewhat unexpectedly, but he didn't expect this man to be quite courageous at the critical moment. In fact, few people who watch Dragon Ball like Yamcha. It's not because he took away the goddess from everyone's childhood, but Bulma said that Yamcha is very carefree and often goes to spend time and drink. When everyone was cultivating hard, he was the only one who couldn't keep up with his strength. In the end he even left the big team. The first and only person who said he would quit. In addition, there are black spots in his personal resume. Let's not talk about being a desert bandit at the beginning. After the EPUB chapter, he ran to work in the cowboy's shop in order to find someone easy to get along with, but was fired because he was too nervous. To sum up, this person may be considered justice, but his character is really not good. Anyway, Vegito doesn't have a good impression of him, so he can develop his potential. It's better to find Tian Xinyan. Cough. Kling gave a dry cough and plucked up the courage to say, "I'll do it myself, I believe in Vegito." Vegito smiled and said, "Don't worry, although it is dangerous, it will not kill you. If there is an accident, a fairy bean will be enough to solve it." Kling just breathed a sigh of relief. This is the temple, and Kalen Ta is underneath. I want the fairy beans to be available at any time. In this regard, Yamsha is naturally not good at saying anything. Are you ready? I'm about to start. Kling swallowed and nodded, and a cloud of energy suddenly surged from Vegito's hand, which instantly slapped Kling's abdomen. What? Kling's body convulsed, and he let out a scream. Kling! The faces of the others changed drastically, and Son Goku was about to pass immediately, but was stopped by Vegito. Don't come here. Kling gritted his teeth and said to everyone. He clenched his teeth, his fists were tightly clenched, and there were blue veins beating on his bald head. Body cramps, big beads of sweat slipping off his forehead. It can be seen that he is enduring the pain with great perseverance. Beget, Clint. Son Goku scratched his head anxiously. Everyone present felt that he had the deepest feelings for Kling. After all, he grew up and practiced together. Vegito waved his hand and made a silent gesture. This is a process that must be experienced. The only thing he is not sure about is that he does not know how far the final effect will be. Boom! At this moment, a powerful breath burst out of Kling's body, and a white flame rose up. It's done. The effect seems to be good. Vegito's eyes lit up. Okay, so strong. Son Goku and others who were still worried about Kling were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Asterisk. Chapter 22. Chapter 022, The Legendary Super Earthman. Kling's outburst is now stronger than Son Gohan just now. Vegito made a simple judgment, and based on Raditz combat effectiveness, he was 1500, Son Gohan had about 2000 just now, and Kling now has 2500. So strong. I feel a steady flow of power coming out of my body. Kling carefully controlled the chi that burst out of his body, and the originally huge white flames quickly fixed around his body. Although he hadn't practiced in the Celestial Temple, he was not very proficient in the control of chi. But after all, after many years of cultivation, it is still possible to just lock the breath and prevent the loss of energy. How on earth is this done? There is such a powerful force hidden in the blood of our people on earth. The people around were already dumbfounded, and the Earthlings Yamsha and Tian Xinyan were even more excited. Son Goku's face was depressed. From what Vegito said just now, he could hear that this is a power that only the people of the earth can inspire. He had been a human being on earth for more than 20 years, but only then did he learn that he was Scion. You should understand, Kling. Vegito put his hands on his chest, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He is really happy. It wasn't because of Kling's state, but because he had sensed in his own body. By the way, it could also stimulate this power. Yes. Kling replied, with a look of excitement, you seem to help me get through the 2 meridians in my body, and then all my potential burst out. But soon, he calmed down again and analyzed, although this state is very strong, but the physical strength and energy consumption are also much greater, it should not be able to persist for too long. The best you can think like this. Vegito smiled, the 2 meridians I helped you get through are called Rondu Second Meridian. Once these 2 meridians are connected, all the potential will burst out. Let's put this kind of the state is called the potential state. In the state of potential, you will gain more than 10 times the strength in a short period of time. This multiple should be increased with future practice. However, this kind of strength cannot be used frequently, and overloading can cause permanent damage to the body. Think. You must adapt to the greatest possible extent and exert this power, and work hard to increase your physical strength. With Vegito's explanation, everyone basically understood what was going on. To put it simply, opening up the two channels of Ren and Du is equivalent to stimulating all the potential. When it is not used in normal times, closing the passageway has no effect on itself. Once the passage opening is opened, the power that is usually hidden in the body will not be used, it will burst out at one time, until the physical strength and energy are exhausted. The passage opening can also be actively closed. Of course, if this force is used too much, cell activity will be sharply reduced, greatly depleting vitality. Hey? So, only Earth people have these two meridians. Son Goku looked disappointed, and then asked strangely, then what's the situation with Gohan? Vegito explained, although Gohan is your son, he also has half of the Earth's blood, so he has the second line of Ren and Du, and by coincidence, his second line of Ren and Du is in a congenital state. If it is an ordinary Earth person, of course it is fine. But he has half of the Scion bloodline, and his physique is inherently stronger than that of the Earth person. This causes his potential to burst out if he gets emotional and loses control of his strength. So I suggest that it is best to let him as soon as possible. He learned to control his anger. That's it. Son Goku seemed to understand. But he finally understood one thing: Son Gohan seems to be better than the purebred Scion and the purebred Earthlings. He is of course happy for his son as a father. It's just that when he thought that he didn't have those two meridians, he was so depressed. Son Goku looked at Vegito with a look of expectation, and put his hands together and said, Vegito, since the people of the Earth have the second line of governing, then Scion should also have another line? Why don't you look for it again? Raditz was also unhappy next to him and said, Hey, Scion is a fighting nation. There is no reason why it is worse than this kind of miscellaneous hair on the Earth. You must have not seen it clearly. Raditz, how about letting my miscellaneous hair loosen your bones? Klin, who was still in a state of potential, smiled weirdly, clenching his fists. He can still remember that when Raditz just came to the door, he drew him away with a tail. Raditz's breath stagnated, pretending not to hear, and turning his head away. Just kidding, he's not a fool, the ghost is fighting this bald head at this moment. Even if he can't perceive chi, it doesn't mean he can't distinguish people whose strength is far better than him. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death in the years he had been fighting in the universe. Scion has ways to improve his strength, of course. Vegito said at this time. Hey? Really? Son Goku's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. Come on, I'll do an experiment for you. Are you sure? Vegito's expression became weird. Son Goku felt something wrong, but he gritted his teeth and nodded in response to the desire for strength. Okay. Okay. Beiji pointed his head and said to Klin, Klin, you can go to Kalinta to get some fairy beans. Do you need fairy beans? Okay. Klin said to Vegito at this time as a sacred decree, and directly shot towards Kalinta below in a state of potential. Also, do you want fairy beans? Son Goku grunted and swallowed. Is it because Scion opens up the meridians, the process is much more dangerous than the humans on Earth? How did he know that Scion does not need any meridians? As long as he is resurrected from the dead, the effect is definitely much better than opening the meridians, because this is a permanent improvement of the body's strength. Asterisk. Chapter 23. Chapter 023 Son Goku becomes the weakest. Boom. As soon as Klin left, a powerful breath broke out from the heavens. It's just that this chi didn't burst out all at once, but was divided into 3 stages, and 1 stage of improvement. Simply put, it is. Boom. The breath suddenly increased by a large amount, surpassing Son Goku. Boom! The breath has improved a lot again, surpassing Raditz. Boom! For the third time, Klin's breath has improved a lot, completely surpassing his potential state. What? Everyone subconsciously looked towards the place where the breath burst, and it was Piccolo. Even Vegeta was a little surprised. Isn't Piccolo from Namek? Do Namek people also have 2 lines of Ren and Du? Piccolo? Have you also opened up the 2 channels of Ren and Du? Son Goku swished over, what was called an imbalance in his heart. Everyone has surpassed him one after another. When Tien Shinyan and Yam Sha both get through the 2 lines of Ren Du, won't he be the weakest? The gods were also very surprised, because when Vegeta explained the 2 channels of Ren Du, he actually looked for it in his own body, but he didn't find it. But why, Piccolo, who shares his life, can get through by himself? No. Piccolo's expression was a little weird. I can't find the position of Ren Du my. Vegeta knew this, and it was true that only the earthly man had the 2nd line of Ren and Du. But here comes the question. Since it is not through the 2 channels of Ren and Du, what is the current state of Piccolo? He could see that Piccolo also exploded in potential. Then you. Son Goku scratched his head for unknown reasons. Piccolo took a look at Vegeta and explained, after listening to Vegeta just now, I also tried to find the Rondu Meridian by myself, but failed to find it, but found a blocked acupuncture path in the head. And from the top going down, there are a total of 8 such acupuncture points, and I will try to get through the acupuncture points. As a result, I only opened up 3 blocked acupuncture points, and my breath increased 3 times. The next 5 couldn't be opened anyway. It should be the reason why my body strength is not enough. In this state, as described by Klin just now. The same, it should be the so-called state of potential, right? Piccolo usually doesn't have so many words, but this accident opened his potential state, and he was excited and said so much in one breath. At the same time, he also wanted to describe it in as much detail as possible and let Vegeta observe if there would be any side effects. 8-Gate Dungia. The term came up in Vegeta's mind for the first time, and suddenly there was a feeling that the Dragon Ball world was broken. However, he went forward to help Piccolo to check it, and the result was indeed no problem, similar to the situation in which the people of the Earth opened up the Rondu Meridian. These 8 blocked acupoints are really similar to the 8-door Dungia in Hokage. Every time a blocked acupuncture point is opened, the breath can increase by a large amount. But once the last one is opened, it is also the end of death after the explosion, because there is the last culprit. This is interesting. The corners of Vegeta's mouth rose slightly. First it was a Super Earth Man, now there is a Super Namek Man, plus the future Super Saiyan. What kind of danger will appear on the Earth in the future? Everyone will be angry. And scared the villains to pee? Well, that's just thinking about it. In fact, no matter whether it is a Super Earthman or a Super Namek, it is still inferior to Super Saiyan in terms of potential. This is just to improve the overall level of the Earth Warrior. Vegeta briefly explained the matter and reminded Piccolo to pay attention to the last blockade. Of course, he did not say that it must not be opened. Anyway, there is a Dragon Ball in this world. It doesn't matter if you die after exploding, it mainly depends on whether the opponent is worth his exploding. I just sensed the breath of Piccolo. Have you also stimulated the state of potential? Klin returned with the fairy beans. Because Vegeta didn't say how much he wanted, he took all the inventory of Immortal Kalin, exactly, 3. Alright. In this timeline, Fairy Bean had been defeated by the Fat Man Yakilobe. In the original work, Son Goku returned from the practice of the Realm King, only to get 2 fairy beans, and finally had to go to the hospital after playing Vegeta. Regardless of Yamcha's explanation of Piccolo's situation for Klin, Vegeta got the fairy beans and threw one to Son Goku. Gohan, this one is for you. There are not many celestial beans, but this one is not bad. Just look back and let Kallen Immortal have more varieties. If you have any technical problems, it's a big deal to ask Shenron for help. Goku, are you ready? Vegeta turned to look at Son Goku. I'm already ready, what do I need to do? Son Goku couldn't help it for a long time, and started a warm-up exercise. You don't need to do anything, just... A wicked smile appeared at the corner of Vegeta's mouth, and then he held out a finger. Baiu! A ki blast pierced Son Goku's chest directly, just a line from the heart. What are you doing? Goku! All the people present changed their colors. If it hadn't been for what Vegeta had done before that had convinced them, I was afraid that they would have to do it directly. But even so, if there is no reason to persuade them, they will never forgive Vegeta. Fortunately, they soon saw Vegeta send the fairy beans into Son Goku's mouth. But in a moment, Son Goku's injury recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. What the hell is this? However, before they could ask questions, there was a loud noise. After the others, Son Goku also burst into an extremely powerful aura. It completely surpassed everyone before. Compared to Piccolo, it is a lot more than that. Most importantly, the power of Son Goku is not the state of potential, but the actual hard power. Asterisk. Chapter 24. Chapter 024. You can be stronger without cultivation. Has it reached its limit? The combat power should be around 5,000. Vegeta carefully observes the situation of Son Goku, which is also very helpful for him to study his Saiyan physique. According to Vegeta in the original book, Saiyan will be greatly strengthened after he recovers from his injuries after a fierce battle. The stronger the opponent in the battle, the heavier the injury he suffered, and the greater the increase in strength after recovery. But for Vegeta, there are two more important points. One is that he has seen people whose strength is far beyond him, and the other is that he has a strong desire to become stronger. Just like the previous Vegeta, the opponent he encountered was not much stronger than him at the beginning, and his mentality was relatively stable, so every time he recovers from injury, his combat power only increases by tens of thousands. Until he met Kinu and Frieza, who was crushing him by strength, his mentality almost collapsed several times. The unwillingness and anger in the heart all exploded in an instant, and then the strength began to increase explosively, at least a few 100,000 at a time. Most importantly, in the face of Frieza's third form, where Frieza has more than 2 million combat power, he doesn't even have the ability to fight. In the end, he was seriously injured by Klin, and after his resurrection, he increased from several 100,000 to 2 million. It can be seen from this that the main thing is the vision plus the mentality, and it does not have to be played against a strong opponent. Son Goku was also severely injured by Kinu and was unable to intervene in the battle during the treatment period. He was worried about the safety of Son Gohan and Klin, and he sensed the strong breath erupting from Piccolo and Frieza one after another, and his fighting power began to increase explosively. But here, after he played with Raditz, Vegeta just appeared. Although he also wanted to become stronger in his mind, the situation was not urgent at the time, so he only increased his combat effectiveness from more than 400 to about 600. But after being surpassed by Gohan, Klin, and Piccolo one after another, and knowing that people on Earth can stimulate the state of potential, Son Goku couldn't sit still. This resurrection from the dead directly increased his combat power to more than 5,000, shocking everyone except Vegeta. This, what kind of aura has Kakarot rise to? Raditz's face was full of amazement. He was the only one in the court who couldn't perceive the intensity of chi, but he knew very well that these people who had improved successively had the ability to sling him. Who on Earth said that the Earth is just a backward planet, and it is full of uncivilized and weak indigenous people? Raditz is a little autistic, and he feels that the future is dark. If you want to escape the control of the people on Earth, the hope is even slimmer. So scary. What the hell is going on? Why did Goku get so badly injured and so much strength after healed? After Klin and others were shocked, they looked strange again. Son Goku's current strength is not the same as theirs. This is not a temporary burst of potential state, but a real hard power that can be used for a long time. Yes, why is this? After Son Goku was overjoyed, he was also very strange. Beget, you must know the reason. Right. Ah. Vegito replied and explained, Sion is a natural warrior. He fights against powerful opponents. He will fight stronger and stronger. And every time he is injured and resurrected, his strength will increase. Vegito briefly explained the situation, and everyone understood. Just now it was Son Goku who admired the people on Earth, but now it is these people who admire Son Goku. However, everyone has their own chances, and Vegito helped them dig out the 2 lines of Ren and Du, and now everyone is satisfied. At the request of everyone, Vegito also helped Tien Shinyan, Dumplings, and Yamcha to connect the 2 lines of Ren Du. Although he really doesn't like Yamcha, everyone has helped. It is not too obvious to treat it differently. This is not Vegito's style of behavior. As a result, the square outside the Tien Shen temple broke out in a wave of energy far beyond the past, and soon they were fighting together again. In order to adapt to this state, but also in order to adapt to this sudden increase in strength, Raditz still couldn't escape, but this time, his strength was better than Dumplings in the state of potential, and he couldn't match the rest of them. Fortunately, because of the strength being left behind, everyone no longer attacked him together, fighting against each other. Raditz finally survived. Vegito took a look, ignored them, and went to the corner to sit down. Having studied the physiques of the Earthlings and Sion, next he will analyze his situation in detail. His body was originally a combination of Son Goku and Vegito, so it can only be considered Sion in perfect condition. Later, both the soul and the body were in perfect control, and his own earthly human attributes became dominant instead. Therefore, whether it is Sion's transformation or the potential state of the Earthlings, he can use it. Of course, he also tried to find the 8-door Dungia, but unfortunately that was indeed unique to the Namek people, and he did not have these 8 shackles in his body. Otherwise, when the time comes, the second line of Rondu and the 8 gates of Dungia, plus the Super Game transformation, nothing else, the transformation of the Super 3 will be Super God. But there was one thing that surprised Vegito. The power raised by drinking Super God water would automatically become stronger without him practicing. It seems that because of inertia, it has been in a state of actively absorbing those 3 mixed energies. Is this a reasonable excuse for me to be a salted fish? Beget suddenly couldn't laugh or cry. You can become stronger without practicing, and he really is God's own son. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a traveler, an absolute protagonist of heaven and earth. Asterisk. Chapter 25. Chapter 025 Combat Power, Come KO Come KO. 2 days later, Bulma sent the newly completed detector. Surprisingly, she actually made contact lenses. You people are often fighting, making contact lenses, which are not easy to damage. Bulma murmured casually, but his eyes were looking around. After all, she was also the first time to come to the Temple of Heaven. But although the scenery in this place is good, it is a pity that the air is too thin to attract her. Awesome! Vegito had to admire, as expected, Bulma is indeed a genius. I can think of such an idea. That is. Bulma was praised, her eyes suddenly narrowed into moon buds with a smile. It's just, how do you use this thing? Vegito tried to take one and put it on. Blinking, there is no effect, as if it doesn't exist. This is voice activated. Bulma explained, as long as you call out the word detection alone, you will be able to detect where your eyes are focused. And according to your requirements, there is no upper limit for the detected value. Explore! Vegito yelled, then looked at Son Goku who was doing basic training not far away. Diddy! Combat power, 5500. Yes, after the resurrection from the dead, Son Goku's combat effectiveness has indeed only increased to about 5,000. However, after 2 days of adaptation and training, the combat effectiveness has improved slightly and has stabilized to 5,005. Piccolo, combat power 602. Klin, combat power 385. Tien Shinyan, fighting power 412. Yamcha, 320 combat power. Dumplings, fighting power 238. This is their current strength. After breaking out of their potential state, because they have felt a stronger power and part of their potential has been retained, all of them have improved in just 2 days. The potential state of other people is basically around 8 to 10 times. Including Piccolo's third shackle, everyone can easily sling Raditz 1500 after breaking out. However, the only exception is Dumplings. Perhaps the strength of his body is not enough, he can only increase his potential state by 5 times. Therefore, it is still not as good as Raditz. As for Son Gohan, he has been sent back to Bayezishan. He said that he would go home first, soothe Shishi, and wait for Shishi to persuade him, and then come to practice with everyone. For this, Vegeta would naturally not care. Yes, great. Veget gave Bulma a thumbs up. Although it has not tested its upper limit, since Bulma said it is unlimited, it should be fine. Perhaps, by detecting his own strength, he can also detect it, and he is also quite curious about his current combat effectiveness. Bulma, what should you do if you want to detect yourself? Can't you ask others for help? Bulma rolled his eyes and said, you said I'm amazing, why didn't I take this into consideration? You just need to close your eyes and call detection. I see. Vegeta couldn't wait to do so, and the result kun. What the hell? Veget was dumbfounded. Seeing his expression like this, Bulma couldn't help asking, what's the matter? Garbage. Vegeta was speechless. There are such types of garbled in this world? Impossible, could it be that what went wrong? Bulma put on a set herself, she made a total of 10 sets, including Son Goku and others. Detection! Bulma exclaimed, it's amazing. Although Klin and the others are also very strong, Goku is actually 5,500. And it really deserves to be Goku. After speaking, she turned her head to look at Veget and said probing. The result Kanjinkiao. How could this be? Bulma frowned and whispered to herself, no, maybe the formula is wrong? But Goku and the others can clearly detect it. At this time, Son Goku and others discovered the movement here, and they all came together. After I understood the situation, I couldn't help but marvel at the convenience of this detector, and at the same time, I was curious about the mysterious combat effectiveness of Vegeta. Hey, where is there any limit? It's really whimsical. After listening, Raditz snorted with disdain, I can't do it even on a planet with a very high degree of scientific civilization in the universe. Isn't it natural that problems will go wrong? In Raditz's view, Veget's combat effectiveness must have exceeded the upper limit of the detector. This Earthwoman just turned the explosive table into a garbled code, essentially a detector of his type, purely fooling people who don't understand. What are you talking about? Suffering doubts in his own field, Bulma suddenly exploded and cursed, I don't even understand the formula, and only use the original data to input one by one. This can also be called a very high degree of scientific civilization? If in the universe at this level, that lady can be called the first scientist of the universe. Raditz naturally sneered, but he didn't answer his lips, and he turned off the flames after being looked at by Veget. Perhaps I know the reason. Veget groaned, and whispered in Bulma's ear. Hey? It turned out to be the reason. Bulma's eyes lit up and said, then I know how to improve. But, Vegeta, you are really good. You can do it like this. Goku, are they stupid? Veget couldn't help laughing, Bulma's mouth was really merciless. Asterisk. Chapter 26. Chapter 026, Sending Son Goku to Borderland. Bulma knew the reason for the emergence of Kunjing Ko, and immediately had a new idea, so she took all the detectors back, and she wanted to go back and make a new version. Beget, what did you tell Bulma just now? Why did she call me a stupid? Son Goku asked with a shy face. Regardless of his honesty on the surface, he is actually careful. This is obviously because I heard something in Bulma's words, and deliberately inquired. Vegito smiled and said with a smile, you still don't want to know. For you now, knowing these is not good, it will only delay your practice. If you want to slow down your strength in the future, you will be far away from Piccolo. Then it's okay if I tell you. Never mind then. Son Goku was taken aback, and immediately waved away. But soon, he put on another fighting posture. Beget, let's fight. Don't do it. Vegeta curled his lips, lay down on a recliner that Bulma had brought him before, turned over, and acted like a salted fish. Just kidding, who likes to fight with this fighting frenzy, and has no tendency to be abused? What are you doing? Everyone is working hard to cultivate, is it really good for you? Son Goku didn't understand Vegeta's behavior. He rolled his eyes and punched him without saying a word. As a result, what made him startled was that Vegeta didn't even get up, just lazily raised a finger, and easily pressed the fist. Isn't it? Son Goku's eyes were staring out of surprise. The place where Vegeta's finger was pressed was already red, and a fingerprint was printed. You're too exaggerated, right? I thought my strength had improved so much, even if it wasn't your opponent, it wouldn't be much worse. He was already quite sure that his current strength was not too far from the strength that Vegeta had shown when he subdued Raditz. Kakarot, are you funny? Raditz jumped out to be a Tuko player again. Your strength is improving, and Vegeta's strength is also recovering. Is it because you improve quickly or he recovers quickly? This isn't it obvious and opinionated? He is almost at the bottom of his strength now, and he can only show off his sense of presence verbally. Otherwise, he was really afraid that everyone would gradually ignore him, and then he would be thrown in the corner for the rest of his life. Yes. Son Goku remembered that Vegeta was still recovering from his injury. Thinking of this, he was not surprised at Vegeta's behavior, but felt embarrassed for his sneak attack just now. Sorry, Vegeta, I forgot just now. Son Goku finished apologizing, and before Vegeta could speak, he did not repent and entangled, otherwise you will hurt me again. I think it's almost reaching the limit now, and it's too slow to improve simply by practicing. Vegeta was quite speechless, and Son Goku was too troublesome when he was idle. Forget it, let's send him to Frontier, or else I can't calm down and cultivate, Sien, practice, you. God. Vegeta yelled in the direction of the temple, and the figure of the god appeared soon. Take him to the Realm King, there is more suitable for him. Vegeta pointed to Son Goku, who jumped up and down. The god was stunned for a moment. He had thought of this before, but it was finally dispelled by the appearance of Vegeta. Unexpectedly, Vegeta would mention the king of the world. How did he know? Who is the world king? Is it amazing? Son Goku's eyes lit up. Ah! Super awesome! Beget casually said in a perfunctory sentence, as long as you come back from practicing there, your strength will increase several times at least. Really? Son Goku couldn't hold back anymore, even his wife and children had forgotten, and he directly pulled Tenjin and said, Tenjin, you take me there. Okay. Before the gods had time to think, he was forced to drive the ducks onto the shelves. But he still warned carefully, you have to remember, don't talk nonsense when you get to the place, listen to my instructions for a while, and be polite. I see, I won't talk nonsense. Son Goku promised with a pat on his chest. As a result, the gods left with Son Goku, and the two of them disappeared into the temple suddenly, very similar to instant transmission. However, Vegito can see that this is not instant transmission, but a shuttle between two different worlds. It seems that the gods first made a request to the underworld, and then shot them over there to pick them up. Vegito remembered that feeling a little bit, and if he needed to go to the underworld in the future, he should be able to find his way on his own. But you don't need to take this matter to heart. Even if there is such a time, there is always a way to go. Feeling the situation in the body, the situation is very good. The strength of the newborn has grown several times. Even if you lie still, if this continues, it will not take a few years to absorb and digest all the three mixed energies. Unfortunately, Son Goku's strength is still too bad. If there is a fierce battle with a well-matched opponent, the absorption speed will be much faster. Vegito sighed slightly. He had discovered before that fighting can increase the efficiency of energy absorption, but unfortunately there is no opponent here. So, he set his goal on Frisia 1 year later. As for starting now, take the initiative to find the door? I'm sorry, excluding the 10 times compression energy that is temporarily unusable, he is not yet Frisia's opponent. Therefore, he usually seems to lie here salted fish, but in fact he is using his thoughts to accelerate the absorption of energy, so that he can speed up a little bit, and by the way, it is also the accumulation of precipitation. After a year, he will definitely fight Frisia and even surpass his strength. At that time, I will borrow the hands of Frisia to complete the complete transformation of energy. Thanks for the reward of Super Saiyan Super 10. *********************** Chapter 27. Chapter 027, O Bulma a favor. Son Goku was sent to the king of the realm, and Vegito's days were suddenly much easier. Without the buzzing sound in my ears, I feel a lot more happy, and I even have a leisurely guide to Piccolo and others to practice. Piccolo and the others knew that Son Goku had gone to other places to practice, and his strength would at least increase several times when he returned. He became more hard-working in his practice, and his strength was steadily improving. What I have to say is that Raditz is also getting into this circle little by little and has begun to practice hard. Moreover, he also learned the perception and use of chi from Bobo, and his talents were stronger than all the people on Earth. Of course, the cause of this incident was a conversation between him and Vegito. Now these people on Earth are stronger than me, and I can't destroy the Earth casually. Can you eliminate the energy in my body? Raditz found an opportunity and initiated a request to Vegito. The energy was in his body, like an untimely bomb. Maybe one day when Vegito was in a bad mood, he would let it explode. Vegito just smiled faintly when he heard the words, and replied, "When to eliminate it depends on you. When you have a combat power of more than 100,000, you can easily resolve it yourself." Women's mouth. Various MMPs in Raditz's mind. He figured it out, and Vegito was just entertaining him. 100,000 combat power? Are you kidding me? In his heart, even if he worked hard for a lifetime, he wouldn't reach 100,000. But Vegito doesn't matter what he thinks, it's not bad to keep Raditz alive. Within 2 days, Bulma came again and sent a new version of the ship's detector. This time it will definitely be possible, and there will never be any more unstable situation. Bulma said confidently. Vegito smiled, and practice is the only measure of truth. But this time Bulma didn't disappoint him, and he really detected his strength. Combat power, 25,000. Strength, 500,000. How is it? Surprised. Seeing the surprised expression on Vegito's face, Bulma smiled triumphantly, and then put on the detector herself and probed Vegito's strength. Puff. Bulma sprayed instantly, his eyes widened, and he didn't recover for a long time. 500,000. Her voice was very loud, attracting Piccolo, Klin and others who were practicing. Klin said strangely, "Bulma, what 500,000? What surprised you so much?" Bulma pointed at Vegito, her fingers trembling a little. His combat strength is 500,000. What? How is it possible? This is too exaggerated, right? The intensity of combat power? Is it different from ordinary combat power? Everyone had different expressions, but without exception, they were all shocked. Piccolo's eyes flickered, but he still remembered that Vegito's injury hadn't healed yet. In other words, 500,000 is not the peak combat power. Vegito smiled slightly and waved his hand. Okay, don't make a fuss. I'm just going further than you. You can reach this height in the future. This is the real master style. Vegito silently clicked 32 likes for his performance. All right. In fact, he was amazed by the new version of the ship's detector. 500,000 is indeed the combat power he can exert now, that is, the energy that has been increased after drinking super divine water, which has been increased from 100,000 to 500,000. These days, in addition to analyzing and understanding the power of those rules, he is maintaining the compressed state of energy, which has now stabilized at a level of 20 times. After 500,000 compressed 20 times, 25,000 are left. In other words, the combat power shown above is actually the amount of chi, and strength is the real hard power. Just like the current Piccolo, the combat power is 625, and the strength is 625. This proves that Piccolo's gas is very ordinary and has not undergone any purification. Of course, with his current state, he really hasn't reached this point. But, why are your combat power and intensity different? We are all the same. Clin also used the new version of the detector to detect it, and then expressed doubts about Vegito's strength. In fact, only Bulma knew why, otherwise she would not be able to make a new detector. But Vegito told her not to speak out, so she didn't talk too much. Of course, Vegito wouldn't say it, but just said, "You are not in the realm yet. Now you just need to work hard to improve your strength. You don't need to think about anything else, and you will gradually understand it later." Okay. Hearing this, Clin could only shrug his shoulders. They were all shocked by Vegito's strength and began to practice frantically one by one. Now that they know that someone can reach this point, they believe that they will be able to cultivate one day. These warriors are the top-notch on Earth, none of them are fuel-efficient lamps. Bulma, I have to trouble you to make one more thing next. When they left, Vegito said to Bulma again. Bulma wrinkled her nose. What, you really can call people? Come on, what are you going to do this time? Gravity device. Vegito said, a device that can change the gravity around you. I believe it is not a problem for you. Hey! Bulma chuckled lightly. Of course she is happy to be recognized in her field. However, she did not directly agree, but said, never mind the previous detectors. With the gravity device, unless you promise to owe me a favor, I will help you. A fighter of 500,000 combat power, this is 100 times stronger than Son Goku, and he is handsome, how can he easily let it go? Asterisk. Chapter 28. Chapter 028 Scion is coming. Vegito didn't know Bulma's careful thoughts, but thought that this woman was really shrewd. After thinking for a while, he nodded in agreement. It is not his style to always get and not pay. Since it troubles others, he must always pay. Moreover, Bulma is just an ordinary person, even if he asks for any favors, he won't propose things that make Vegito difficult to do. The rest of the day was calm, everyone was busy cultivating, and nothing strange happened. In the meantime, Son Gohan finally came, listening to what he meant, persuading Shishi to spend a lot of thought. Vegito didn't interfere with Son Gohan's practice. He had already figured out Son Gohan's physical condition, so naturally he was no longer curious. Vegito usually lays on the recliner very salty, but actually puts his mind on the power of the rules in his body. While using the mind to accelerate energy digestion, while comprehending those rules. Apart from cultivating, he would also walk to the lower realm alone and wander around. After all, he is a traverser, and he is very curious about the Dragon Ball world. And he can't keep working hard, he's not a cultivator, the current practice is purely for the purpose of being able to live better in the future. When his strength reaches a certain height, he will definitely enjoy life. 2 months later, Bulma sent the gravity device, which was completed with the help of her father, Dr. Bruv. An external device has an effective range of 100 meters and can cover the entire celestial realm. This is for Piccolo, Klin, and Tien Shinyan. There is also a portable bracelet that you can carry around, which Vegeta wants. In this way, he can take it on his body and practice gravity anytime and anywhere, just like a load-bearing clothing on his body. However, the gravity device is different from the load-bearing clothing after all. This change in gravity, together with the internal organs, flesh and blood, and bones, must be tolerated, unlike the load-bearing clothing that can only add weight to the body. Time passed by, and soon a year passed. On this day, the Earth Warrior, who was still practicing unremittingly, suddenly heard a voice in his heart. "Hi, I haven't seen you in 1 year, how are you doing?" Although this voice sounded from the bottom of my heart, everyone heard it, including Vegeta. "Goku? Is it Goku? Goku is back? Where is it?" Everyone turned their heads and looked around, not seeing Son Goku at all. Vegeta raised his brow slightly. Of course he knew that Son Goku was not here. Since the voice came, it was obviously through King Kai's ability. In this, he faintly caught the fluctuation of the power of rules. If he wants to, he can transmit the voice in the reverse direction, without using the Realm King's ability to receive it. Moreover, he can directly use the power of rules to instant transmission to King Kai Star. That's right, during this year, Vegeta's perception of the power of rules has risen to a high level, and he has even been able to use the power of rules to perform instant transmission, similar to that of Supreme Kai. You don't need to look for it anymore. I'm still in the World King Star, and now I am talking to everyone through the power of the World King. Son Goku's voice sounded in the hearts of everyone again. Hey? Can you still do this? Lord Jiwang is really amazing! Klin exclaimed. When the others heard this, they stopped looking for Son Goku. Master Realm King is indeed very good. He taught me very good tricks. When I go back, I will definitely surprise you. And Vegeta, maybe I'm better than you, hehe. Son Goku is very good. It is proud. He didn't know about the fact that Vegeta had detected 500,000 combat power, and it was a year ago. Over the past year, Vegeta's breath has been converging, unable to detect specific strength, but it is clear that he has been improving. Klin and the others held back their smiles without exposing them. They were both suffocating each other, and they waited to see Son Goku challenge Vegeta when he came back, and smashed into a big somersault. Don't talk nonsense. The savvy Piccolo let out a soft snort, and said proudly, Son Goku, you are talking to us at this time, shouldn't you be idle and bored? Is it Scion coming? When the others heard this, their faces changed one after another, and they were a little nervous for a while. According to Raditz, the strength of these Earth Warriors has indeed improved a lot, but if you don't count the potential status, they are still not opponents of his two companions. However, the potential state is, after all, a blasting skill, the kind that is empty after bursting, can only be used as a whole card. The combat power on the bright side can't be compared, it must be nervous. Piccolo? I can't hide it from you. Son Goku exclaimed and said, yes, Lord Realm has already sensed it. Scion will arrive on Earth tomorrow, so I remind you to be prepared first. Tomorrow. Everyone clenched their fists one after another, and there was a strong gleam in their eyes. In addition to being nervous, they also want to show the results of this year's practice. At this time Vegeta interjected and asked, Goku, how long did it take you to go? Haha, it didn't take long, it was only 3 months, hey. Son Goku was stunned, and then yelled, "It's broken, I forgot to count the time to go back, now I go back. I don't know if it's too late, you must wait for me." Idiot. Klin and others helplessly stroked their heads. The corner of Vegeta's mouth rose slightly, and he knew that Son Goku was habitually lazy. You know, in the original work, after Piccolo and others died, it only took more than 30 days to reach the Realm King. Among a few people, the fighting power of dumplings is only 610. When Son Goku ran Snake Road, although he only had 416 combat effectiveness, he also wore a load suit, but how could he not run too many in the first half of the year? And here is even more amazing, with 5,500 combat power, and in the end, it has been running for 3 months, a master in the lazy world. Asterisk. Chapter 29. Chapter 029. Be a happy people who eat melons. Knowing that Sion is coming tomorrow, Klin and the others did not conduct high-intensity training anymore, but began to adjust their breath to restore themselves to their peak state. Raditz, although it is not very good to say that, since the 2 Scions are your former companions, you should know them well. Piccolo found Raditz and asked about the 2 Scions. Cut, who do you think I am? Am I the kind of person who will betray my companions? Raditz's face was full of disdain. Although he has slowly adapted to life on the earth now, and feels that his current life is much stronger than before, and it is precarious, but in his heart he still regards himself as Scion, and does not think that he is in the same group as the people on earth. Should you decide for yourself? Anyway, with our current strength, even if the combat power is weaker than them, everyone will burst into a state of potential together. I believe they will not be opponents, right? The corner of Piccolo's mouth rose slightly and said, I just want to learn more, maybe I can find a slightly more peaceful solution, otherwise, if Vegeta wants you to join me, how do you choose? The energy in Raditz's body has not been eliminated yet, and his life is still in the hands of Vegeta. Klin was surprised. Piccolo, I didn't expect you to join forces against the enemy. Still want a peaceful settlement? Sure enough, Goku is right. After rebirth, Piccolo is completely different from the previous devil. Stop talking nonsense. Piccolo instantly exploded and roared, this is only temporary. When the 2 Scions are resolved, I will still be the devil who wants to conquer the world, and I will destroy you by then. It's a pity that Klin is not at all shocked, even Tian Xinyan, Yamcha, and others are smiling. Because Vegeta asked Bulma to make a gravity device, they hadn't left this year and had been cultivating in the heavens. Of course, Piccolo was also together. I spent a year together day and night, who doesn't know who? Son Gohan, who has already honed his character a lot, also murmured, Uncle Piccolo is really not honest. Who is not there? Although Son Gohan's voice was low, everyone heard it clearly, and all of a sudden burst into laughter. Humph, you guys can smile now, and when Vegeta and the others come, you won't be able to laugh when you want to laugh. Raditz curled his lips and was very upset with the joyous atmosphere on the scene. Since you want to know their details, I'll just reveal a little bit. If Vegeta doesn't make a move, you alone will not be Vegeta's opponents. Even in a state of explosive potential. The 2 Scions who came were called Vegeta and Nappa, Raditz had said before, so they all knew who Raditz was talking about. But they didn't expect that Vegeta, whose name was very similar to Vegeta, had such a strong ability. Isn't even the potential state really an opponent? Klin's expression became serious. You must know that his potential state has been able to steadily erupt, and under the unscrupulous full fight, he can hold 10 times the fighting power for 10 minutes. Just like that, still not that Sion's opponent? When other people heard Raditz's words, their hearts were heavy, as expected. Do they still have to rely on the power of Son Goku or Vegeta? It's just that they didn't know. Without noticing, a trace of triumph and joking flashed in Raditz's eyes, and only Vegeta not far away saw it. If you count the transformation of the great ape, Vegito is indeed better than all of them combined. Vegito also felt funny in his heart. Klin and others are indeed much better than the original, but obviously it is impossible to reach the height of Vegito within a year. They can burst into a state of potential, and Vegito can also transform into a great ape. Although Vegito's great ape has weaknesses, its combat power can be maintained for a long time, not as short as its potential state. Of course, the state of potential will explode, but the great ape needs to make a moon first. In this respect, the state of potential is even better. Regarding the mood of Klin and others at this time, Vegit just took the attitude of watching the excitement and did not expose Raditz. He didn't want to intervene in the battle tomorrow. Even if someone died because of it, he could be resurrected through Dragon Ball. After all, part of his body comes from Vegito. Even if he wants to pay back the favor, he doesn't want to do anything with Vegito. At that time, he will be a happy crowd eating melons, and treat the battle as a good vegetable farm on the scene. With different moods, everyone soon ushered in Sion's arrival. At 6 o'clock the next morning, the morning light just appeared, and 2 round spheres fell into the city of the eastern capital, causing a small amount of panic. Before Piccolo and the others rushed over, the 2 Scions who were sensed by their breath, one of them suddenly shot and razed the city to the ground. Damn, what are they doing? Sensing that a large amount of chi disappeared in an instant, Klin and the others gritted their teeth, burst out with all their strength, and flew to the positions of Vegito and Nappa at the fastest speed. Vegit just hung slowly behind, well, sitting in the plane Bulma was driving. Why are you not in a hurry? Didn't you say that you also grew up on the earth? Bulma really couldn't understand Vegit's thoughts. It seems that since realizing that now, he has always been a careless look. Asterisk. Chapter 30. Chapter 030 Raditz wants to watch from the sidelines. Ha ha ha. Isn't my greeting not enthusiastic enough? Nappa, a bald head who ruined a city, floated in the air and laughed. Vegito next to her folded her arms and said with an unhappy expression, "It's almost all right, Nappa. If this planet is damaged too badly, it won't be able to sell for a high price." "That's right," Nappa said with enthusiasm. "Vegito, what are we doing now? Shall we go to that Vegito first?" "Yes, find the guy with the strongest combat power first. It should be him." Vegito pressed the probe. Beep beep. "Vegito, something is wrong." Nappa also pressed the detector, and was obviously nervous after seeing the situation. On this planet, there are more than 1 or 2 people with a combat power of more than 1,000, and they seem to have discovered us and are rushing over. "Why? Vegito has a combat power of 18,000 after all," and said calmly, "It's just a few trash fish, with a combat power of 2 to 3,000. Could it still threaten us? Okay, you just emptied the field and we are here. Wait, it should be Vegit and Kakarot." "That's right." Nappa followed Vegito down from the air, and then jumped on the ground a few times, laughing, "Haha, the gravity on the earth is so small, it's really easy to move. Vegito, let's say it. If you see Vegito later, don't snatch me. If you shoot, there will be no suspense, then it will be boring." Vegito gave a wicked smile. "Whatever you do, don't kill you anyway, you need their power to attack the next planet. If Raditz is still alive, plus Kakarot and Vegito, the 5 of us will be able to easily kill the planet. Come down. I'm a little excited to say that the planet to be attacked this time can be sold for a very high price, even if it is divided by 2 people, it is much more than before." Nappa laughed. The corner of Vegito's mouth grinned. "Senior brings a newcomer, and it's fine if you don't charge tuition. The newcomer still wants to divide the money." The 2 looked at each other and laughed at the same time. "Come." Suddenly, Vegito raised his brows and looked towards the horizon. Sure enough, there were several figures flying from the sky at high speed, among them the familiar Raditz. "That waste of Raditz, isn't it here to deal with us?" Nappa couldn't believe it. Vegito put his arms around his chest and snorted coldly, "He is not so stupid. He knows the gap between us, and he voluntarily ran to die. But according to him, living on the earth has been very nourishing this year. I will find opportunities later. Give him a lesson." "Just what I want." Nappa smirked with her fists. "Ha." At this time, the warriors of the earth fell in front of Vegito one after another, including Raditz, a total of 7 people. "Vegito, Nappa." Raditz looked at the opposite person, his eyes flashed, but he didn't speak. But Piccolo has a faint leadership style. He stood in the front, clenched his fists, staring at the 2 Vegito and said, "Just to be cautious, let me ask first. Why are you here?" This voice, "You and Kakarot almost killed Raditz, right?" Vegito didn't answer Piccolo's words. Instead, he asked, "I'm curious, why didn't you kill Radz later? You didn't want to die together at the beginning? Did he die?" "Sure enough, you know exactly what happened back then, through that detector, right?" Piccolo looked at Vegito and Nappa's detectors. The invisible detector made by Bulma can also communicate, but due to technical limitations, the signal transmission is limited to the Earth. Piccolo looked back at Raditz and saw that the latter didn't mean to speak. He replied by himself, "It's no longer necessary, and the same is true for you. If it's just a guest, we can welcome it." "Guest? Ha ha ha, Vegito, isn't this guy from Namek? It's as naive as the rumors." Nappa laughed. Vegito also smiled wickedly. "It is possible that the combat power is 3,500, which is indeed the height that the Namek people can reach." Nappa laughed and said, "To tell you the truth, we are here to destroy the people on Earth, and take away Sion who is living outside. So, you should just wait to die. Although you are from Namek, it is a pity that there is only one. Not our opponent." Namek. Piccolo was taken aback. He had long suspected that he was not a human being on Earth, because he did not have the second line of supervision. Vegeta seemed to know, but did not explain. Klin was surprised. "Piccolo, it turns out that you are also from Universe, no wonder. The Namek people not only have extraordinary combat effectiveness, but also seem to have some incredible abilities, such as magic." Vegeta proudly displayed his knowledge reserve, but unfortunately, their most fatal flaw is their naivety, and they like to hang peace. "So you are often bullied by evil forces in the universe. That's it." Piccolo gestured behind him, and then put on a fighting posture. "Thank you for telling me who my ancestors are. However, now that my territory is on the Earth, you are not allowed to destroy it. As for whether it is an opponent, I have to fight before I know it." As Piccolo's voice fell, Klin, Tien Shinyan and others, including Son Gohan, all assumed a fighting posture. Only Raditz was in an embarrassing situation, so he quietly stepped away, intending to watch from the sidelines. Asterisk. Chapter 31. 031 Piccolo Snappa. On a hill near the battlefield, Bulma had already parked the plane and put it into the capsule. She and Vegeta watched the battle from a distance, but the latter relied solely on the perception of eyesight and spirit, while Bulma could only use a telescope. "Are you really not going to make a move? If it were you, you would be able to defeat them easily, right?" Bulma wanted to use the detector, but the distance was too far, so she didn't know the specific strength of the 2 Vegeta. "Don't worry, Piccolo and the others can handle it. Don't forget, they have worked hard for a year under gravity." Vegeta looked relaxed. Although Vegeta and the others arrived a few hours earlier than the original, but with Son Goku's strength far surpassing the original, they will definitely be able to arrive early. In addition, Piccolo is several times stronger than the original, and there are new types of detectors. They know the basics of Vegeta, so there is no need to worry. Now this battle can only be regarded as a family for Vegeta, and it is just a witness to the original plot. He is even more looking forward to the chain effect triggered after this battle, and the big boss Frisia behind. Okay. Bulma said helplessly, since you have said so, I can only cheer them on. I hope there will be no accidents. Vegito smiled slightly and said nothing. What surprised him is that Bulma and Yamcha are not boyfriends and girlfriends, and Bulma is still single. Every time I meet, Bulma obviously prefers to be close to Vegito, while Yamcha turns a blind eye. Isn't this the main world of Dragon Ball? Although Vegeta was strange, he didn't think deeply. It didn't matter to him anyway. At this time, the following battle has already begun. Vegeta and the others used the detector to detect that Piccolo and others are not weak, so they did not come up with such a thing as the vegetable man like the original book. Nappa directly stepped forward and challenged everyone. First, remind you that when I take action, the battle will end in an instant. You won't feel painful, please be happy, hum. Nappa clenched his fist triumphantly, then burst into anger. Boom! A powerful breath erupted from Nappa, and even the earth began to tremble. Facing this level of anger, although Klin and others were cautious, they were not surprised at all. Because as early as the beginning, they had already detected the combat power of Nappa and Vegeta through invisible detectors, and the two scions would not hide their breath at all. 7,000. This is Nappa's combat power value, and its strength is also 7,000. At least in the impression of Klin and others, except for Vegeta, everyone else's combat effectiveness and intensity are the same. He, tremble, humble earthlings, come and feel the powerful power of Master Nappa. Nappa thought that all the Earth warriors were trembling with fright and couldn't even speak. He slapped his fist forward, and suddenly a strong wind blew up. Does any of you want to go? Piccolo put his hands on his chest, seemingly uninterested in Nappa. It is a pity that the faces of the group of people behind have cold sweat on their faces. Klin smiled bitterly, to be honest, unless everyone goes together, otherwise you can only explode the state of potential. A year ago, they were just a group of people with a combat power of 1 or 200. Even if their combat power exploded in a year, it would be good to be able to rise to several thousand heights, and they were all dozens of times higher. But compared to Nappa, it's still a bit worse after all. In addition to Piccolo, the strongest Tien Shinyan and Klin, one is 5,800 and the other is 5,600. Although the combat effectiveness is insufficient, skills and experience can be used to make up for it. But don't forget, Scion is a natural fighter, and I won't say that the stronger the Vietnam War, Nappa is also in the field all year round. In terms of fighting skills and experience, only Piccolo, Lin and the others are stronger. Hey! Piccolo murmured, stretched out his hand to lift off his cloak, and hummed softly. As a result, he couldn't deal with such a small character. Why are you here? Don't say that, Piccolo. Klin said with embarrassment, the scion at the back has a very high combat effectiveness. You will definitely have to join hands at that time, so I will work hard for you first and let everyone retain their strength. During the year of getting along, maybe because of inertia, Piccolo and Son Gohan have a very good relationship, just like a father and son. In addition, Klin is more active and often talks to Piccolo, so he is relatively familiar with Piccolo, while others are still half-baked to Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, you have to be careful. Son Gohan had a nervous expression on his face. His normal combat effectiveness is only 1,500, which is slightly higher than the original. After all, he is too young to be physically and mentally mature. However, everyone did not underestimate him, because Son Gohan's potential is the most amazing. After the explosive potential state, it has been increased by a full 20 times, reaching an astonishing 30,000. It's a pity that he has just started to practice for less than a year. After his full burst, his strength is always poorly controlled, so everyone didn't have much hope for him. What? Do you want to fight me alone? Nappa grinned when Piccolo stepped forward. However, he was unambiguous in his actions. Before Piccolo responded, he rushed over with a roar and smashed his punch. You rushed straight ahead? How despised is it? Piccolo sneered, gathering strength in his fist, and greeted him with a punch. Asterisk. Chapter 32. Chapter 032 Vegito Glass Heart Broken. With your mere 3,500 combat power, you want to fight against each other? It's naive. Nappa laughed disdainfully. But at this time, the Vegito at the back discovered that something was wrong. Because those earthlings are too calm. Not good. Vegito suddenly remembered something, and immediately shouted, Nappa, be careful. These people will control the combat power, don't be confused by the number of the detector. What? Nappa's reaction was half a beat slow, but it turned out to be too late. Boom. When the two fists touched each other, the blue veins on Nappa's arm were raised and twisted into a ball instantly, and then he let out a scream in his mouth, and his body burst out. Piccolo obviously didn't have too strong aura, even the number detected by the detector remained at 3,500. But that's it, it's Nappa who suffers. Nappa flew out for several kilometers, and smashed to the ground. His breath was already weakened to the extreme, and his whole body was half dead. Even his arm was distorted so badly that it might be useless. Idiot! Raditz, who was not far away, frowned and cursed inwardly. Although he knew it was impossible, he still had a little hope for the two companions. Maybe Vegito could help him get rid of Vegito's control. But now, just looking at Nappa's performance, he has given up this idea. It's amazing. Klin and others were dumbfounded. Yamcha swallowed. Fortunately, he is with us now. If we were the same big devil back then, we would be miserable. Tien Shinyan thought, Piccolo's strength is obviously much stronger than Nappa. I don't know how much combat power he has now. I'm afraid it's over 10,000, right? Although everyone practiced together every day, the first thing Bobo and the gods taught them was to control the chi, so everyone's aura converged very well. If you don't go all out to fight, no one knows each other's details. Over there, Vegito looked dumbfounded. What kind of plot development is this ghost animal? It's completely different from the script. In the end, he can only attribute everything to Nappa trash. Before both Kakarot and Vegito met, he fell down first. What is this? Save. I. B. Vegito. Nappa reached out to Vegito. Snapped. Vegito took Nappa's extended hand. Yes. I'm sorry. Vegito. Don't say that. Vegito gave a smirk, and suddenly took Nappa's hand and threw him into the air. Wow! What are you going to do? Vegito. Nappa yelled in surprise. At this time, he yelled very sharply, full of anger, and didn't look like a seriously injured person at all. You no longer have the value of existence, go to hell. Vegito burst into a powerful energy, turned into a shock wave, and hit Nappa directly in the air. What? So strong. It's cruel. It's not letting go with my companion. Piccolo, Klin, and others were taken aback. Boom. The shock wave erupted with blazing light, and there was also Nappa's hysterical roar. However, Vegito frowned, and Piccolo, Klin and others were also a little surprised. Hey, isn't that person him? Klin said with some uncertainty, why would he save people? And, isn't he incapable of saying anything? Ask him yourself, how do I know what he thinks? Piccolo chuckled, feeling very upset. After all, he wounded Nappa. As a result, the opponent's companion went to kill him, but the people on his side went to save him. What a thing! At this time, a slightly depressed voice suddenly sounded in the sky, oh, it's still not better than you. I even used Kaioken, but it turned out to be a little slower than you. Gaku. Klin and others raised their heads in surprise. There are 3 figures in the sky, one of them is wearing an orange robes, with the sign of a realm king painted on the back, who is it if it's not Son Goku? And the other two figures, one is naturally dying Nappa, the other is Vegeta. At this time, Vegeta put one hand on Nappa's back, floating in the air. It was he who saved Nappa, and it was him that Piccolo and Klin said just now. But I didn't expect that Son Goku actually appeared at this time. Hearing what he meant, it seemed that he was also planning to save people, but Vegeta was one step ahead. Vegeta took a look at Son Goku up and down, but the detector could not detect the specific strength. There were only 12,000 on the bright side, but from the breath that broke out just now, Vegeta judged that he should have a combat power of about 50,000. What silly thing to say! Vegeta curled his lips and said, "If I don't show up, you will use Kaioken? You can't keep up without Kaioken, okay? You obviously want to grab someone from me, so embarrassed. Say me." Son Goku obviously didn't intend to save people, but when he saw Vegeta appear, his hands were itchy and he wanted to try it. "Sure enough, you know Kaioken." Son Goku scratched his head and smiled. "He is an enemy after all. I am also hesitant to save it, so my reaction is a little slower. But then again, why do you want to save Vegeta? You are not such an enthusiastic person." The two of them had fallen from the air as they were talking. Vegeta threw Nappa to the ground with a wave of his hand, groaning in pain. "Beget! Kakarot!" Vegeta gritted his teeth at the two. The speed that the two of them showed just now scared him and broke his glass heart. Asterisk. Chapter 33. Chapter 033 Son Goku's Vegeta. "Didn't I save you? You said that to me." Excessive. Vegeta rolled his eyes. Son Goku laughed awkwardly, scratching his head and said, "Well, I was wrong, I just think you don't seem to care much about many things." Vegeta said in a faint voice, "There are few scions left. It doesn't matter if you die outside. If you die in your own hands, I won't be able to see. That's it." Son Goku didn't quite understand, he just felt that the reason seemed very high. In fact, however, Vegeta was only on a whim, or a temporary evil taste. He would like to know, if Nappa can survive, what kind of image will it look like in the future as Super Saiyan? Golden eyebrows, golden beard, green eyes? The head is like a big golden light bulb? And what will happen to the Super 3? Suddenly growing hair? Or does the beard grow longer and thicker, turning into bunches? Just think about it. Vegeta is more like Scion's prince than you, ha ha ha. Nappa, who escaped by chance, laughed loudly. He really believed Vegeta's reason for nonsense. "Cut, troublesome guy." Vegeta sneered. "They'll die anyway, so no matter what you say, I don't care. All he cares about is his self-esteem. Killed his companion, but was stopped by the enemy? Does he, Prince Scion, do not want face? Vegeta now needs a battle to vent his anger. Goku, your chance to show is here. If you die, I will collect Dragon Balls to resurrect you." Seeing this, Vegeta slipped away and took Nappa away by the way. "You underestimated me." Son Goku clenched his fists and smiled, "Although the opponent is really not easy, but I am now different from before. How could I die?" However, Vegeta frowned. "Dragon Ball. You don't know yet." Son Goku didn't think much about it, and smiled triumphantly. "There is something called Dragon Ball on Earth. You can summon Shenron as long as you collect 7 of them. Shenron can realize any wish, including resurrection. There is such a thing." Vegeta glanced at Piccolo at the back. "I heard that the Namek people have all kinds of magical abilities. You should do this Dragon Ball, right?" "Hey, that's it." After listening to their conversation, Vegeta threw Nappa next to Raditz, and left with confidence. Because he just remembered that Vegeta didn't know about Dragon Ball, they came to Earth purely because Raditz was defeated. Vegeta saves Nappa only incidentally, mainly because of a reasonable appearance. By the way, Dragon Ball will let Frieza on the other side of the communicator know the news, so that the latter will go to Namek. Although Son Goku and others knew that the probe could communicate, they were limited by knowledge blind spots and never thought that Vegeta had other accomplices, or that there were other big bosses behind them. Even if he later learned that Frieza learned about Dragon Ball through a detector, he thought that Vegeta was as unaware of them as they did. It's really embarrassing, Nappa. Raditz looked at Nappa, who was half alive at his feet, with a teasing expression on his face. Are you qualified to say such things? Raditz. Nappa said with a fierce face, this incident is all because of you. I haven't asked you to settle the account. Humph, when I recover from my injury, I must learn a lesson. You. Hey, aren't you afraid that I will kill you now? Raditz folded his arms and looked at him condescendingly. After a year of hard training, his strength has also improved. Although he is not an opponent of Nappa for the time being, he already has the capital for equal dialogue, and he no longer needs to be conscientious as before. Do you dare? Although Nappa has thick lines, he is not a fool. With your arrogant character, today is surprisingly quiet. It must be controlled by Vegeta? He just saved me. Do you dare to kill me? To be honest, Raditz really dare not. Vegeta threw Nappa to him, the meaning was already obvious, just let him watch, don't let Nappa die. But if you lose, Raditz sneered, you should remember? A year ago, it was the Namek guy who joined forces with Kakarot, and finally bet on his life, and almost died with me, only to be stopped by Veget. What do you want to say? Nappa frowned. Raditz proudly said, have you not figured it out yet? You can't even stand a punch from Piccolo. And me? But better than the two of them. You want to teach me too? It's 100 years earlier. Nappa's pupils shrank instantly. Could it be that within this year, Raditz's strength exploded? Yes, when Raditz first came to Earth, the highest combat power among the people on Earth was Kakarot's 400. Now there are 2,000 or 3,000 each, and he can still destroy his 3,500 in one punch. What about Raditz? How much has been improved? What secret is hidden on this Earth? Nappa was silent. He felt that he should be honest with him in his current situation. Perhaps with the opportunity of Veget saving his life, it was a serious matter to hug his thigh tightly. Not to mention how Nappa and Raditz are, Son Goku and Vegeta have formally started fighting over there after a simple conversation. Because of the appearance of Son Goku, the pressure on Klin and the others was greatly reduced, and they all chose to watch the game with ease. Piccolo also wanted to see Son Goku's growth over the past year, so he didn't intervene. Chapter 34. Chapter 034 Great Ape Vegetoff's Earth Warrior. In the ruins of the eastern capital, the two figures fought at a very fast speed, and the muffled sound became one piece. The figures flickered from time to time, and they would appear in another place in the next moment. So strong. Can't keep up with their speed at all. Goku is indeed a lot more powerful. The current combat power is only about 15,000, and it can even beat that Vegeta. Klin and others watched Son Goku fighting fiercely from a distance, and they couldn't help but exclaimed. They are indeed far inferior to this kind of strength, and even their breath perception is reduced to the lowest level. Son Gohan, the weakest, can no longer sense it at all. Hey, this level! Piccolo clenched his fists slightly. His combat effectiveness is only in his early 10,000 years, which is incomparable to those of the two. Most importantly, he could see that Son Goku hadn't done his best yet. This is also the style of Son Goku. No matter who you play with, you will never use your full strength at the beginning. Soon, the two people in the fierce battle separated instantly. Vegeta sneered, "Hey, Kakarot, I admit that you are really strong, much better than Raditz's crap. But with your strength, you can't be my opponent." He said so, but in fact he was very heavy in his heart, and even panicked a lot. Kakarot is so difficult, if you add those people on Earth, especially the Namek people, together, it won't be so easy for him to win. The most important thing is that Vegito didn't make a shot. Sure enough, he still had to find a chance to transform into a great ape. Vegito secretly planned. Son Goku didn't think so much, he hadn't experienced such a hearty battle for a long time, and the blood in his body had already boiled. Hey hey! Son Goku touched his nose and said, "You haven't beaten me yet. It's a bit early to say this now." Is that really the case? A weird smile appeared on Vegito's face. Not good. Seeing a white light condensed in Vegito's hands in the distance, Raditz couldn't help but yelled, "Hurry up and stop him, Kakarot!" What? Son Goku didn't react, because he didn't feel threatened by the white light in Vegito's hands. Idiot! That's an artificial moon, he's going to transform into a giant ape. Raditz knows Vegito quite well, and can guess it with just one action. Unfortunately, his reminder was still too late. In the horrified gaze of Son Goku and a group of Earth warriors, Vegito fluttered to the sky with the white ball of light in his hand. Ah ha ha ha, I really like your panicked expressions. Vegito laughed proudly, although I hate being that ugly, I still want to become a great ape in order to save my strength. Hey! Let you see the super destructive power of me becoming a great ape. It's a pity, Kakarot, you blame yourself for being stupid and getting your tail off. Otherwise you can use that power to fight me, although the result is still the same. Only he, Scion's Prince Vegito, the super genius among Scion, can remain sober after becoming a great ape, and control that power perfectly. Even if other people turned into giant apes, their destructive power increased, and it was useless if their minds were not sober. Roar! The expression on Vegito's face suddenly turned hideous, 2 sharp fangs appeared at the corners of her mouth, her appearance gradually changed, and her body quickly became huge. This is a big deal. Raditz mentioned Nappa almost immediately and ran away. His strength is not as good as Nappa, how can he fight the great ape Vegito? It's still important to save your life. The battle should be handed over to Kakarot. Anyway, Vegito is still in the line. It's really bad, it's terrifying. There was cold sweat on Piccolo's face, and even if he burst into a state of potential, he was far from the opponent of the great ape Vegito. At this time he finally understood what Raditz said, all of them together are not Vegito's opponents. What does this mean? Let's go together, I'm afraid Goku can't stand it anymore. Klin's face was also full of cold sweat, but he still mustered up the courage, burst into a state of potential with a boom, and rushed directly to the giant ape Vegito. Boom 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 boom. Aura burst out one after another. Piccolo, Tien Shinyan, Dumpling, Yamcha were not ambiguous, they also broke out the potential state, and joined the battle together. The great ape Vegito's strength is too terrifying, and it puts a lot of pressure on them, and they can't fight together. Only Son Gohan was half a beat slower. His potential state was not yet proficient. After the explosion, he only had one blow, and even at this level, it was far inferior to the great ape Vegito. In the end, he gritted his teeth and rushed over as usual. Okay, awesome. Son Goku was already shocked by the breath of the great ape Vegito. Vegito has a normal combat power of 18,000. The creation of an artificial moon consumes a lot of energy, and the combat power has dropped slightly, leaving about 16,000. But the great ape's change has increased tenfold, reaching a terrifying 160,000. Son Goku is no longer an opponent at all. However, when he sensed the breath of Piccolo and others who were bursting into a state of potential behind him, Son Goku was full of amazement. They have actually reached this point. Come on! Son Goku reduced his mind, and became full of energy again. Although he still has Kaioken, he has only practiced on the World King Star with 10 times the gravity. With the current physical strength, he can only adapt to twice. It was almost the level of Piccolo in the state of potential, and it was far from the great ape Vegito. This is a huge challenge for him. But it was precisely this that made his blood boil even more. Asterisk. Chapter 35. Chapter 035 Fierce Battle. Completely downwind. Ha 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 ha. A bunch of chopsticks, even if you join hands, what can you do? The great ape Vegito looked at the earth warrior rushing up with a disdainful face, and slapped it directly. Boom! The strong wind swept in all directions, and all the earth soldiers dodged one after another. A young figure was too late to react, and was directly slapped by the giant ape and shot out in an instant. Dumplings! Tian Xinyan shouted. The strength of dumplings has been increased to 1,800, slightly higher than Sun Gohan, but the potential state is only 6 times, and the total is only over 10,000. Even the great ape Vegito can't stand a single face. Damn it! Tian Xinyan didn't have the time to check the situation of the dumplings, and broke out with all his strength, launching a fierce attack from the side. Piccolo is the strongest. After opening the 3 chains, his strength soared to 90,000. Although it is still far inferior to the great ape Vegito, it is the best in the field, so he directly restrains it from the front. Tian Xinyan with 58,000 fighting power, Klin with 56,000 fighting power, and Yamcha with 50,000 fighting power, the 3 took advantage of Piccolo's containment of the great ape Vegito one after another, punching and kicking. However, what shocked them was that they had almost exploded with all their strength, but they did not even shake a single hair of the great ape Vegito. The great ape Vegito did not evade, let their attacks fall on him, then grinned, and suddenly his tail swept past, and all the earth warriors, including Piccolo, all flew out. Sun Gohan, who was 1 step behind, happened to encounter such a scene, and in an instant, he was alone in the venue. Okay, it's scary. Sun Gohan was almost scared, shivering, and taking 2 steps back, unable to pluck up the courage to face the great ape Vegito. Kakarote's son. The great ape Vegito tilted his head, staring at Sun Gohan, disdainfully said, "Are you Saiyan? You really shame us, Saiyan, go to hell." He slapped Sun Gohan on the head. Gohan! Piccolo, Klin, and others yelled anxiously. It's just that they have just been beaten into the air, the blood is surging in their bodies, their breath is unstable, and they have no ability to save people. At this time, a red light flashed by. Boom! Great ape Vegito's palm was slapped on the ground again, and a huge palm print was directly shot. Hey! The great ape Vegito found that he hadn't photographed anyone, and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. He just saw a red light flying by his palm. Soon, the red light took Sun Gohan and stopped not far away, the light condensed, revealing a stern expression of Son Goku. Kakarote. The giant ape Vegito's face showed a surprised look, you still have something to hide. In fact, Vegito's jealousy was burning at this time. These damn earthlings, 1 or 2, didn't know what tricks they used, and they all burst their livers. Although he can't pose a threat to him in the great ape state, but fortunately he has become a great ape, otherwise, if he was not careful just now, wouldn't it be cold? Such a situation makes it difficult for Vegito to accept. In his eyes, people on Earth are just uncivilized primitive people. And the Prince of Sion, the dignified fighting nation, almost capsized in the gutter here on Earth, how could anyone accept it? Now even Kakarote, the original Sion Junior fighter, has jumped out, and he can still save people from his men. This is even more unacceptable. No matter how much power you hide, you will definitely die in my Vegito hands today. The great ape Vegito let out a roar, his mouth opened wide, and an energy bomb was rapidly condensing, spraying in the direction of Son Goku in an instant. Not good. Son Goku just calmed Son Gohan's emotions, causing his movements to be half a beat slow, and it was too late to avoid him. Fight! Triple Kaioken! Son Goku gritted his teeth and pulled Son Gohan behind him. A fierce red flame burst into his body, and then he used both hands to meet the energy bomb of the great ape Vegito. It's just that his whole body muscles are agitated and his veins are beating, which is obviously overloaded. Boom! The energy bomb exploded as soon as it was touched by Son Goku. This is not Kamehameha after all. It has no sustaining power. It is just a single-use bomb, so it explodes as soon as it is touched. The energy swept through, the light spread, and the two figures on the spot were swallowed by the blazing light, and there was no way to see what was going on. Goku! Gohan! Klin, Piccolo, and others screamed. They had just stabilized their bodies and were more or less injured. Damn, this guy is too powerful to get close at all. It's easy to be avoided with energy bombs from a distance. You must find a way to contain him. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Klin said with a solemn face, perhaps we can find an opportunity to cut off his tail. As long as he can cut off his tail, he will be restored to his original shape. By the way, there is a tail. Piccolo also thought of it. A few people made eye contact for a moment, and soon came up with a preliminary plan. The battlefield situation is changing rapidly, but there is no time for them to discuss it slowly, and they can only decide a simple direction. In the end, they will have to experiment before knowing the result. At this time, the light disappeared in the place that was bombed by the energy bomb, and the smoke was slowly dissipating, and the two figures inside were quickly exposed. It turned out to be intact. However, Son Goku was panting heavily, and it was obviously quite exhausting. Asterisk. Chapter 36. Chapter 036 Crisis. Piccolo Sacrifice. Vegeta. Son Goku yelled and rushed towards the great ape Vegeta. His speed is very fast, which makes Klin and other people who want to discuss tactics with him completely unresponsive. Kakarot. The great ape Vegeta also yelled, and slapped Son Goku with his huge arm. Vegeta was going crazy, his full blow after the great ape transformed, he didn't even hurt Kakarot. This is simply impossible. So he wants to break this illusion and let everyone know that his Vegeta is the strongest and Kakarot is just a low-level fighter. Son Goku didn't have that much thought. He just couldn't bear the 3 times the load brought by Kaioken. He hoped to solve the battle as soon as possible. One man and one ape fought fiercely, and the whole surrounding land instantly became ruins and turned into pieces of scorched earth. Bang bang bang! The collision of fists and palms erupted with astonishing power every time, and the powerful waves of air continued to spread, making the Earth warriors in the distance unable to even approach them. Under 3 times Kaioken, Son Goku's strength is infinitely close to that of the great ape Vegeta. Isn't this too powerful? Goku still hides such a powerful force, he can defeat that scion alone. Klin and the others were stunned. The tactics they had just thought of had already been forgotten. Piccolo said solemnly, "No. Son Goku's situation is not right, he seems to be enduring severe pain, and his breath is starting to be messy. No, my stamina is almost exhausted." Yamcha interrupted, "You shouldn't be able to hold it for too long, right? Don't you find a chance to do it now?" After a few people exploded into their potential state, they were beaten up in just a few rounds, and then Son Goku's home court. The chi should have been reduced back, but the situation changed too quickly, and when they thought about this problem, their potential was almost exhausted. Coincidentally, at this time, after Son Goku fisted against the great ape Vegeta, the red light all over his body suddenly flickered and then disappeared, and then he was beaten into the air. Superior. Piccolo directly took the lead and rushed over, and an energy bomb hit the great ape Vegeta. "Hey, annoying fly!" The great ape Vegeta was about to take advantage of the victory to pursue Son Goku, but was stopped by Piccolo and others. "When I was in a bad mood, I couldn't even avoid it, using my physical body to block Piccolo's energy bomb." Unscathed. Then, an energy bomb condensed from the mouth of the great ape Vegeta, which happened to be facing a group of Earth warriors. The energy contained in it is even more terrifying than the power of playing Son Goku and Son Gohan before. This time, the great ape Vegeta was indeed impatient. Scatter! However, it was in the arms of Piccolo and others, who dispersed at the fastest speed, completely avoiding the front. The energy of the great ape Vegeta has been shot out, and it is impossible to control it anymore. Solve 1. Vegeta the great ape grinned. If Piccolo and the others don't disperse, it's okay. The power of gathering everyone should be able to barely stop it, but then everyone will be completely abandoned, and there will be no fighting power. It doesn't matter if you avoid it. Because of the direction in which this energy bomb hits, a small figure in panic appeared behind him, Son Gohan. Not good. Piccolo and the others just stepped away, they sensed Son Gohan behind. The closest was Piccolo, so he gritted his teeth and rushed back. No, it's too late. Piccolo's complexion changed, and suddenly he made up his mind, his breath surged. Drive me! The next moment, boom! The flames on Piccolo suddenly doubled, and his combat power soared directly from 90,000 to 180,000. He opened the fourth shackle in his body, and his combat power instantly doubled. From 8 times the original third yoke to 16 times now. Piccolo's body almost disappeared in a flash, pushing him away just before the energy bomb hit Son Gohan. However, because of forcibly breaking through the shackles, his breath was not stable, and his physical strength had been exhausted before this broke out, and the fire suddenly went dumb at the critical moment. Boom! The energy bomb exploded on Piccolo, swallowing him instantly. Uncle Piccolo! Son Gohan clearly saw that at the last moment Piccolo fell into weakness, and then was beaten to death by the energy bomb. Boom! Son Gohan ran away. The breath rose steadily, surpassing Klin and others in an instant. Go to hell! Son Gohan kept throwing energy bombs out of his hand, exploding on the giant ape Vegeta one after another. But no matter how violent he goes, the basic combat effectiveness is still weak. The chi that rose in an instant didn't even reach the strength of 100,000 in the end. Although he screamed at the great ape Vegeta, his injuries were not very serious, but rather embarrassing. But, this is enough. Solar Flare! Tien Shinyan showed off his skill. The great ape Vegeta let out a scream, covering his eyes with both hands. Klin throwing his hand is a Destructo Disc, almost cutting off the tail of the great ape Vegeta. Really, it's a little bit short of it. It's not that he missed, but... Nu Lanja Feng Feng Quan. Yamcha took the opportunity to rush up and hit the giant ape for a short while, and then the giant ape was staggered, just avoiding the Destructo Disc. It's over. Yamcha was dumbfounded. He withdrew from the state of potential, the great ape Vegeta just recovered, and then he stepped on it. Chapter 37. Chapter 037 End. The Last Spirit Bomb. Without any suspense, Yamcha was cold, and died worse than Piccolo, directly turned into a puddle of mud. Yamcha! Kellen and Tien Shinyan's eyes were cracked. Bulma in the distance also yelled in surprise, and with a clatter, the telescope in his hand fell to the ground. She didn't feel much when Piccolo died, because of the previous Big Devil, and because she had no contact with Piccolo. Moreover, the battle situation changed so quickly that she couldn't react to it with naked eyes. But now, Yamcha is dead, but he can see clearly. Although in this world, Yamcha is not her boyfriend, but she is also a good friend who has known each other a long time ago and has a very good relationship. Beget, why don't you take action? Everyone is dying. Bulma was so anxious that tears fell. Veget touched his nose with some embarrassment. In fact, he is strong, but in terms of consciousness, he is so-so. After all, he has traveled from the 21st century and grew up in the era of great peace. Can you expect him to have a fighting instinct in his body like Son Goku, who beats and kills all day long? Non-existent. So, when Piccolo died, his brain circuit was like this. Piccolo is dying, the distance is too far, no matter how fast I am, it will take time, I can't save it. Piccolo is cold, damn, I can instant transmission. So that's it. As for Yamcha, well, he admitted that he didn't want to save it. He had no affection for Yamcha, but Yamcha not only killed himself, but also assisted Vegeta. Who would die if he didn't die? Anyway, Piccolo will be resurrected at that time. One resurrection is a resurrection, and two resurrection are also resurrection. Let him die for a while, and then go to the Realm King to practice. Don't worry, although there was an accident, the scale of victory has already tilted toward us. After the battle is over, we can find a way to revive them. Vegeta could only comfort Bulma in this way. Bulma wiped her tears and said, "You said so easily, are you really going to win? Why can't I tell? Obviously such a good opportunity was taken away by that damn Yamcha." If you think so, Yamcha deserves to die. But now only Klin and Tien Shinyan, who are running out of energy and stamina, can hold on for a little while, everyone else is gone. How can they win? Son Goku overcharged Kaioken 3 times, and failed to beat Vegeta, so he fell first. The dumpling was beaten into the air at the beginning of the game, but it hasn't appeared. It may be dizzy in which corner to lie. There was also Son Gohan, who became empty again after he exploded and couldn't help at all. As for Raditz and Nappa, can you look forward to those two? Vegeta smiled slightly and pointed in one direction, look over there for yourself. What? Hey? That's Son Jun. Bulma's eyes lit up suddenly. Son Goku did fall, and then he absorbed the vitality of the surrounding plants and forcibly supported it, and now he has condensed a spirit bomb that is not weak in energy. Vegeta judged it a little bit. At this level, he can only severely damage the great ape Vegeta. If he wants to completely defeat it, it will take a while. It's a pity that it's too late, but Vegeta has noticed it. Originally, Tien Shinyan and Klin's potential state had almost exploded. Because of Yamcha's death, it became a high explosion. After a few rounds, they withdrew from their potential state empty. When Vegeta was about to solve them, he was stunned by the spirit bomb on the horizon, and then he found out. Kakarot, UBD. The great ape Vegeta's complexion changed drastically, and he dropped Klin and Tien Shinyan directly, and ran towards Son Goku in strides. At the same time, as he stepped, he continuously fired energy bombs from his mouth, all hitting Son Goku, hitting the latter back and forth, and the spirit bomb almost couldn't sustain it. No, that's all. Son Goku didn't expect to be spotted, but it was almost there. Although the great ape Vegeta cannot be eliminated in one go, as long as it can be hit, the crisis will naturally be lifted. Spirit bomb. Before Vegeta arrived, Son Goku pushed the spirit bomb out. Damn BD, I must tear you up. The giant ape Vegeta sensed the threat and couldn't avoid it. Boom. The spirit bomb exploded, and a cloud of mushrooms rose on the spot. The waves of air rolled and rolled the already weak Son Goku far away, completely exhausting the last physical strength. Tisk tusk, it's really tragic, I didn't expect it to be like this in the end. Vegeta praised. This is a good blockbuster, much more exciting than the 3D, 4D, and 5D Hokkaido blockbusters. And he also learned a lot of fighting skills from it, and blended it with the memory in his head. Now let him go back to the time he just crossed, and face Beerus again, he will definitely not be as embarrassed as before. But the final result surprised him. Son Goku and others are so much stronger than the original, and in the end they still lose. I can only say that you really can't float. In the original story, they had no strength. Faced with great apes Vegeta, they could only flee everywhere and reverse the situation through wits. But here, because of the strength, the mentality has drifted, and he has ALAL with the great ape Vegito? What kind of strength do you have, don't you know how to count it? One by one, they deserve it if they die. Asterisk. Chapter 38. 038 I'm here to show off. The end result is as unsuspecting as Yamcha's death. Vegito was completely planted, hitting the spirit bomb, a highly concentrated essence of Son Goku, and directly exiting the great ape state. The body is also riddled with holes, and it takes a lot of effort to stand up, let alone beat. He is lying in the ruins now. It is hard to say that he has more air intake and less air, but he is also a mermaid. Don't forget, this is the home ground of the people on Earth. Even if Son Goku and them are all gone, some people will clean up Vegito. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Vegito roared in a low voice. He never thought that he would die in a ghost place like the Earth. Dignified Prince Saiyan, this is too frustrated. Not reconciled. Suddenly, two figures appeared beside him. Vegito looked up, his face changed slightly. Raditz, Nappa, you two traitors. Nappa has been resting for a long time, the injury is still there, but the strength has recovered a bit. As for Raditz, he has never fought from start to finish, and of course he is in a complete state. He was now holding his arms, condescending, looking at Vegito with a sneer. You have the right to say that to me. Nappa's face suddenly became grim. Vegito was going to kill him just now. A faint gloom flashed under Vegito's eyes. Indeed, if there was no convulsion in his head just now, maybe Nappa could block him at a critical time, but that would not be the case. Of course, even if he regrets it in his heart, Vegito is the proud Prince Saiyan and will never bow his head. Raditz also sneered, if you didn't force me to come to the Earth to find Kakarot, do you think I would be like this? But I want to thank you, Vegito, your good days are over, and I, just started. Good day. Vegito sneered, don't laugh at me, Raditz, even if you survive, you are just prisoners. Hey, let me tell you one more thing. Raditz smiled happily. You should be thankful that Vegit didn't make a move today, otherwise your body would have been cold. His strength is far from what you can imagine. Do you know what was going on here before I came to Earth? Kakarot, the most powerful fighter, was only more than 400, but now. The pupils in Vegito's eyes shrank slightly, as if thinking of something. Nappa was surprised and asked, could it be Vegito? That's right. Raditz nodded. Under his guidance, in 1 year, the combat power of those Earthlings has risen from 1 or 200 to 5 or 6,000, and Kakarot has increased from more than 400 to 50,000. My Raditz is poor. It's a little bit, but it's also increased from 1,500 to 6,000. At the end, Raditz grinned, showing his big white teeth, looking very proud. What? Vegito and Nappa looked shocked, and at the same time they understood why Raditz had the confidence to speak to them in this tone. Very surprised, right? Even more surprised at the back. Raditz smiled mysteriously and said, a year ago, a scientist on Earth used my detector to transform and made a new type of detector that is more concealed, more stable, and can detect unlimited detection. He took out the invisible detector in his eyes, which was a reward given by Bulma for his contribution to the detector. That's it. Vegito finally understood. No wonder he always felt that those people on Earth seemed to be able to see his strength, and he thought it was Raditz who betrayed his information. Hey! This is not what I want to say. Raditz said, what I want to say is that with this new unlimited detector, a year ago, we detected that Vegito's combat power was 500,000. Vegito and Nappa trembled all over, their eyes widened suddenly. Then Raditz gave another heavy hammer. Moreover, he is injured himself, and his strength is greatly limited. 500,000 is only a small part. Over the past year, he has recovered a lot. It's just that the people on Earth will hide. With the ability of breath, I couldn't detect the specific value of Vegito. But I suspect that he is the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegito and Nappa don't know what to say anymore, their expressions are sluggish. This is the result of excessive shock, numbness. After a while, Vegito recovered, and suddenly clenched his fists, his teeth crunching. Joke, Super Saiyan, it's just nonsense. Even if there is Super Saiyan, it can only be my Vegito. Vegito's glass heart exploded again. Nappa didn't believe it either. If it's Super Saiyan, how could it be injured? It's impossible. I didn't want to convince you. Raditz grinned, and said, I was just, to show off. Vegito suddenly wanted to beat this stuff, but it was a pity that he couldn't move a bit now. Hey, they're here, just let me witness what will happen to you, Prince Saiyan. Raditz took his arms and walked to the side, posing for the excitement. By the time Raditz came to talk to Vegito, Klin and Tien Shinyan had recovered a bit of energy, found Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Dumplings, and walked over together. Asterisk. Chapter 39. Chapter 039 Master the cultivation method of fairy beans. Vegito originally thought that he could see a different good show, and even rescued Vegito at the critical moment, which was regarded as returning the favor of the flesh. As a result, Son Goku was as innocent as the original, and after persuading Klin, Tien Shinyan, and others, he let Vegito go. Nappa did not go with Vegito, but chose to stay on Earth with Raditz. He wanted to verify whether Super Saiyan's affairs were true or not. As for the death of Piccolo and Yamcha, Klin still thought of Namek's Dragon Ball, and then Son Goku got the specific location of Namek from King Kai. The universe spaceship is not a problem. Raditz was pulled by Bulma to do research a long time ago. Just imitate that one and make a bigger spaceship, just like the spaceship that Son Goku took in the original. Of course, it takes time to build a spaceship. Finally, it was the question that Vegeta did not make a move. Although everyone briefly discussed it, no one dared to blame Vegeta. They all know that Vegeta is an outsider and he has been recovering from his injuries. He has given them so many pointers this year, which has made everyone's strength a great improvement. It can be said that the biggest credit for being able to fight this battle today is Vegeta. Why do they blame Vegeta? What's more, Son Goku had arrived before Vegeta took the shot. According to Son Goku's character, even if Vegeta wanted to make a move at the time, I'm afraid Son Goku would not agree. That's it. Everyone rests while waiting for Bulma to build the spacecraft. Then they will head to the hometown of Piccolo and the god's Namek. At the same time, the Emperor of the Universe Frieza, after getting information about Vegeta on Earth from his men, also learned about Dragon Ball, so he rushed to Namek with his men first. Super Saiyan? The one called Vegeta. Frieza was sitting in the BB car, shaking slightly with a glass of red juice in her hand, her eyes cold. If Super Saiyan only has a combat power of several 100,000, it would be really disappointing. In that case, I would regret destroying planet Vegeta in the first place. Frieza sneered and said, after all, those wild monkeys are indeed good tools, just like Vegeta. Although sometimes they are disobedient, but as long as you teach them a little bit and let them know the gap between them and me, they will honestly. Yes, King Frieza. Sabo next to him said respectfully and earnestly, hundreds of thousands of fighting power is nothing to King Frieza, but this has far exceeded Saiyan's limit, and it is also called Super Saiyan. It's very suitable, but it's a little different from what we imagined. That's right, Mr. Sabo, you know what I think best. Frieza smiled, drank the drink in one sip, and then said, it's also possible that the fellow Rads was deliberately talking nonsense, that Vegeta. It's not Super Saiyan. Sabo froze for a moment, and said in deep thought, it is indeed possible. Anyway, this Vegeta must be eliminated. I don't allow forces beyond my control to appear in the universe. Frieza stared coldly into the depths of the universe. Sabo bowed and said, do you need to call the Kainuite team? Come on, let them go directly to Namek and wait. Frieza thought for a while, and said, although they should not be Vegeta's opponents, but let them see a stronger power, just to reduce the pride. An arrogant character. After I have collected the Dragon Ball and obtained the immortal body, I will go to the earth myself. I want to see what this wild monkey can do. Super Saiyan. Of the conversation between Frieza and Sabo, Vegeta was naturally unclear, and even if he knew it, he wouldn't care. At this time, it has been half a month since Vegeta left the earth. Because there are so many people going to Namek this time, Son Goku, Son Gohan, Klin, Tien Shinyan, Dumplings, Raditz, Nappa. Counting Bulma and Vegeta, there are 9 people in total. Therefore, Bulma must transform a universe ship with a larger space. Moreover, during the period Bobo came to the door and contributed the universe ship of the celestial god. Although the speed of Namek's universe ship is not as fast as that of Saiyan, it has many functions and is more convenient. Finally, Bulma combined the 2 universe ships into one, transforming a completely different new universe ship. Because of this, with the help of Dr. Bruv, it can be made in half a month. As for Vegeta, he stayed in Kalintat all these hours and helped Kalin to grow fairy beans together. In half a month, he just got 100. It is worth mentioning that these fairy beans were grown with super god water. The seeds are readily available. Karan-sama didn't explain the origin. Anyway, you can plant as many as you want. The soil is not particular about it. After planting, it is irrigated with super god water and then spawned through magic, which is the power of rules. Karan-sama grows 10 at a time, and it usually grows in about a month. It's just that the success rate is not high. Under normal circumstances, only 3 or 4 can be harvested at a time, and the rest are all dead. Moreover, after a season of planting, he had to rest for 3 to 5 months to make up for his energy consumption. Knowing this method, Vegeta began to study the way the power of rules gave birth, and then, under Karan-sama's shocked and speechless gaze, he managed to get 100 of them all at once. Well, I have been researching for the first 10 days, and 100 will be born in the next 5 days. The success rate is 100%. And looking at the relaxed look of Vegeta's face, it seems that there is no loss at all, and there is no need to wait for the CD to unfreeze like Karan-sama. Asterisk. Chapter 40. Chapter 040 The Terrified Raditz and Nappa. 6 days later. Wow, is this Namek? The environment is really good. The hometown of Tenjin and Piccolo? Very primitive. It is said that Namek people love the environment, so it must be different from the Earth. Not long after the spacecraft landed, a group of Earth fighters rushed out, looking at the outside environment and yelling. Immediately behind them were Raditz and Nappa, both of them holding their arms and watching the hillbilly enter the city. Oh, it's finally here, it's so boring. Vegeta stretched out and walked out. I knew I would not take the universe spacecraft a long time ago, and I came here with instant transmission. Staying in a space for a long time with this group of weird characters can drive people crazy. Especially the guy Son Goku, like the monkey in Journey to the West, can't stay idle, always jumping up and down. Son Goku, who is free, is a bear child suffering from ADHD, and is restless for a moment. Bulma nodded in sympathy, and uttered an unhappy face. Sure enough, only the 2 of us are normal people here. I can't understand their thinking at all. Just say that now, I haven't detected the oxygen content and gravity, so they rushed out rashly. What if the environment of Namek is too different from that of the Earth, and the Earth people can't adapt? Vegeta laughed and shook his head, and he couldn't say that Bulma was thinking about it incorrectly. It's just that the martial arts school has breath protection, there is no need to think about it so much, they simply ignore the feelings of ordinary people like Bulma. Forget it, it really doesn't make sense with these guys, let me check the Dragon Ball situation first. Bulma took out a radar and clicked. Did he? Look. There is a reaction, there really is a Dragon Ball here. Bulma shouted in surprise, attracting everyone's attention. Is there really a Dragon Ball? Aha, great, great! A few people on Earth hugged together with joy. In this way, both Piccolo and the gods can be resurrected, and the Dragon Ball of the Earth will be resurrected. Vegito glanced at the radar and reminded, don't be happy so early. It seems that someone is collecting Dragon Balls. If someone else gets on the ground first, don't blame me for not reminding you. The radar showed that the 4 Dragon Balls gathered together and were rushing to the position of the 5th Dragon Ball. Without even thinking about it, Vegito knew it must be Frisia's group. Really? Son Goku looked serious, and I can sense that there seems to be a lot of evil auras gathered together, and one of them is very, very powerful. To be honest, I am not an opponent at all. What? Let me see. Klin was taken aback, and quickly looked at the direction Son Goku was sensing, and at the same time used the invisible detector. No wonder Klin was so nervous. After Son Goku returned from the Realm King, his combat power increased to 50,000. After playing Vegeta, it was raised to 80,000 after recovery. After this period of practice, and after challenging the limit twice, he was resurrected from the dead. Now he has a full combat power of 150,000. With such a high combat effectiveness, he still said he was not an opponent at all? How scary is the other party? Did it die? Combat power, 20,000. Strength, 20,000. Combat power, 22,000. Strength, 22,000. Combat power, 530,000. Strength, unknown. Hiss. Klin took a breath, his pupils shrinking sharply. It was the first time that he saw a person with such a high combat effectiveness. Of course, Vegito doesn't count, because Vegito's combat effectiveness is always hidden, and no one knows the specific value. Moreover, the energy intensity of the opponent is unknown, which means that it is likely to far exceed the value of 530,000. It was written before that Bulma didn't know the combat power of Vegeta, because it was far away and could not be detected. Well, it is indeed wrong, the detector can sense the position, and of course it can also detect from a distance. But this is just a short paragraph, it doesn't affect the plot, just treat it as a small bug, don't change it. How come? Are the Namek people so scary? After Tien Shinyan probed, all 3 of his eyes were widened, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. The dumplings trembled all over, and almost got into Tien Shinyan's arms. Vegito said leisurely, didn't the king of the world say that the Namek people are gentle and peaceful, how could their breath be evil? So there should be alien creatures invading, and they want to forcibly snatch the Dragon Ball. This is likely to bring a huge disaster to the Namek people, so, what are you going to do? No, I'm going to take a look. Son Goku exploded and flew away. Let's go too. Klin, Tien Shinyan, and Dumplings also flew away. Son Gohan hesitated for a moment, bowed slightly to Vegeta and Bulma, left a sentence of I'm going to, and flew away as well. Hey! Are they stupid? Nappa shivered with cold sweat on his forehead, those guys are obviously, but, why are they here? Raditz also thought of the other person's identity, and his face was also nervous. You ask me, who do I ask? Kakarot, and they are just looking for death. Hey, what do you mean? Bulma looked at the 2 of them and asked, do you know who the other person is? You better don't know. Raditz clenched his fists and said, the most correct thing to do now is to call Kakarot and the others back. We will leave Namek by spacecraft immediately, as far away as possible. Asterisk. Chapter 41. Chapter 041. I found you, Vegeta. You guys go together too, take a good look at how Son Goku they deal with it. Vegeta grabbed Nappa and Raditz by the nape of their necks, one with each hand, and flew both of them away. The throwing direction is exactly the direction where Son Goku and others are leaving. What are you doing? Bulma frowned. Intuition tells her that Namek has a big problem now, and it will even endanger her life. Hey, nothing will happen. Vegeta said indifferently, let Goku and the others explore the way first, and clean up the trash fish by the way, and finally I will come out and finish it. After all, the hero is always at the last moment. Come on. For those Chuyi, Dodoria, Sabo, Kainuite, etc., Vegeta is not interested at all, so let Son Goku and the others deal with it. As for the final Frieza, they couldn't beat Son Goku anyway. In the end, Vegeta must be the one to shoot. And the purpose of his trip is Frieza. Of course, if Son Goku still becomes Super Saiyan like the original, it would be even better. It doesn't matter whether Frieza is dead or not, Vegeta can also use the Super Son Goku to practice. Perfect. If you say that, then I'm relieved. Bulma glanced at Vegeta and relaxed. She thought that Vegeta was still unwilling to make a move like that time, so she must be worried about her safety. But now that she knew that Vegeta would not stand by, she could put her heart back in her stomach. Speaking of which, Namek's environment is really good. Vegeta looked around and couldn't help but exclaimed. So it was a matter of course that the two of them started taking a walk to see the scenery, pointing to the surrounding environment, and they had a good time. On the other side, Son Goku sensed the anger of Vegeta and Chuyi midway, and left the group directly and flew in the direction of Vegeta. But Klin and the others, like the original book, rescued Dende and led Dodoria away. The difference from the original is that after getting a distance from Frieza, he can easily sling the 20,000 strength Dodoria by himself. As a result, Son Goku and Vegeta reached a temporary cooperation agreement and rushed over together. Dodoria tells the truth about Saiyon's destruction, and is blasted into scum by Vegeta's anger and ki blast. After that, they went to the Great Elder together. Son Gohan, Kellen, Tien Shinyan, and Dumplings have all developed their potential and their strength has increased greatly. Son Goku's strength exceeds the Great Elder, and the Great Elder cannot help. As for the three Saiyans, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz, because the aura is evil, the Elder refuses to help them develop their potential. Although it has changed a lot and the number of people is different, the direction is still the same. Vegeta's face was thoughtful. Although he couldn't see what Son Goku and the others did, he could roughly tell what happened through his breath sensing. As for himself, he had a great time traveling with Bulma. Bulma was also completely let go, like a happy magpie, chirping and laughing endlessly, forgetting Son Goku and others. When Vegeta looked far away, she would look at Vegeta in a trance from time to time, and the screams of emotion in her eyes. Obsessed? All right. In fact, with Vegeta's strength, how could it not be noticed? I found out a long time ago. It's just that he was thinking about a very serious question. With his appearance and charm. If this matter is broken, will Bulma throw him in his arms every minute, and by the way, will he be rectified on the spot? Nowadays, Namek is full of the smell of war and smoking. It's too much for them to travel here to see the scenery, okay? If we fight another wild, cough cough. Thinking of this, Vegeta could only stare without squinting, as if he hadn't noticed. Surprisingly, something went wrong when Vegeta's thoughts went wrong. I found you, Vegeta. A figure suddenly appeared behind them. The two looked back, and it was Son Goku. It's just that his shape is a bit strange. He even wore the kind of detector that Saiyan wore when he first came to Earth. Sun Jun, didn't you say that you are not used to the detector? Why do you still wear this outdated one now? Bulma was puzzled, always feeling something strange. A weird look rose on Vegeta's face. What is the situation, Kinu? I sensed the breath carefully, and it seemed to be true. After Son Goku and his party left the Grand Elder, they seemed to have encountered Sabo and Kainyut. Son Goku was obviously careless again, and Jinnu had his body exchanged. Now Klin and the others are fighting chaotically with other members of the special team, and they are far away from each other. And Son Goku, whose body was changed, dragged the crippled body of Kenu, hanging far behind, and was coming here. In other words, Kenu led Son Goku out of the battlefield, completed the body exchange without everyone noticing, and then directly found Vegeta here. I'm curious, why did you know me? And what is the purpose of looking for me? Vegeta asked Bulma, who was about to move forward, raising his eyebrows at Kinho. He's not. The clever Bulma soon realized that something was wrong, and quickly shut up, and drew back quietly. Hey hey! Kinney suddenly laughed strangely. The person who can be treated specially by King Frieza is really different, so alert. I originally planned to use this body to confuse you, while you were not prepared to launch a sneak attack. I didn't expect it to be seen through by you at a glance. Asterisk. Chapter 42. 042 Feel the power of 300,000 combat power. Special treatment by Frieza. Vegeta raised his brow. But he soon understood that he probably learned of his existence through Vegeta's detector, knowing that his strength is far better than Son Goku and the others, so he thought about it differently. But, in that case, why did Jinna dare to come to him? Don't you believe that he has that kind of strength? Sure enough, I heard Kinney say very soon, the King Frieza said that our Kainu team is not your opponent, and wants to use your power to destroy our spirit, but I think that with your thin body, it can be shredded with just one hand. Vegeta couldn't help but laugh, and the ignorant was meaningless. Then, I really want to know, how do you tear me apart with one hand, or do you use the turf next to it? Vegeta's expression on his face made Bulma chuckle and laugh. How to tear one hand? Is this guy here to be funny? A whole, dare to tease Master Kinho. Kinho was so angry that he wanted to do it when he became angry. At this time, Son Goku, who was dragging Kanu's crippled body, arrived. Vegeta, Bulma, don't believe him, I'm Son Goku, and that guy changed my body. Son Goku yelled before he got closer, fearing that Vegeta would be fooled by them. Bulma rolled his eyes and said, Son Jun, do you think anyone is as stupid as you? Of course we can see it. With Vegeta by his side, Bulma was so courageous that he didn't regard Kinho as a threat at all. That's it, then I don't worry, Vegeta is really good. Son Goku breathed a sigh of relief, not at all angry at Bulma's words. It just so happens that since you are here, then I will serve you all in one pot, and then Lord Frieza will definitely look at me with admiration. Jinnu clenched his fist and smiled, let you see the power of this body, this is a powerful body with 300,000 combat power. In the previous battle with Kinu, Son Goku exploded Kaioken twice in order to brush up on his superiority. So in the impression of Kinho, Son Goku's body is a powerful existence with 300,000 combat power. Did it die? Bulma used an invisible detector to probe the Kinu of Son Goku's body, and the result showed that his combat power was 45,000. This is what you call 300,000 combat power. Bulma had a weird expression, she wanted to laugh but was embarrassed to laugh. Not to mention only 45,000, even if it is 300,000, facing Vegeta, he can only sing and conquer. So Bulma didn't worry at all, but felt that the funny scene before him was so funny how he looked at it. Kinu, don't bother in vain. Just like I can't adapt to your body, you can't use my body's power at all. Son Goku persuaded me with all his heart, only I can use my tricks, so I'm still using my body. Change it back, it's good for us. Less long-winded. Jinnu also found that the situation seemed different from what he thought, so his face was a bit ugly. But he wasn't particularly worried. It was not the first time he used the ability to exchange bodies. The body exchanged with Son Goku was also exchanged from someone else. Just give him time and let him adjust to this body slowly, and he will be able to exert his strength. Of course, tricks such as Kamehameha and Kaioken are impossible. But the power of the body can. It's just that I didn't adapt to the strength first, and hurried over to find Vegito, which was a bit miscalculated. I'm sorry, Vegito, I'm afraid I need your help this time. I don't have any strength at all now. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Kinu, Son Goku could only ask Vegeta for help. Kinho is too cruel. Before exchanging his body, he destroyed his physical body to half his life. Son Goku can run here even if it is powerful. Vegeta stretched out a hand and turned his palm to Kinu, or I will kill him directly. Then you will ask Shenron to resurrect the body and then change it back. Son Goku looked embarrassed, and I said, is this too troublesome? Or think of a way to get Jinnu to change it back by himself. I think the method you said is more troublesome. Vegeta was serious. Killing Jinnu was only a momentary matter. It took him to take the initiative to replace his body, but it had to go through countless calculations. It was easier to kill him directly. Son Goku choked speechlessly. He found that asking for Vegeta's help seemed to be wrong. Don't underestimate me. Ah! Kinho was furious and fired a huge energy bomb in the direction of Vegeta, also including Bulma. Bulma was so frightened that Hwoarang turned pale, and quickly hid behind Vegeta. Fortunately, Vegeta did not panic at all and gave her a sense of security, otherwise she would be paralyzed by scare. Vegeta just stretched out his hand slightly, grabbed the energy bomb in his hand, and then gently squeezed it. With a poof, the energy bomb dissipated invisible with a muffled sound. How is it possible? Kinney's eyes widened in an instant, and his face was full of horror. At this time he remembered what Frisia had said to him again, and finally believed that it was all true. There is an insurmountable gap between the two. Run! Without a word, Kinho burst into a cloud of white flames, rushing to the distance at the fastest speed. He already understands it, not to mention that he hasn't completely adapted to this new body yet. Even if he adapts, he might not be Vegeta's opponent. Wipe, disconnected, open the hotspot update of the mobile phone, my traffic is refreshing, this month has just started, so distressed. Please give me some tips and comfort. ***************************** Chapter 43. Chapter 043 I have never killed people again. Can you run? Vegeta's figure flashed, and he stopped in front of Kinho. This terrifying speed is far beyond the understanding of ordinary people, and it is no different from instant transmission. However, unexpectedly, Jinnu didn't panic at all, but smiled triumphantly. You are fooled. Exchange. He opened his arms and opened his mouth wide, and a white light came out of his mouth, shooting at Vegeta at a very fast speed. The two were already close, and the white light hit Vegeta before he could even react. No, Vegeta, be careful. Son Goku's face changed drastically in an instant, because he had been swapped in this way before. But because of his current physical condition, and the fact that Kinu and Vegeta have rushed out for a certain distance, he wants to rush over like the original book, and take the opportunity to change back to his body cannot do it. However, Vegeta is not Son Goku, how could he be unprepared? When the white light jetted out from Kinho's mouth, an energy shield appeared on Vegeta. This is something that even the destruction of Beerus' full energy form can be slightly contended. Exchange? Joke. The white light hit the energy shield without causing any fluctuations. Afterwards, Vegeta stretched out his hand and caught the white light directly in his hand. What? This is impossible. In the white light, Kinho's sharp roar and boundless panic were heard. This was the first time he encountered this situation. Even if Frisia couldn't exchange it, he would return without success at best, and would suffer a little bit of backlash. But now, his exchange ability has been completely cracked. Soul. Vegeta looked at the struggling white ball of light in his hand, but he didn't have much surprise. The so-called exchange is to use the power of rules to complete the transfer between souls. Simple and rude, without too many technical problems. Just a little bit of induction, Vegito knew that he could use this ability completely, but it was very tasteless. This skill is only useful for people with weak souls. Either you can only choose to start with weak scum, or just like Dragon Ball Super's Tagma, it is weak scum, but has great potential. If Vegito is crossing into an ordinary person, he can still use this ability to exchange for Scion. But now, who is he going to exchange? Who can compare with Vegito? Trash. Vegito made a very pertinent evaluation of this skill. Impossible, it is absolutely impossible. Jinnu, who has turned into a soul light group, has not accepted the reality until now, because even Frisia can't do that. Is it possible that this Vegito is much better than King Frisia? Kinnu certainly didn't believe that there would be such a thing, so he couldn't understand the current situation. Vegito didn't care about him, grabbing Jinyu's soul, and lifting the body of Son Goku, who had become an empty shell, and came to Son Goku's side. Don't move. Vegito held Son Goku and lined up the two bodies. Vegito, who had figured out the exchange principle, easily helped Son Goku to exchange his body back. Hey? Really changed it back? Thank you so much, Vegito, you are really much better than me. Son Goku's body was not injured, so after switching back, he happily jumped on the spot, and hit several sets of combos. As for Kinnu, Goku, here's this thing for you. Vegito sealed Kinho's soul with energy, and then gave it to Son Goku. What is this? Son Goku has not directly touched the soul source, nor has he noticed that Jinyu's body has become an empty shell. You use Ki Blast to see if you can break him up. Vegito squinted at him. What do you want to test? Son Goku gritted his fists and did a few warm-up actions. Well, I'll try it. Tortoise Pi Qigong Wave. Boom. Jinyu's soul light group didn't hold on for a second, and was directly broken up. Of course, Jinyu would not be completely annihilated, but he was going to the underworld to report. What? It's very weak. I used less than half of the power and it's gone. Son Goku hasn't figured out the situation yet. Idiot. Bulma could understand. That must be the soul of Kinho, right? He is dead now. Hey? It's really true. Son Goku found out, and then curiously said, Vegito, why don't you try to kill him and lie to me? Although it is not a big deal, Son Goku has never liked to lie since he was a child. I just asked you to break him up, what did you lie to? Vegito rolled his eyes, and then said, keeping this guy is a big trouble, maybe he has to deal with it again, so I can only kill it. But I haven't killed anyone. If you don't do it, do you expect Bulma? I can't do such a thing. Bulma jumped up in shock and waved his hands again and again. However, no one expected her. Son Goku suddenly realized, he said in praise, you have such a strong strength, you have never killed anyone? Sure enough, my intuition is correct, you are indeed a good person. But you can say it clearly, is it necessary to hide it? Although he doesn't kill much, it doesn't mean that he never killed. For example, the Red Silk Army, Piccolo Daimao. It's just that, in a sane state, he is too naive. Even if he kills his companion, he can let it go, just like Vegito, just like Frisia. Tell you. Vegito rolled his eyes and said, tell you that you didn't just let him go. If he exchanges with Bulma, can you fight? Son Goku was speechless for a moment. Think about it, if his opponent is Bulma, wouldn't he be able to play well? Bulma was also speechless. You guys said, why use me as an example? Say rewards and rewards, thank you very much for Super Saiyan Super 10, or else I promise it, do I need to blame it? equals 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 asterisk. Chapter 44. Chapter 044. Frieza finally moved. Son Goku recovered his body and quickly ran away because Klin and Son Gohan were still fighting. Really, I thought Jun would be very reliable. As a result, there will always be various situations. If you were not here for Vegeta today, the consequences would be really unthinkable. Seeing Son Goku leave, Bulma couldn't help but complain. In fact, after seeing Son Goku grow up, she was moved. In the original work, she also said that she had missed Son Goku when she was dating Yamcha and didn't choose Son Goku. But after all, she still didn't come together with Son Goku, just because Son Goku's character is really not the type she likes. But now Vegeta is naturally the most perfect ideal Prince Charming in her mind, so she will always stick to Vegeta. It's a pity that in her opinion, Sion is all elm-headed, and she has done it so obviously, and Vegeta still doesn't say it at all. Of course, Vegeta didn't want to show it, nor was it Lu Xiaowai. It's just that now he needs to concentrate on refining the energy in his body, it is best not to be distracted. As for the rest, we will see the situation later. After the trouble with Kinu just now, the two of them didn't have any thoughts about traveling, so Vegeta hugged Bulma and flew to the fighting place together. In fact, through the development of the potential of the Great Elder, Klin and the others have completely surpassed Vegeta in their normal combat power, and are infinitely close to Geth, Bart and others. If the state of potential erupts, just one person will sweep the other Special Forces members except Kainu. However, they still choose to fight in a normal state, and while tempering their normal combat power, they must also retain their physical strength to guard against possible changes in the future. Klin played Guise, Tien Shinyan played Bart, Son Gohan played Likum, and finally was a duel of superpowers and superpowers, Dumplings vs Gudu. In addition, the battle between Vegeta and Sab was also inextricably fought. Perhaps stimulated by the words Vegeta is Super Saiyan, after Vegeta left the Earth, he was seriously injured and his combat effectiveness increased much stronger than the original, reaching 26,000. Sabo has 27,000 combat power after transforming, and the difference between the two is not much. Vegeta is only slightly at a disadvantage. But when he noticed that the stray pieces in his eyes, Klin and others, are now much stronger than him, the unwillingness in his heart turned into anger, and his strength suddenly increased during the battle, which in turn pressed Sabo. Beat. Raditz and Nappa were once again the Eater. In fact, their original intention was to leave Namek, and they had no intention of opposing Frieza. But there is no way, who made them board the thief ship, and now even Vegeta has publicly betrayed Frieza. If they dared to escape at this time, they would definitely be the two who died the worst. After Son Goku rushed back, everyone knew that he had dealt with the strongest captain of Kinu, so Klin and the others broke out with all their strength and quickly killed all the rest. Vegeta is the fastest. He has increased his strength to 32,000 in the battle. Although he is still not as good as Klin and the others, he is the most disparate from his opponent. After everyone discussed it, they decided to steal the Dragon Ball first, and made a wish to bring Piccolo and the gods back to life. When the time comes, there will be no worries, and then find a way to deal with Frieza. When Vegeta and Bulma rushed over, they happened to be going to steal the Dragon Ball, so they quietly followed to watch the good show. Frieza's right and left arms were hung up, although the detectors were destroyed by the Namek, he could not detect it. In the final analysis, Frieza is also a strong man, and his intuition makes him upset and irritated. Don't wait. Frieza threw the 6 Dragon Balls collected in the universe ship, set off alone, and flew towards the position of the Great Elder. No way, the place where the Elder lives is the sign of Namek, it is best to find it. And when he was wearing the detector before, he had already found that location. Frieza's BB car is very fast, almost fleeting in the blink of an eye. When Son Goku and the others came to Frieza's spacecraft, he was long gone. There are 6 Dragon Balls here. Klin took the Dragon Ball radar from Bulma, found the 6 Dragon Balls hidden in the spacecraft, and said, "The last one was hidden in a hidden cave by me. Inside, I'll get it now." The Dragon Ball was given to them by the Great Elder, and was hidden by Klin before encountering the Kainui team. No way, each of Namek's Dragon Balls is the size of a basketball, so it's not convenient to carry around. Vegeta and Bulma watched from a distance, not directly approaching, nor were they noticed. "Wow, the Dragon Ball here is so big, it's the first time I saw it," Bulma marveled. In fact, it was also the first time that Vegeta met. If you don't inherit the memory of Son Goku and Vegeta, he hasn't even seen the Earth Dragon Ball. But that's the case, just a few glass beads, and only when they get together and summon Shenron can they stimulate the eyeballs a little. So Vegeta's attention was not on Dragon Ball at all. He sensed Frisia's position and found that the plot seemed to be developing in the direction of the original. Frisia went to the Great Elder, and he would definitely be stopped by Neru. Dende took the opportunity to escape, came to find Son Gohan and others, and helped summon Shenron to make a wish. Then Frisia found out that Shenron appeared. After he rushed over, the war broke out. Chapter 45. Chapter 045 Vegeta's Humiliating Tears. The result was exactly the same as Vegeta's prediction. After Frisia found that Palunga had been summoned, he dropped Neru, who was seriously injured and dying, and rushed back as quickly as possible. Piccolo was resurrected by Namek Shenron's wish, and a teleport was also included to send him to the vicinity of Neru. The two assimilated without a doubt, and Piccolo's combat power instantly exploded to more than 2 million. In the original book, he can sling Frisia in the second form, but here, after the influence of Vegeta, he is stronger and can completely sling Frisia in the third form. He has also become the strongest warrior on Earth, except Vegeta. But before Piccolo arrived, Son Goku and others were swept by Frisia. Even if Son Goku uses 10 times Kaioken for overload, it only has 1.5 million combat power, which is not the opponent of the third form of Frisia at all. "You won't do it yet? Didn't you say that you will do it after Frisia comes?" Bulma was so nervous that the back of her palms and hands were sweaty. The previous battle with Vegeta was already thrilling to see her. Unexpectedly, Frisia is even more terrifying. This force is simply destroying the world. Moreover, Frisia's successive transformations made her feel terrified, even afraid that Vegeta would not be an opponent. She must be suspicious in her heart, but she still tried to convince herself that Vegeta was stronger. Vegeta patted her head lightly. "It's not time to despair. Son Goku is pushing himself beyond the limit. I'm going to be blamed for interrupting him at this time. Don't worry, he has fairy beans on him. He hasn't eaten it yet, which means he has more energy. And another soldier is coming. I can't steal his limelight at this time." Vegeta's calmness gave Bulma a lot of peace of mind. At the same time, she was a little weird. Is there a warrior? Who is it? Polanga didn't say that it brought Piccolo to Namek. So, when Piccolo appeared and took over the battle of Son Goku, everyone was amazed. Especially the power he showed, it shocked everyone. Frisia in the third form is not an opponent at all. At this time, he is being beaten by the newly born Piccolo in various fancy styles. Son Goku watched the blood surge. "Okay, just take this opportunity to hit the limit." He ate the fairy beans, and his fighting power soared, surpassing the third form of Frisia and Piccolo in an instant, reaching a height of 5 million. "What? That guy Kakarote?" Vegeta was most irritated. He was already seriously injured and lying on the ground with a slumped face, but he didn't expect to sense the horror of Son Goku's explosive growth. The warriors from the earth all had celestial beans. One by one, they were seriously injured after being swept by Frisia. "It's just that I can't join the battle anymore, so I can only watch the battle from a distance." Even Raditz and Nappa, who had just plucked up the courage to join everyone, finally recovered from serious injuries and improved their strength to a certain extent. It's just that everyone selectively ignored Vegito. Except for Son Goku, everyone sees him upset. How could it be possible to give him fairy beans? Vegito, whose self-esteem was so strong, couldn't hold back his face and asked for help. So that's it. He can only lie on the ground and watch other people's shows. This is not the same as the original. The original Son Goku has been in the treatment room after being injured by Kinu. He was the main force before Piccolo appeared, and of course he had to take care of it. And now, Vegito's strength is almost at the bottom. Because Raditz and Nappa have surpassed him, there is only one forever soy sauce party dumplings, and Vegito can be compared. Damn, damn! I am Prince Saiyan, I am the most talented warrior. These guys, one day I will tear them all up. There were tears of humiliation in Vegito's eyes, his heart was full of unwillingness and anger, and there was no place to vent. Patter. A footstep fell beside him. Vegito looked back, and it turned out to be Vegito. Not reconciled? Want to become stronger, right? There was no expression on Vegito's face, so he threw a fairy bean directly to him, then explode. Let Frieza see the true power of Saiyan. The expression on Vegito's face was dumbfounded, and he didn't understand what Vegito was thinking. But he was worried that Vegito would go back, and immediately ate the fairy beans. So many people on the earth have eaten fairy beans, of course he discovered the function of this bean early. Sure enough, like everyone else, after eating the fairy beans, his injuries instantly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the strength in his body continued to rise, far surpassing the previous, and also surpassing the third form Frieza and the newborn Piccolo. Vegito felt it briefly. Vegito recovered this time, and his combat power exploded from 32,000 to 3 million. Sure enough, vision and mentality are the main reasons that really make Saiyan stronger. However, it will also be limited by the strength of the physical body. After the explosion, it will not be able to continue to improve for a long time, and it is necessary to strengthen the cultivation. Otherwise, as long as it is Saiyan, he can use this method to gain unlimited combat power. Isn't the entire universe Saiyan's world? I won't thank you. The haughty Vegito dropped these words and yelled directly to join the battle. At this time, Frieza had been forced out of the final form, and Piccolo was given to KO with the weakest force. The resurrection of Vegito was almost the same time as Son Goku. So Son Goku and Vegito joined forces to fight Frieza together. Asterisk. Chapter 46. Chapter 046 The Insidious Frieza. It's a pity that even if the power soared to the height of 3 million, Vegito still couldn't survive a few rounds, and was easily defeated by Frieza in full condition. Son Goku fully adapted to the load brought by Kaioken 10 times, with up to 50 million combat power, fought extremely fiercely with Frieza at 50% energy state, but still fell into a disadvantage. Because Frieza has a 50% energy state, the combat power is 60 million. In the end, Son Goku used Kaioken 20 times overload, while Frieza used 100% energy state. Son Goku, you are really good, unexpectedly strong, but you can only stop here. Frieza did not expect that the mere Saiyan Wild Monkey could push him to this point. Sure enough, eliminating Saiyan in advance was a wise decision. It's still early, I can continue fighting. Sun Wu obviously had reached his limit, but he still insisted on not surrendering because he had not been completely defeated. Enough. I don't want to continue this kind of meaningless battle. Frieza already knew the limits of Son Goku. Although it reached a height close to him, it was a lot worse after all. Even if he tried hard, he could not be his opponent. What's more, there was another Vegito who was not able to make a shot, and Frieza was always on guard. After speaking, he directly probed his hand and grabbed Vegito not far away. Let's start with you, Vegito. As punishment for publicly betraying me, I was the first to kill you, and you can just look down. What? Son Goku and others did not expect that Frieza would use this method, starting with someone who had no resistance. Damn it! Frieza, I'm going to kill you. Vegeta struggled in Frieza's hands. It's a pity that he doesn't seem to be able to figure out the situation. Where is he now qualified to challenge Frieza? Don't worry, other people will be with you soon. Goodbye, Vegeta. Frieza had an evil smile on his face, and an energy bomb on his fingertips was rapidly condensing, just aimed at it. Vegeta's heart position. Stop, Frieza. Son Goku almost didn't even think about it, and rushed forward to save someone. Son Goku is defeated. Vegeta knew at a glance that Frieza, the sinister and cunning guy, was calculating Son Goku. But he doesn't plan to make a move. It's okay to let Son Goku eat more of this loss, so he can be more careful in the future. Sure enough, Frieza had a tricky expression on his face. The energy bomb that was originally going to hit Vegeta instantly turned around and hit Son Goku's knee. Boom! Son Goku, who was halfway through, was unstable and fell to the ground in a moment. Damn it! Son Goku tried several times but didn't stand up. His kneecap had been broken. Ho 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 ho! Son Goku, you are so naive, do you think I really want to kill Vegeta? Frieza threw Vegeta aside, without even looking at it. To him, Vegeta is just an ant, you can kill it anytime, it just depends on your mood. Compared to killing Vegeta, your power makes me feel more troublesome. In order to avoid accidents, I'll get rid of you first. Frieza smiled cheerfully, full of joy. Get rid of Son Goku, and then Veget. Although he felt that the power of Son Goku might have surpassed Veget, he still put Veget in the first place, which was formed by preconceived notions. Kakarot, you really embarrassed us, Scion. You missed such a good opportunity just now. Vegeta's face was full of despair. Scion never talks about family or friendship. You even kept your hands for my enemy. Scion is ashamed. I don't know what Scion is like, but I am Son Goku who grew up on the earth. Although Son Goku was unwilling, he did not regret it, let alone change his original intention. Frieza is a ruthless character, no matter whether they have finished or not, they don't even say hello, and they send an energy bomb directly at Son Goku. Son Goku, who has lost his resistance, will definitely die under this energy bullet. Goku! Dad! Klin, Son Gohan, and others screamed, but their strengths are so different that they can't save people. Even if it is a freshman Piccolo, Frieza is still too far away from the 100% energy state. Puff! In the end, Vegeta appeared, gently grabbing the energy bomb that Frieza had hit, and squeezing it with his palm, which was directly annihilated. Son Goku, have you forgotten that you still have fairy beans? Vegeta was puzzled. He sent everyone some fairy beans as spares before setting off. Anyway, for fairy beans, knowing how to grow them is no longer a problem for Vegeta, he has as many as he wants. Ah! Oh! I forgot. Son Goku slapped his forehead, quickly took out a fairy bean from his body and ate it, and said in his mouth, but Frieza is really strong. I am not an opponent at all. I can only ask. You, Veget. Son Goku really has no other means. 20 times Kaioken is already overloaded. It is good to be able to maintain this state, and it is impossible to go further. Moreover, he had just resurrected from the dying to rise to 5 million, and his physical strength was also overloaded. Even if he ate the fairy beans this time, he did not increase his combat effectiveness. Forget it, I didn't pin my hopes on you. Veget waved his hand and told Son Goku to back away. If Frieza is defeated by Son Goku in this way, then why does Vegeta run to Namek? Is it really a tour of the mountains and rivers? Asterisk. Chapter 47. Chapter 047 Veget vs Frieza. Oh? Did you change your shot this time? Vegeta. Frisia didn't care about Son Goku, who retreated. He was now focused on Vegeta. Speaking of which, I am quite interested in your strength, don't let me down. Vegeta glanced at him, and said with a smile, I'm afraid it will be me who will be disappointed in the end. So confident? Ho ho ho. Frisia let out a weird smile, then let's get started. As soon as the voice fell, his figure flickered, and he instantly appeared next to Vegeta, and a whip kick hit him hard. This sinister and cunning guy, even if he doesn't believe that Vegeta has the power to rival him, he still wants to take the lead. Unfortunately, in the eyes of others, Frisia's speed is terrifying, but in Vegeta's view, it is nothing more than that, far incomparable with Beerus. Boom! Vegeta only lifted his arm slightly to block Frisia's full blow. The probing hand grabbed his tail and slammed it on the ground, followed by another kick, kicking it out. Boom 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 boom. It seems that this kick doesn't take much effort, but the effect is quite amazing. Frisia couldn't control his figure at all, and broke several mountain peaks one after another, and was finally buried in a pile of rubble. Okay, so awesome. This is Vegeta's power? It's terrifying. Sure enough, I didn't guess wrong, Vegeta is the strongest. Vegeta's light lifting move made the soldiers excited, and the pressure Frisia had put on them before was also wiped out. Son Goku's eyes were also bright, and his blood boiled. How strong is this Vegeta? I really want to fight him seriously. Boom! Frisia blew up the gravel and floated from the ground, anger erupting in her eyes. There are many scars on his body, and he looks quite embarrassed. Although it was because of his carelessness, he was beaten up after only one face-to-face meeting, which made his face a little unbearable. Beget, I'm going to kill you! Frisia roared and rushed again, his energy exploded, and a rich purple flame rose up. Vegeta's expression is also a little more serious. Frisia, who is at his full strength, is still somewhat worth seeing. At least in the case of not using his original power, Vegeta had to do his best. This is why he came to Frisia. If you can't give him enough pressure, this battle will be meaningless. Well, in that case. A powerful aura exploded on Vegeta, and the white flames rose up and rushed towards Frisia. Did it die? The detectors of Klin and others are beating frantically. Frisia's combat effectiveness has long been detected. 120 million. It is the strength of Frisia in a 100% energy state. And now, Vegeta's combat effectiveness, which was nearly zero, has also improved. Combat power, 5 million. Strength, 100 million. This is the same as when Son Goku used 20 times Kaioken, when Son Goku also had a combat power of 5 million and an intensity of 100 million. Does Vegeta also use a certain ability similar to Kaioken? Actually, the combat power is about the same as Goku. Klin was a little puzzled. Piccolo shook his head and said, no, this is Vegeta's normal combat effectiveness, and he must have some reservations. Piccolo's intuition is very accurate, especially after assimilating Niru, he actually has a certain sense of the power of rules. Hiss. Hearing Piccolo's words, everyone around took a breath. Normal combat power is 100 million in strength. And it is not the strongest. How terrifying is it to burst out with full force? Don't forget that the potential state of Klin and others was taught by Vegeta, and Son Goku was also suggested by him to be sent to the King of Stars to practice. So there is no doubt that Vegeta must have mastered such tricks as potential state or Kaioken. Of course, they didn't know that regardless of the potential state or Kaioken, Vegeta would actually do it. Boom! At this time, Vegeta and Frisia's fists met each other, exploding with shocking power. The two rays of light, one white and one purple, each occupy half of the sky, and the powerful aura swept all around, forcing everyone to retreat again and again. Son Goku had already given Vegeta a fairy bean, and Vegeta also retreated to watch the battle with everyone. It's just that he is different from other people's faces full of exclamation, but he is very unwilling to grit his teeth. It turns out that you are only at this level. I was worried about it before. Frisia briefly touched Vegito with a punch, and immediately noticed that Vegito's power was not much different from that of Kaioken's son Gaku. At most, one just explodes the liver and cannot last for a long time, while the other can reach this level by relying on the strength of the body and can last for a long time. But anyway, it's the same for Frisia, it's not his opponent anyway. Do you think so? Frisia. Vegito grinned, his heart full of excitement. Sure enough, my guess is correct. If there are opponents of similar strength to fight, the speed of the mixed energy fusion in the body will be much faster. The accumulation of energy during the past year has raised his perception of the power of rules to an extremely deep level, but fusion's efficiency is not high. If he can completely fuse those energies, he can definitely reach the realm of gods immediately. Now that the new energy has increased to a strength of about 100 million, Frisia happens to be a powerful opponent, and it just happens to be used to accelerate fusion. Perhaps this battle can be fought a little longer, but it would be better if it can be dragged to full fusion. Asterisk. Chapter 48. Chapter 048 Single Cell Gaku grabs the head. Looking at you like this, do you, like Son Gaku, have that red anger? Frisia's surface was calm, but his heart still thumped. The strength of Vegito under normal conditions is very close to him. If he becomes that red again, wouldn't it be far beyond him? Who knows? Vegito smiled, did not answer directly, just raised his fist and fought with Frisia again. The collision with the full punch just now made the energy in the body fusion a lot, and when they stopped, they returned to normal, so now Vegito can't wait to fight a continuous and protracted battle. If Kaioken is directly exposed and Frisia is easily killed, wouldn't it be wasted if I went all the way to Namek? Frisia didn't know this. Seeing that Vegito hadn't transformed, he felt relieved now. With a sneer in his heart, he immediately broke out to fight with Vegito with all his strength. 120 million to 100 million, but the situation is completely different from when Son Gaku was playing. Vegito didn't see any weakness at all, but had a slight advantage. After all, Son Gaku uses Kaioken, which is still overloaded, his energy is not stable, his body is still in severe pain, which greatly affects his strength. Unlike Vegito, his power is real, and he still compresses energy, which is much stronger than ordinary chi. In this way, it is easy to understand that Vegito has the upper hand. However, Vegito constricted a little bit and didn't despair Frisia, otherwise the plan for a protracted battle would be frustrated. Bang bang bang. The muffled sound of fists and feet collided constantly in the air, each time it caused the air to explode, causing a strong hurricane to be rolled up on Namek, and even the climate was slowly changing. It's a fierce battle, I can't keep up with their speed. Klin's forehead was full of cold sweat. He was really far from this level, and he couldn't understand at all how such a realm was raised. The freshman Piccolo can barely keep up, but it's only a little bit. He observed for a while, and said in a deep voice, I don't know why, Vegito hasn't shown his true strength, and seems to be teasing Frisia. If this continues, I'm afraid this battle will be endless. Son Gaku also saw it. Does he have any other plans? But there is really no way to tell the winner in a short time, shall we just look at it? His original intention was actually to join the battle. Although he had already lost a moment ago, he couldn't help his whole body cells beating when he saw this kind of scene. Hey, Kakarote, I advise you not to think too much. Both of them are monsters. Even if you are already very strong, you can't get involved in this level of battle. Vegito is still gritting his teeth. His glass heart had been broken many times, but he still couldn't get used to it. Every time he sees someone who is better than him, especially much better than him, he will have an unknown fire. Piccolo was about to say something, but Son Gaku suddenly smiled, how can I know if I don't try it? After speaking, he actually rushed out like this. 20 times Kaioken. The red flames rose suddenly, and Son Goku's situation seemed to be better than last time. Although it was still somewhat reluctant, it was not as painful as before. "Beget, I'm here too!" Son Goku screamed and rushed forward and punched Frieza directly, but Frieza hit his face with a backhand and flew out again with a swish. But he was not a person who gave up easily, and soon regrouped and rushed forward again. "Damn it, this damn cockroach!" Vegeta actually wanted to rush out regardless, but he couldn't do it. He doesn't have Kaioken, and with only 3 million combat power, he can't stand the aftermath of the battle between the two sides, and he can't get close to the battlefield at all. "Son Goku, don't get in the way!" Vegeta kicked Son Goku away. He was really speechless to this guy. He was beaten and his blood boiled with enthusiasm. "Come again if you have the ability to become Super Saiyan, then I will give you Frieza." "Ah, what are you doing, Vegeta?" Son Goku didn't guard Vegeta at all, and flew out again. But this time he flew out closer to Frieza, his eyes turned, and his body turned to Frieza. "I'm sorry, Vegeta, grab your opponent." Son Goku smiled, and soon fought with Frieza. Vegeta almost couldn't help going over to Frieza 2v1 and jointly beat Son Goku. What is this guy's brain circuit like? Do you think he is playing around? But after all, he held it back, but stopped in place helplessly. Well, the energy fusion rate is 10%, so fast. After a little sensing of the situation in his body, Vegeta could not help being surprised. You know, the energy fusion degree was only 1% in the previous year. In other words, it takes a whole 100 years to wait for them to complete fusion on their own. The fight just now took less than 10 minutes to complete 9%. So, 1 minute of fierce battle is equivalent to 1 year of automatic energy fusion? In this way, he doesn't need to worry. Even if Frieza is robbed, he can wait for Son Goku to transform into Super Saiyan, and then he can practice against him. Just 1.5 hours is enough, so Son Goku will be very happy. In addition, as time goes by, the more energy fusion, the stronger Vegeta can play. Just now, I was suppressing my strength and fighting with Frieza. This is the main reason Vegeta acquiesced to Son Goku's grab. Thanks for the reward of A. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* legendary Super Saiyan. As a result, Vegeta still overestimated Son Goku, but he persisted for a few rounds, and the load brought by 20 times Kaioken could no longer bear. Oops! The red light flashed on Son Goku's body, converged in an instant, and Frieza punched him in the face. With a loud noise, Son Goku hit the ground heavily, smashing a huge pit. Humph! I won't give you a third chance. Frieza was also fierce, and a huge energy bounce was not enough. After the explosion, he plunged down suddenly and continued to hit the huge pit that Son Goku had fallen. Even if Son Goku has been killed by the energy bomb, he will whip the corpse. Goku. Dad. The expressions of Klin, Son Gohan, and others changed drastically, but Piccolo shouted, "Son Goku, eat fairy beans." It's too late. Frieza laughed weirdly. He had already seen Son Goku in the ruins. He was indeed still alive. He only had a sigh of relief, but he wanted to take out the fairy beans from his arms, which was very difficult to do with his current injuries. And Frieza arrived in a flash, and would never give Son Goku a chance. Frieza, die to me. Several energy bombs exploded on Frieza's body, but it was Vegeta who shot it. He, the arrogant Prince Saiyan, couldn't bear the feeling of being ignored, and was always looking for opportunities to shoot. It's a pity that the strengths are so different that Frieza didn't even look at it, letting the energy bounce on him without any damage. Damn it! Vegeta slammed a punch to the ground, his face full of unwillingness. Enough, Frieza, your opponent is me. Vegeta's figure flashed, he had reached Frieza's side, and kicked over. At the critical moment, it still depends on Vegit. Boom! Frisia turned around for the first time, with his arms in front of him, but he was kicked out by Vegeta's kick. I've been guarding you a long time ago, do you think I will be unprepared? However, the corners of his mouth rose slightly at this moment. Not good. His goal is Gaku. The bystanders cleared up Klin and others, and they saw Frisia's intentions all at once. Frisia deliberately took Vegeta's kick, but adjusted his position and rushed towards Son Goku at a faster speed. Why bother? Vegeta sighed. This Frisia is really no one. He obviously has the hard power, so he has to do things and do some tricks. In fact, at this time Vegeta could use instant transmission to rush to the front, but he did not do so, instead letting Frisia rush to Son Goku. Because he saw that Frisia was not trying to kill Son Goku. Sure enough, Frisia didn't shoot directly, but grabbed Son Goku by the neck, then looked at Vegeta and smiled triumphantly, ho ho ho, what should I do? I'm hostage again. The energy bullets condensed on his fingertips, aimed directly at Son Goku's heart. It's also a threatening drama. Leave me alone, Vegeta, kill him. Son Goku was also murdered at this time. People like Frisia cannot stay, otherwise they will be very dangerous in the future. How? Are you listening to him or giving up resistance? Frisia didn't care about Son Goku's attitude, just smiled and looked at Vegeta. Call out. The answer to him was a finger chi bomb, a Qigong bomb fired from Vegeta's fingertips. What? Frisia's complexion changed slightly, and although he fled away at the critical moment, there was still a scar on his face. Vegeta also smiled, shook his head and said, Frisia, you really disappointed me. I thought you were the emperor of the universe, and you should have enough knowledge. Unfortunately, I misunderstood you. What do you mean? Frisia looked gloomy and seemed to be underestimated. I just want to say that you are at this level. It's boring to fight with you. Vegeta shook his head and said, besides, I don't care about Son Goku's life or death. Anyway, even if he is dead, I can still use dragon in the future. Ball is resurrected. Because Frisia suddenly appeared, the great elder Namek was upset and died early, so Polanga only fulfilled his wish to resurrect Piccolo and then disappeared. However, Piccolo was resurrected and Shenron of the Earth was also resurrected, and Dragon Ball can still be used. Ha ha ha. Frisia, you miscalculated. Vegeta over there suddenly laughed. Beget standing in front of you is the legendary Super Saiyan, the most perfect warrior, how can it be a woman? Do you think it's the kind of fool like Kakarot? Frisia, you're done, in front of Super Saiyan, your end is here. After being unwilling to do so, Vegeta finally realized the reality. In his opinion, the strength is a mystery, and there is no way to see the details of Vegeta, it is definitely Super Saiyan. Call out. A finger bullet penetrated Vegeta's heart. Father. Frisia. You. Vegeta's eyes widened, never thinking that he would end his life like this. Impatient. Frisia snorted coldly, flew Son Goku, and threw it directly beside Vegeta. I hate Super Saiyan who you said and shut up the most. Who do you think I am, Frisia? Even if there is Super Saiyan, it won't be my opponent. I was just playing with you just now. I didn't expect to be underestimated by you. Forget it, let you see the real horror of my universe, Emperor Frisia. He twisted his neck, his expression finally became serious. Asterisk. Chapter 50. Episode 050. Unfortunately, Vegeta has lost interest in Frisia. Because what he wants is a frontal AL punch to the flesh. Frisia can't do this at all, as long as it is a little troublesome, he will be confused. Vegeta, for the sake of Saiyan, do you still have any wishes that you haven't realized? Vegeta looked at Vegeta, and did not choose to save his life with fairy beans. Perhaps, after dying once, Vegeta will be able to understand the true meaning of life. Anyway, it won't take long for the Earth Dragon Ball to be wished by them to revive the people killed by Frisia's gang, including the current Vegito, of course. In the original book, Vegito also died once. After arriving on Earth, his personality slowly changed. Otherwise, with his original character, how could he value family affection? How could Bulma look at it? Vegeto's eyes were already distracted, and suddenly there was a little more focus. Are you, in the end, are you Super Saiyan? This question is definitely what he most urgently wants to know. Vegito nodded slightly, then let you see clearly. Boom! A flash of electric light flashed, and Vegeta suddenly turned into a state of blonde and blue eyes. All his hair was upside down except Lu Wei, and his body was rising with golden flames. This sudden change, and the sudden explosion of breath, directly stunned everyone. The so-called Super Saiyan is actually just a state of transformation. As long as the strength reaches a certain level, after some stimulation, you can transform. In this state, the strength is 50 times the normal. Vegito glanced at Vegeta and said calmly, on your terms, as long as you continue to cultivate, one day you will be able to reach this state. 50 times. All the people present took a breath of air, and at this time they could no longer estimate the specific strength of Vegeta. The potential state of the Earthlings was turned into a slag in front of Super Saiyan. Frisia's pupils shrank sharply, and his brain exploded. 100 million is 50 times, is it 5 billion? He has just gotten serious. Should he do this? How can he fight this? Do you use your head? Origin, come, so. Vegeta suddenly wanted to laugh out loud. The rumors all the time turned out to be true, and Super Saiyan really is the most powerful fighter, far beyond Frisia's existence. It is enough to know this. However, he is still very unwilling. Because Vegeta was right. After hearing the definition of Super Saiyan, he knew that his talent would one day achieve it, but unfortunately there was no chance. Vegeta was very unwilling, but no matter how unwilling, his heart was penetrated. It was a miracle to be able to hold on for so long. After all, Vegeta was dead. Except for Son Goku, no one will take the initiative to save him. Even Raditz and Nappa won't, because their strength is now far away. Save Vegeta and let the family ride on the head again? Saiyan is very realistic. As for Son Goku, he is hard to protect himself. How can he be able to save others? Vegeta ignored it, and his heart was full of surprise at this time. Transforming into Super Saiyan, can you speed up the energy fusion speed? Although this speed is not as fast as direct combat, it is several times faster than energy auto-fusion. Is it because the breath has exploded, and after the power has increased, is the control of the energy stronger? If it is like this. Vegeta laughed suddenly, just Super Saiyan, did you scare you all? Then if I said, what else is there? What? Almost everyone has a heart attack. Isn't this too exciting? Is a 50-fold turnaround just the first stage of the transformation? When Son Goku heard the news, his complexion instantly turned red, as if he had returned to light. Then he suddenly jumped up, hurriedly took out the fairy beans from his body and ate them. Emma, Clin and the others just remembered at this time, they even forgot Son Goku. Normal people have a little high blood pressure when they hear what Vegeta said, let alone Son Goku who is seriously injured? If it wasn't for the fairy beans, you just died suddenly, right? But Son Goku obviously didn't care about this. He looked at Vegeta with excitement and expectation, and shouted, Vegeta, is everything you said is true? Is there a stronger state? Can we let us see it? Just kidding, is this a joke? It's absolutely impossible. Frisia's horror was already on his face from the inside out. Then let you see it. Vegeta smiled slightly. He just wanted to know, if he continues to transform, the speed of energy fusion will not be faster. So, install a beep by the way, no problem. Boom! The golden arrogance on Vegito's body expanded sharply, changing from a flame shape to a jet shape, and blue arcs flickered from time to time. There was only one bang left on the front of his forehead, and the rest were all upside down, and his eyes became sharper. This is Super Saiyan 2, twice as strong as before. Next, it is Super Saiyan 3. What? More? What? Vegito clenched his fists, and the whole land vibrated violently in the roar. The hair that was originally erected quickly stretched out and spread to the waist. The golden eyebrows disappeared, the eyebrow bones were also lowered, and the whole face was full of fortitude, like a knife. In the single light green eyes, dark blue pupils appeared. The golden arrogance of the whole body turned into light and was fixed, and the blue arc that had flickered from time to time became denser. How? This is Super Saiyan 3. The strength is 4 times that of Super Saiyan 2. That is to say, in this state, my strength is 400 times that of normal. Vegito is somewhat proud, after all, he is the first. Show off in front of others once. Asterisk.